tears.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, putting what nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, starts in line. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking on
In pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
My name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained. You are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the
The elders say, this gather in joy, for dear friends to stay together, for the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little...
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha!
Let's be friends.
Welcome to the world of Spritelings! I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival!
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, The deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
The elders say, for and the forest together. As long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! It hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without spritelings.
Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth. Cycle, the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like two branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all would one day choose its own future.
Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. You are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. You are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Oh, you gave it everything to be a king.
Gear out, a weapon getting ready, coming down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you.
Real Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kings Major West. I am Private Dancer making my inaugural Honor of Kings casting debut, but to my side, a face that most of you should recognize for his analytical awesomeness, Mr. Phil Umis.
Thank you, Private, for such an amazing introduction. And speaking of amazing introductions, we are starting day one of the Major West League today. You don't want to go ahead and drop into that A group here. So lots of teams. We just saw the team intros there. We leveled up. You know, last year we had pictures. Now we have the full cinematography out there, lighting and everything. And all the players look ready to rumble.
Yeah, it might be super early morning in North America, or it actually might be very late here in North America. But over there, it is super early morning. All those teams are bright-tailed and bushy-tailed, ready to take on all challenges in the search for one word, and that is victory.
Absolutely, and today is not only the start of the Major West League, it is also when the Mirage City skins arrive here on September 11th, and then you get a chance to get a free Fong skin too. Very exciting. Make sure to log in and claim all that stuff. And all throughout watching these games, we're going to show CD keys on screen for you guys to go ahead and...
Need to hurry up and put those keys in quickly.
Well, I think everyone gets a shot at them, so you're gonna be too quick, but just in case, you don't want to risk it. You want to make sure you go ahead and get those. So type them in as you're watching there and make sure to share them around with everyone in the chat here. But today we have 4 best of 3s coming up. Very excited. A lot of teams are going to be playing here. We got some old faces, right? But also some new ones that I'm very excited to see how to go ahead and play here on stage.
Yeah, so much going on, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, what these teams are all kind of colliding for. We can take a look here at the prize pool, $50,000 in total. First place, the champion's gonna be walking away with $10,000, second place with $8,500. Third place with 7,000, and on. Fourth place with 6,500, and finally, fifth through seventh place will be walking away with 6,000 USD.
So everyone going ahead and joining here will get a big cut of that prize here. And here's a look at the participating teams that are going to be playing for that. Just for competing here, you do get a prize, but the difference between last place and first place is 4,000 US dollars. You want to play your heart out and go ahead and get that here. Major West League like Boar and BTK and Level Match.
KMW here as we take a look at today's matches. We're going to be starting things up with OG taking on AYLO Gaming to kick things off and set the tone. Next is going to be Twisted Minds taking on Boar. Then it's going to be LM taking on OG, and closing out the night with a bang, it's going to be BTK taking on AYLO Gaming.
Very excited for that BTK versus AYLO Gaming match here at the end of the night. Everyone's speculating, right? How are they going to do? They've been training up. We've been hearing rumors, hearing a lot of smack talk, you know. How about veterans? Both of these teams are veterans of the Major West League. I think oftentimes in the last league, OG got the best of AYLO Gaming, but are things going to change here today?
Yeah, there's a lot of history between both of these teams. I think we talked about it a little bit off air. AYLO used to have a pretty high running here when it came to a KMW, but maybe in the most recent time can come out on top.
Absolutely. All these circuits are now just starting up, and this is my favorite time to go ahead and watch and analyze these games because the meta is still kind of unproven right now. Everyone is still kind of discovering what's good, what's not, what these pros go ahead and do.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and take...
You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
We're going to give them one anyway here with Keke in the Clash lane. This is a team that has had amazing performances in the Kings Major West League. They were dominating the last rankings week, 2-0ing everyone, end the game super quick. Here's a look at them here trying to replicate that last tournament success.
Determination maybe came up just a little bit short, still got that invitation. Unfortunately, on the other side of that, they are opponents here looking to kind of bring up their own story as well.
Absolutely. OG here going into this game is kind of known as the favorites in this matchup, right? So they have a lot of pressure, a little bit sleepier, but they're going to go ahead and once we get in the game, wait.
Yeah, and these guys are already willing and able, but it's time to go ahead, take a look at their opponents.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah.
Doc Za in the Clash lane. Alonzo going to be bringing up the jungle. Mid lane's going to be manned by Lomax. Farm lane going to be taken up by you and the Roam. Going to be taken by Roba MW, looking to kind of reclaim that glory. Get that winning strategy that put them at the top in some of the older seasons. Here, looking hungry, looking fresh.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming, definitely not strangers to Kings Major West League, but I see that they do have some new players and there were some roster changes going around. So let's see if this new roster and lineup is going to go ahead and succeed for them. And I just got to call out their title. Their title was the Crown Hunters. That is such a great title there. And you can look at it in a bunch of different ways. They could hunt the crown for themselves, or they could be the king.
Definitely the favorites, but that doesn't mean anything here when it comes to Kings Major West. A lot of of opportunities for teams to come up to showcase maybe something a little different, something that they've been practicing to be able to surprise their opponents. Here, we know that they have the history of that. They've been able to do it before. It's just, can they recapture that magic now?
Absolutely. It's a completely new season. And the rankings week, no one can go home, but you still do want. So teams are going to be tested. I would say they're going to test out some new stuff here, but also not do so much in a way that they cannot claim those victories.
Yeah, as we take a look here at the head-to-head, I want to say definitely leaning more towards OG here to Keke. Keke, who has just like we said, it tells a story of the domination that OG has had in these seasons. It doesn't mean that it's completely out of hand yet for Doxa.
Absolutely. Keke here coming up ahead in almost every category here. But in a game like Honor Kings, that could tell a bunch of different stories here. That could mean maybe his team plays around Clash a lot more. And then on the side of AYLO, they actually leave him and focus on other lanes here. It's not really one-to-one player doing more damage, getting more gold on average. But that does show where their focus is. OG is known for having that presence in the Clash lane from Keke, being a very, very dominant force.
Yeah, and it's something that we've talked about before when it comes to like a lot of these. So while you might be able to get that micro, while you might be able to have those flashy plays on your own, it definitely comes down to the team and how you and each other can support each other.
Absolutely. And when you mention a solo game, OG Keke actually won the 1v1 tournament in KWC. So he has that going for him as well, too. It is a team game, but if you do take him on the 1v1, he has been undefeated on that. As we go ahead and get into draft here, OG is going to be in Team 1. They first banned the Mai here. Pretty standard stuff coming out so far.
Yeah, I think this is something that we had talked about offline a little bit, about some of the priority bans that are going to be out there, things that we might not be seeing in best of threes. Some of the names that came out were Mai Shiranu, the Arlie pickup is going to be taken off the board. Some of those really high value picks, high power that kind of leads you into the late game here, they're going to make sure that those are off the board. So we're going to have to stretch a bit for when we're coming up with our compositions.
Absolutely. Dolia is going to be the second ban for the side of OG. And when we're talking about bans here and just draft in general, in a best of 3 format, you're going to often see a lot more high power drafts because you only need to win 2 games to go ahead and take the series. So teams are not really going to be pulling that many punches. They're not going to be bringing out as many spice picks here because you're going to see more and more deep hero pools come out.
That kind of explains some of the ban outs there. A lot of mobility on that, a lot of damage depending on how fast we can kind of get those clears throughout the jungle. It's going to be answered by the Lung pickup on AYLO Gaming, followed by the Didia.
So this is a little bit of what we're talking about here. Super high power drafts, Dao on the Luna here, and then we see Long and Didia being picked up. I'm surprised the Liang did not get picked up on the side of AYLO Gaming. That's definitely a great choice on the roam position to go ahead and lock down the Luna. And then OG is immediately going to capitalize on that, picking up the Liang and potentially Princess Frost here for Wen and getting that combo locked in.
Yeah, Lung has been one of those picks that just so much CC and so easy to play. We talked about it before too, is like, especially when you're able to lock somebody down, it's pretty hard for your team to ignore. Once that person is locked down, it's like, all right, we know what to do. We burst him down, and it's just one of those heroes that are so easy to use. And we're already looking at a pretty big amount of CC here coming out from OG.
Absolutely. AYLO rounds out their first and remove that before OG gets a chance to pick it up, and they won't want to use a ban on it. And we see Ogren and Charlotte being banned out here in some of the remaining bans. But I do want to call out OG's draft is very OG style, right? They like picking these synergies together. They pick out the Liang. They notice the Liang Princess Frost up. We're going to go ahead and lock that in. And that's a great 3 hero core for the side of OG. They're able to have that lockdown.
Yeah, and right now they're going to go ahead. They do take Ogren off the board so that I want to say they're trying to get a little bit more of those squishier compositions out from AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, OG having the Luna, they definitely don't want to go against someone that is too bulky. Their Clash laner is removing some options away from Keke here with the Mayin ban, Dharma ban, and the Charlotte ban. A lot of focus being put on the Keke here. Not many options are left for him, but I do notice Byron is still up, and that is a OG favorite here.
Oh, yeah. And with that, we're going to go ahead. Fong and Mulan picked up for the side of OG. They're going to round out the composition. They're still waiting on that last pick on and Mo. Such a menace in that mid lane, especially with how quickly he can scale the damage out lane, especially with how quickly he can scale the damage output he can do. But I do want to say, like, usually you like damage coming out from him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. Usually Ganamo compositions have stuff like the Liang there to go ahead and lock down targets for him here. This Ganamo pickup is strong on the side of AYLO Gaming, but it does not have that much setup. So it's going to be a lot to hold down. And then they round out their composition with the Pei as well too. Another interesting note, we mentioned there's not going to be that many spicy picks here, but the Fong getting locked in here in game 1 for the side of OG, definitely something a little bit unlocked in here in game 1 for the side of OG, definitely something a little bit unconventional. Maybe they're trying to get that skin that we were talking about earlier. Signature picks. It is not the strongest in the meta, but it's kind of like...
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see how these compositions kind of roll into each other. Pei is something that we've covered before. The early game that he can bring out is just incredible. He's almost unmatched when it comes through his out. Is just incredible. He's almost unmatched when it comes through his jungle or his power spike. It's just, I wonder about the road leading it there, how their side for winning fights.
Absolutely. AYLO Game is trying to
for winning fights.
Absolutely. AYLO Game is trying to fight fire with fire right now with that Pei. OG known for being one of the most devastating early game tempo style teams. So they're going to pick up that Pei to try and match their pace here. And this is very interesting. AYLO Gaming historically, you know, they like dragging games out. They like dragging games to Tempest here now. But now with some of these new players and a bit of a roster switch up, we see their theme kind of...
It comes into play too, especially when it comes to a task. The problem comes though, are you laying a path for that late game? Because there's only so much of an advantage you can give an early successful team like OG before that snowball becomes too big to handle.
Absolutely. Here's a look at the lineups once again here. Nothing too out of the ordinary when it comes to skills here. We did mention there were some new skills being added to the game here in that teleport and the prison sprite, but not coming out this game. But I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes out on the skills throughout this circuit here. We see the Guan Yu with the sprint as well. Speaking of sprint, let me sprint into the phones that they're using here. The Realme 15 Pro gaming phone is the official phone for Kings Major West League. It is built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, and fast, just like Guan Yu, just the way esports demands it.
And when you are fighting and playing at this level, you're going to want the best, and that is what you get with a Realme side of AYLO, trying to go ahead, push themselves into the jungle, even though it's not for like they're not all the way at the buffs. They're just trying to let them know they are there.
They do end up taking that lizard there, from my understanding. So already, not just in draft, even in game, they're putting a lot of pressure on Keke here. They banned out a lot of his picks, and then they're sending 3 people up to his lane, ensuring that he cannot really get ahead, because they know Keke is going to be one of those star players on the side of OG, and they cannot allow that to happen. And hopefully you guys didn't miss it. There was another CD key there for you guys to redeem and get yourself some dragon crystals.
Yeah, a lot with the farm, trying to keep that pressure up. You can see teleport to the bottom, looking for something. Actually did catch a kill, and that is going to be one very early for the side of OG. And just on the backside, when running for the hills, auto attack be danged, able to find and escape.
The Ganamo just barely missing the blades. They're using the flash to try and connect it, and it barely missed. Wen gets away with just a sliver there. It did not happen on camera, but Keke actually found a solo kill onto Guan Yu as well too, which is extremely impressive. And he found another one onto Ganamo. Keke is being real sneaky right now, getting all these kills off of camera here.
Yeah, if we go ahead and take a replay to see what we missed there, just a 1v1 there that was able to go ahead, find the mark and put on the button there. That's going to speak pretty well for OG here because it wasn't even kind of the team fights where they were focused. We're talking just about the solo lanes and the amount of pressure that they're able to put on just...
Especially in the hands of someone like Keke. Guan Yu once again, this time not respecting the Liang as he gets grabbed up under tower with that Princess Frost ultimate on top of there too. And there's not much you can do. This is not looking good for Doxa here. He came in the lane, got solo killed, now came back, gets 3-manned. They are really behind.
Yeah, and Doxa, especially when it comes to something like a Guan Yu, the amount of CC, and as we take a look at this replay here, that auto attack coming out from Keke, they're doing such a good job of finding some of these, I want to say, lackadaisical types of rotations coming from the, actually brought a very deep onto enemy territory. He's going to have to find himself and escape. There is a Aroba.
OG 3 minutes into the game, almost 4 minutes here, already 3-0, up about 1,000 gold there. And I gotta say, we mentioned earlier the Mulan pick, right? It's not a very conventional pick, but there's benefits to that. The Ganon mode does not really understand the damage output and the kill range of the Mulan there, as they able to catch him out 1v1. Same with the Guan Yu as well.
Oh, they are able to catch one. If that is enough, gonna have to look at that again. It looks like, Fang is gonna be able to catch Pei, and also another kill going out for Lomax, able to catch one, putting AYLO on the board. A little bit of a lax rotation here coming down to the Tyrant, and I want to say 4 members of AYLO.
And taking him out on the upswing there. So it was a 1-for-1, but trading roam for a jungle is always worth.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And right now, I want to say you can see here trying to take that momentum. That's the difference between certain kills. Now, as we go in here, another big frozen onto Pei catches him. Mulan Keke going to go ahead and get himself up another kill alongside Doxa, able to answer back. But the difference is, I was going to say that OG, when they get those kills, you see them immediately going into enemy territory. Oh, a little bit of trouble here. Tries to go in, get that last hit off, but does not.
Keke was definitely feeling himself in that situation there as he attempts a 1v2 on Ganimo, a bit of a revenge as he gets that shutdown there onto Keke.
It's because of the Pei. It's because of the way this composition is. They can't let up. The moment that they start letting things up, the moment they start slipping behind, and then that snowball effect is going to come in. Speaking of which, we do have stood there between 4 members. A very brave, but maybe not recommended for Keke.
That was an insane 4-man heavy blade there, but Keke was the only one there. There's no follow-up. Everyone on his team was actually getting the high ground in the Clash lane, and that has to be some sort of right. That's definitely a record since this is game 1 of the Kings Major West League, but a 6-minute high ground being taken by the side of OG.
Yeah, and when it comes into the right now, where I feel like we're both standing in the middle of the ring, we're trying to throw haymakers at each other, but OG is just coming out of these fights a lot better. Another power word there to go ahead, lock down Lung, and take him down.
There's the Liang here. All throughout the game, all these plays, most of the kills OG got is just off of Liang's ultimate. He's able to flash in or just walk up to someone from a bush there, get the grab on them, and then Princess Frost Wen just follows up with that ultimate there, and that combo is really, really hard to play against.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the questions I had is when you let something like that through. We've talked about it before, and just how easy Liang is to play, to be able to kind of get those lockdowns. When you've locked down an enemy player for that long, everybody knows, attack, take him down, and you can see the points start to add up.
Absolutely. OG starting to run away from the game with the game here now as they're up 4,000 gold and taking more and more towers. We haven't seen much of On, but he's just been farming up on the Fang, and Fang is one of those marksman picks that's relatively durable as well. It's able to side lane alone. It is not, when Pei jumps on Fang, there is outplay potential. It's not like other marksman that just gets deleted here. So being able to get farmed up here with that Fang pick, not using a pivotal pick as well too, as we see Luna in a 1v3 in the jungle of AYLO Gaming.
Not just a 1v3, but still able to take it onto the teams. I was actually getting a little worried there for the side of AYLO Gaming, as you can see that Dido was actually taking it to them, took 2 of them down to about 10% health, but the cavalry came in. AYLO Gaming was able to go ahead and get the kill on there. The problem here is, with each of these kills, they're not able to make any movement on the board. They're not able to push, they're not able to get towers, and that is exactly where OG is starting to shine.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming to get a kill, they need to throw. Kills are all going down in the jungle of AYLO Gaming. As you mentioned, they're not able to break out and get any other resources, where OG, sure, they may have lose the kill 1-for-1 here, but they're getting all the jungle on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, and I feel like they've kind of been shorted out from where a lot of their picks shine. The Ganon Mo really hasn't gotten the item spikes where he's going to be that dangerous with a lot of those coupled blades. The damage that you want and the positioning from Doxa on the on the Guan Yu, it just isn't there. He's not even in tower, got CC'd down and taken down by the side of OG.
Muchin doing his job there, trading his life away for, you know, relatively higher value targets here. First it was Pei, and now it is the Guan Yu. But the thing is, Guan Yu's blades, and that's exactly what we just saw there.
A little bit, Roba actually going in and on the backside, coming in with that Mulan, finds a kill along with Fong. They pick up 2 on AYLO Gaming.
OG is playing so confident right now. Almost all of their members we've seen constantly take these disadvantaged fights. Keke jumping in 1v4. Dao, that's the second time doing a 1v4 or 1v5 play there in the enemy jungle. But they're just so ahead. They're so confident in their plays that even though they do lose Dao, they're able to force.
As soon as you take him down, you turn around, you realize that your back line is getting cinched up by Keke. So, I mean, a great plan coming from OG, where they're not just pushing from the front, they're not just trying to overwhelm, they're taking these smart little strategic plays, taking these strategic depths in order to get into the back line and give them even more of an advantage.
Potentially the final fight coming out here, as we see Wen getting engaged on here. Muchen actually, as he gets taken out. This is a numbers advantage for the side of AYLO Gaming, but Keke jumps into the fight. 1v4 drops everyone super low.
Yeah, and right now they are trying to answer back. Ooh, look at the damage there. Fong is able to find a kill onto Lomax, but answering back right away when able to.
While everyone like Dao, Keke's jumping in, having fun, On is kind of like holding down the house. You know, he's farming up, getting really fed, and now we see him actually go ahead and deliver the goods as they're going into the enemy base right now. Guan Yu and Pei are the only ones left to defend, and it looks like they're not able to defend as Dao just rinses through them here.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be it, setting a standard here in Game 1 in the first series of the day. OG Gaming, come ahead.
That was definitely a very OG game. They play they dive in 1v4, 1v3. These like plays that, while some would say a little bit less disciplined, I would say are very passionate plays, right? Because when those plays happen and pop off, you know, they're amazing. And that's what we saw there in that game. Some of them didn't work out well, but the ones that did were awesome.
So I do like the overall strategy coming from the side of AYLO Gaming. They kept the pressure on right from the beginning, tried to invade, tried to make sure that they were still all up in the face, always coming back, always standing man to man. The problem is when it came to the compositions, the actual amount of CC that was on the side of OG Gaming just really favored them, especially in that early game, to catch them even in the way from what they thought was the safety of their tower. A lot of very early kills there under their tower because of the amount of CC that they had.
Absolutely. I think the execution on the side of AYLO there was a little bit lacking, as you saw some solo kills come out on the side of AYLO there, and leaking a few kills to Keke is really bad, because they invested a lot of resources in getting Keke behind. They banned a lot of his heroes, and they gone ahead and sent the 3-man top. But when you invest all those resources to get someone behind and then give it right back with a solo kill here, a solo kill there, that is really disastrous, because the whole there. So I would like to see the, you know, going into game 2, maybe pick a little bit of an easier to execute composition as well too, because that composition is really hard to execute. Gan and Mo with no crowd control is not easy to hit blades with.
Well, and then I kind of wonder, because when you have a composition on your side, this is a global ban. So maybe what we did is we kind of put those out early, let them put out that best amount of CC early. So now we no longer have the Liang that we have to worry about. We no longer have the Princess Frost that we have to worry about. But on the other side too, there were some big, strong picks on the side of AYLO Gaming that were taken off the board there as well.
Absolutely. I think Liang is the most pivotal pick here in this game one. I would say AYLO Gaming's draft, either, you know, they kind of needed the Liang. If they knew that they were going to go ahead and pick the Ganonmo and the Pei, I would much prefer the Liang over something like the Diadea. Number one, the Liang goes ahead and sets up the Ganonmo, and then also you don't have to worry about playing against Liang as Pei, which is someone that he, you know, historically hates playing against.
Oh yeah, and the ability to lock him down, and then almost I don't even know if Guan Yu kind of almost works against Ganonmo just because his entire kit is set on trying to re-push enemies or reposition them on the board. And when you're a Ganonmo, you like your opponents in a predictable place so that you can get all of that damage. And unfortunately, it just felt like he was never able to take off.
Absolutely, that's a great point. I think OG's team was easier to execute, right? And because they were able to play it really, it's a feeling himself pick. He starts the game, he gets ganked by 3 people, and then he ends up with a solo kill on mid and clash. So classic Keke things right there happening as he goes ahead and gets the MVP. But going back to my prior point, yeah, their composition is really hard to execute on. We had for him to go ahead and land those blades.
Yeah, I'm gonna say here on pick, but meanwhile they were pushing up at top. It just seemed like they were Yang picked, able to go in, get the lockdown. Here's another backdoor that we were talking about, able to light them up and really punish the backline of.
Someone's diving here, someone's diving there, someone's taking a tower there, and it's easy to read Keke in a 3v1 or a 4v1. But then they invested too many resources. Like it's 1 kill versus 1 kill. They lose a lot of extras along the way as well.
Early game kills, catching some of the bad rotations, even able to get them under tower. But not just that, but just their ability to keep the pressure on as well.
Absolutely. Very excited to see how these teams go ahead and adapt here for game 2.
Yeah, be amazing. So one thing then too, where do we see some changes coming on the side of AYLO? One thing that you brought up already is how they managed some of that early game, some of the mistakes they made that actually got them some solo kills under their towers or in their lanes.
I would say their composition was not very synergistic, right? You were mentioning the Guan Yu and the Ganonmo. They don't really synergize with each other too as the composition.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I'm on fire. I'm alive 'cause now so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
we are going to be stepping into game 2 of our first season of day 1 of the Kings Major West. Private Dancer here and joined by Phil Umis.
Yep, we just saw game 1. Pretty quick game there from OG and Agistic here, but this is global pick ban, so all those heroes that OG used to claim victory in game 1 are no longer available to them, as we're going to be able to get into draft here soon. Here's a look at OG there. They're up 1 game. It is match point for their end, and then AYLO Gaming and their coach here are coming up with some strategies to see how they can go ahead and tie that up to a 1-1.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that there's a few during the laning phase of it, and Wright's series. We talked a little bit before, nobody's being kicked out, nobody's going home today, but you do kind of want the relaxation of that good positioning from a few wins here. Not just that, but it kind of sets the tone. OG, we knew that they were going to come in here. They were going to come in big. They were going to come in hard. They were going to come in powerful with some of their picks and with their play style. And I want to say they have not disappointed.
Absolutely, game 1 was not disappointing at all there. And as you were mentioning there, they want to go ahead and get that Group S, right? The top 3 teams advanced in the Group S, and they have a much easier time in the Survival Week. No one is going home this week, but that does not mean you want to go ahead and go into Group A, because then your seeding is not going to be as favorable. You're going to be playing against the strongest teams and risk getting knocked. Arlie and Luna being removed here.
As I say that, that means Mai is open. Dharma, they're going to go ahead and pick that up. That leaves open the Mai and possibly Uan pickup, but they go ahead, pick the comfort of the Lung.
Pretty standard draft here. Mai actually being kind of ignored here, right? The Long and Ogren getting picked up here. They know that AYLO Gaming cannot play the Long again, but they opt to go ahead and pick it a little bit earlier so that maybe they can hide some of their prior picks. Maybe the Mai is a trap. I always say Mai is on fraud watch, but we see Mai getting picked up here for AYLO Gaming. Super well-rounded team there with the Mai, Agudo, and Dharma.
Yeah, that's going to give them a lot of mobility. The Dharma, I like, has been a very strong pick. Maybe not strong enough to get a lot of those bans just yet. But also, I'm wondering if we take the U. Well, I mean, we don't really need to take the Uan off the board just because of our picks that we already have on the side of OG. That really wouldn't. Never mind. There it is to go ahead, because that's one of the bigger counters that really shuts down. As great as a My Share No pickup can.
Wants to go ahead and assassinate their targets, taking them out and burst them out really quickly. And Yuan just puts a complete stop to that with that ultimate. So they don't want to deal with that. They go ahead and ban it out. As you see the Liang getting banned out by OG. They just used it. They know how deadly it is, and they do not want to deal with it. And then Charlotte is being hovered here for Keke. They're kind of making some decisions here. 5 seconds left. Let's see what they go ahead and round it out with. It is the Charlotte here for Keke. Their team is pretty built here now with the being able to ride each other's skill ones.
So here's the interesting thing too. When you have that Mai pickup, you have a potential mid laner that doesn't synergize well with anti-heal, and that's something that you really want to have as a focal point when you're facing something like an Ogren. And I'm wondering how well that's going to come into play. Where the anti-heal is going to come from the side of AYLO Gaming.
It is likely to be coming from Agudo maybe, or perhaps Ming. Yeah, not too many good anti-heal builders on the side of AYLO Gaming, but they're definitely going to need it against Diadea and Ogren, and even the Hain picks, and then they throw a little bit of spice in there, and in this game it is Wen with the Haino mid.
Yeah, so while we have all the picks up on the board, it's going to be very interesting to see how we manage them. Mai has become a quick favorite of mine when it comes to the mid lane. It's like poetry watching the abilities go off, get that dash off, make sure that you can get to the side lanes very quickly. There's just a lot that you can do to be helpful for your team. On the side of AYLO, for your team. On the side of AYLO Gaming, that's something that they're going picked off in the early game. Having the Mai Share now might be.
It's no secret that Mai is one of the strongest picks in the game, but picked up. Usually, the opponent's team has a strategy in place.
Yeah, it's one of those that you really do have to. Its positions. AYLO Gaming at 0 points. OG Gaming at 1. It is game point for OG.
All forces
Absolutely, and a point we didn't get time to glance over here is the Chano and Ming to go ahead and pocket him throughout the game. So let's see how.
Already taking a little poke at the enemy jungle there. Yeah, you can see Dowdo doing a good job. Just, I want to say it's those little things. Take away the jungle. That's a little bit in your pocket. It's a little bit out of their pocket. You continue this on in the early game, and look at already on enemy territory, trying to put some pressure onto them at that clash lane.
Yeah, some interesting stuff happens here. So great adaptation by AYLO Gaming here. Now OG is forced to, you know, play a little bit reactively and send the idea back up to try and equalize that lane here. And AYLO Gaming does end up taking the teleport sprite here and opening that up. And from here, they're once again focusing down kicking. Look at this 4v1 there. This time they actually get their mark here and get the kill.
Yeah, not just that, but I like the organization coming to have 4 members there, immediately know what they need to do, get the kill, immediately walk away, and we're going to see if they can keep this up. Still no kills. They tightened up their laning process, so they're not handing those kills over to OG, so a much better start for AYLO Gaming than the first series.
Absolutely. I will have to mention, though, Dowdo has kind of been in the background farming up. He's stole a little bit of a Gudo jungle here. And speaking of steal, we see a big fight coming out here from some steals here. A lot of combos going out. Idea goes down, and Dowdo goes down here. AYLO Gaming really have the momentum in this game, too.
Oh, Doxa doing a great job splitting up the priority. You had a big group of them at the mid, but Doxa came into the back line, got that truth mantra locked down. I want to say 2 or 3 members of OG, and they were able to find 2 kills there again.
Absolutely. Dharma, the miracle maker. It does not matter how behind. That is going to end that fight really quickly there.
Oh, we do see. We don't know if Teke even realizes how close he might be. We do have a nice little truth mantra coming in there. In comes a Lomax, but just, I want to say, must have smelled him. Teke realized right away, got to the safety of the tower, and said, no kill for you today.
We're seeing a little bit of a pattern here in AYLO Gaming strategy here. They are keeping up the momentum as they go ahead and.
Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to continually get those type of resources all over the map. But I mean, still doing a good job. 3-0 right now. A little bit of a 1K gold lead here, but it all starts to come down and might fall apart once we get to some of these objectives. Once the tyrants out there, once the overlords out there, are we going to be in a position for some of these good team fights?
Absolutely. Here we have Tyrant coming up here in 15 seconds. This is usually another pivotal point here, and we see Muchin getting caught out a good amount, almost going down there. AYLO Gaming, they seem to be a completely different beast this game. They're playing together as a unit, and they are finding these catches and finding this pressure here in the early game.
Yeah, and they might not have gotten the kill, but they were able to push Muchin away. But even with that, you can see OG enforcing their will here, pushing into the Tyrant, looking for a fight with AYLO Gaming, and they don't seem to want it just yet. Both teams kind of jockeying.
Yeah, both teams don't seem like they want to pull the trigger here, dancing around the Tyrant. Neither side wanting to start it and having that disadvantage of the Tyrant hitting you while the opposing team is around. And it looks like the opt to handshake and everyone backs away. Okay, no tire for either of us, guys.
But Tyrant there shrugging his shoulders like, what's going on, guys? I thought there was supposed to be a fight here. But I want to say now, going ahead and very quickly, OG trying to return to looking to dive underneath the tower, and just it comes up with that kill. Big pickup there for you and AYLO Gaming. Now 4 unanswered kills on the board.
When getting a little bit of that Keke treatment there, as they send 3 to take him out under tower. AYLO Gaming are just able to, you know, group up and deathball OG. And unlike last game where when they lose a player here, they get something somewhere else, it seems like OG's not able to, you know, get off the ground here, it feels like.
And this might have been what we were talking about earlier, is maybe they just kind of wanted to get those picks out of the way in the first game. This is a much different story than that first game. Ooh, looking for a little bit, lying in wait there under the bush, and going to try to pick up this kill here, looking for an opening and not able to capture onto Dowdo, who's able to turn it around, finds the kill on the Doxa, and retreating back into the wind.
OG there catching, death balling, having these unfair fights. That time, Doxa found himself a little bit caught out alone there without any backup.
Yeah, and I want to say some great positioning by the side of OG to kind of catch him in that rotation. They do good. I want to say AYLO Gaming, they're doing great when they have that team of death ball, like you're saying. It's just these one-offs where they start to kind of flounder. If they can keep this tight, and that's the problem with a lot of teams is like, yeah, it's tight in this early 6-7 minutes, but as we progress, are we going to keep it tight? As we say that, Truth Mantra comes out and almost finds himself a kill. Luckily for On, able to go ahead and expend that ultimate to get himself to safety.
And that's why Long is such a reliable marksman. You put all this investment into your marksman, and then a lot of them, they could just get one shot in a fight. Not Long, though. Able to use that ultimate, that infinite fastness to get away into safety there. Always going to be frustrating.
Oh, no, in trouble here. Taking a heap of damage, but that is an Ogren, baby. And he has the tankiness to go to boot here. Able to find himself an escape. A lot of abilities actually wasted to try to bring him down.
Absolutely. He has the Eye of the Phoenix on him as well, too, so his healing is even more amplified as normal. And we were mentioning a little bit in the draft, there's not many anti-heal users on the side of AYLO Gaming. They're going to have to kind of shoehorn it into their build here. And look at Ogren running around without any anti-heal on him. He's just able to heal back to full.
Yeah, and that's, I want to say, and that's what I was going to, once he starts getting those items and he's able to kind of sustain himself through who has the advantage in a lot of these fights.
Absolutely. It looks like AYLO is going a little bit more of a hybrid build on the Aguilo to try and make up for the lack of damage here. As we see Keke in a 2v2 here. Muchin comes out. Channel's getting a bit caught. Uh-oh, tries to turn it on Keke, but actually gets it turned on him.
Yeah, you were the first one to go down, and just like that, you can see Dao finds himself another kill. Continuing on, Flow Gaming, only one down for OG. It might not be pretty, but they have managed to kind of turn this in their favor.
Absolutely. It's 5 kills to 4 here, but if you look at the gold, it tells a little bit of a different story. OG's actually up almost 3.
Take the entire team to give his team the opportunity they need to be able to push on that tower. And that's the value you get from an Ogren, from all of that tankiness, from all of the regen he has, and where you're going to start seeing the faltering far as like answers go for Ogren.
Yeah, you can definitely reduce his healing a bit, but that's still a late game Ogren here. The scaling on the side of OG, I would say, is superior. As we have the Blood Rage come up for Ogren now, it's going to be really, really difficult to take him down from the side of AYLO Gaming. There's not really that really reliable, consistent lockdown on him. We do have the Truth Mantra, but that is, you know, hit or miss sometimes in a team fight.
Yeah, and right now you can see the differences what we were talking about. A lot of AYLO Gaming split up on the map. You, from what they were before, a nice big ball where you can have Lomax maybe trying to go in there, getting some damage out there, poking them out a bit, and this is going to be another Tyrant that's going to be going over to OG Gaming. Now kind of continuing on with this snowball that they're feeling here in the late game.
Absolutely. I say this in almost every broadcast, but Honor of Kings is not just about kills. The way you get gold is going ahead and farming and taking that enemy jungle, those buffs here. OG is down 1 kill, but they're up almost heal as much as they can to get all these minions, make sure that they're all farming proficiently.
Engagement here, big pop-up lands as they're go ahead and catch that pop-up from the Overlord. Very low. Dao actually does get taken down by you. Overlord turns around, throws some damage onto the side of OG, but the rest of AYLO Gaming disengaged, looking to put some damage on the Kiki, who is starting to put some pressure onto that mid lane.
Yeah, we're starting to see AYLO Gaming kind of go back to early in the game, right? They're good at this death ball. They have the Ming, they have all this follow-up with the Dharma here. They want to force these 5-on-5 team fights. They don't want to split up and take these skirmishes. That's exactly what OG wants. So they're able to come in together as 4 and catch out Dao, and it doesn't matter how tanky you are, how fed you are, if 4 people, 5 people are focus firing you down, you will go down.
Yeah, and I like that you brought up before too the different in the jungle. They're not doing as I say, to find a kill onto Alonso, who is down for the count. A double kill, and this might be a bad.
Looking good for side of AYLO Gaming. They're easily going to be able to get back Clash lanes here too now, and probably go ahead and push this momentum to take the enhanced Overlord as well too. All of these lanes are going to be pushing anytime now, and they're going to struggle to leave their base after losing a fight like that.
Yeah, not just, I mean, and this is the difference, especially when it comes to the late game. They won the fight, and look how far they've been able to push in these towers. For a game where AYLO Gaming had much of the early game advantage, if you look at the map, you don't see that reflected in the towers, in the pressure on the map. So, I mean, a great job by them when they do have that advantage, and when they don't.
Absolutely. Here now they go ahead and take the Azure Golem as well. Here Dharma trying to go ahead and fend them off, but it's not easy. All these waves are pushing. Shadow Vanguard has arrived now too. We are coming up on potentially the final fight of the game here as OG mounts a push here on the high ground of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, they're looking for an answer. Unfortunately, what they need is a mistake by OG. And from what we've seen in these last few games, they play a very tight ship. They do catch 3 members in there, put on the damage, but it's not enough just yet. You can see there that Doxa tried to find somebody, not able to find it just yet. They're doing, and this is, I want to say, a great example of where a lot of fights can sometimes be lost, and that's on the pushing of those towers. A lot of people, they just go headlong into the towers, try to push inward down just yet. They just need to whittle it down.
They don't need to do anything crazy right now and risk the game. And you know what? That's not very characteristic of OG. OG is known for doing those crazy pushes, right? To going in and ending those games early. But this shows a bit of an adaptation from OG's playstyle here. The respect that they give AYLO here.
The pincer move there got caught out by Keke, and just nothing they can do. We're actually able to answer back and might actually find themselves another kill here as well. Oh, as I say that, Keke actually, not taken down there. You able to answer back. There's 2 unanswered kills by the side of AYLO Gaming, but in the end, OG able
easily been the end of the game there. But just as we were saying, OG's playing it slow. The AYLO Gaming's taking full advantage of this fact here, looking like they're gonna maybe even play up to the high ground here as Keke and Wen are down for the count.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, putting the boots to the high ground from the side, looking for Dao coming in for a pincer move. I think it was more or less to kind of shake the side of AYLO Gaming, let them know he was there, that he had the ability to try to come in there, and that was
the absolute aura over there of Dao. His team was down 2 members, 3v5, comes out versus 4 people alone, and they're like, hold on, guys, let's go ahead and back up here.
Yeah, great aura moves there, by of which they're going to go ahead, try to find themselves an advantage. Down goes Doxa, and now they are on to chase. AYLO Gaming trying to run for the hills, gets taken up. Conductor of Souls does find its mark. Roba is down, and the rest of AYLO Gaming taken down, 3 members down, tying things up at 11.
It is a 4v2 here. They're going to look to push this bottom wave into a game end here. Dao is so strong on the Ogren, Sage's Sanctuary on him. Keke is going down in these fights, but the Ogren is really the anchor of the team. They have to take out the Ogren, and they are struggling right now as minions are into the base and they rush down the crystal.
Yeah, and that is going to be a clean sweep for OG Gaming. Not as pretty as the first game, but when you count in how effective they were still farming, how they were able to protect their jungle, even when they were taking deaths, I mean, it was pretty much...
In the jungle, Dharma gets caught out, and then they immediately go to these towers and kind of run away with the game. Even though they were down to a few of those kills early game, they caught up, and for the largely most of the game, they were down kills and up gold.
Yeah, and you mentioned it when you were talking about it. In the first game, when they had the advantage, they were immediately enemy territory, taking buffs, taking jungle, making sure that they were refusing that, making those kills worth it. Unfortunately for AYLO, Gaming taking full advantage. And this is just one of those games where kills just don't mean a lot if you are not if you are not getting it, if there's not an objective tied to it, if there is not a jungle creeper tied to it, if you're not hurting the enemy on their side when it comes to their economy.
Absolutely there. And yeah, we saw it in great fashion, dude. Probably like the largest gold lead we've seen out there on that Ogryn, that late game carry. And also, as you mentioned a little bit in draft, they drafted a composition that they didn't really like building anti-heal. And against an Ogryn, anti-heal is the bare minimum. So we saw him running an absolute muck in the mid game, 1v3, 1v4, really hard to take down. And even when they saw some signs of life where they can turn around and maybe push 5v3, the Ogryn in the wall, they're coming in with that aura, scares them off, makes sure that they cannot get that high ground.
Yeah, just that's just amazing to me, especially that you're so fed that all you have to do is just kind of hands on hips as you come in there. It's like, all right, guys, I think you've had enough, and they're all like, all right, we're just gonna go back to our base for a little bit. But yeah, just a massive showing there, very tight kept by this early game. They still kept it tight enough, clearing out their jungle, making sure that you're ahead to be successful when you have the lead the entire game, when you're getting those kills the entire game. It's another thing to have that offense being put onto you, but still stay focused and understand the keys that you need.
Behind is super important in a game like Honor King, because you will see swings, right? They were down all throughout the early game, but then they found an opportunity, a mistake AYLO Gaming made, and they capitalized on that, and then they will be taking the first match win of the Kings Major West League here with a beautiful 2-0.
Yeah, a 2-0, and AYLO Gaming gonna be stuck kind of licking their wounds here. So we take a look at...
Absolutely here. He was just an absolute raid boss, right? Being kind of amplified by that Ming. Whereas the side of OG, everyone kind of had their own roles, kept up a lot of these fights.
Well, and that was the problem with the Chano. He played it as well as he could with an Ogryn on the opposite team, able to kind of find some of those pickoffs and be able to kind of get that momentum. But like I said, there just wasn't enough anti-heal. There just wasn't an answer. Ogryn is just one of those, Ogryn, just like Mei, is just one of those picks that you need. And as we can see here with the MVP, Dao getting that MVP here, 38% of the damage taken. But as we talked about, that pick, Ogryn, there needs to be an answer. It's just not something you let the enemy have. There just needs to be a plan for it.
Absolutely, especially when it's picked so early into the draft there. You have ample time and heroes to go ahead and try to deal with it. They were not quite able to deal with it there. In the early game, they did put a lot of pressure on Keke, we mentioned, right? They sent 4 people up there, but all while that was happening, Dao was kind of subverting his early game. Ogryn, you know, known for that strong bit of a free ride into mid game as he invades, steals a little bit of Boars here and there.
Yeah, and like from here on out is where just Dao was having the game of his life coming in here, able to really find his swing. And not just that, when we were talking about some of those early fights, as when a lot of those fights happened, their jungle was already cleared. There really wasn't anything AYLO Gaming, unless they kind of like retimed when they went after OG Gaming. There was no jungle for them to clear. So it was just a great job by OG Nation that they had over AYLO.
Yep, right at the end there, and that's a great point you mentioned. Every time they went down, I wouldn't say you never want to die, right? But if you're gonna die in game, make sure all your tasks are done, all your dots on your side of the map are cleared. So in opportune spots, they're forcing these fights, making, you know, so when they go down, OG's able to go ahead and take an Azure Golem here, Azure Golem there, and then that's how we saw that gold lead go ahead and, you know, kind of stretch. Even though there was 5 kills to 4 kills, when AYLO Gaming gets a kill, they get like 200-300 gold. But when OG gets a kill, they get the kill, they get your Azure Golem, they get your 2 jungle here, they get to push a wave and take a tower, and 1 kill on OG kind of feels like it's worth like 1,000 gold compared to AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it just you knocked it right in the head. It's like you got your little checklist when you get taken out. You're like, all right, I cleared out my lane, I cleared out my jungle, I'm good. For them to take. But ladies and gentlemen, the fun and excitement is not over yet. We will catch you with another series right after this small break.
When you let fear decide your fate, choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything the last two holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time. Destiny is calling hard. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain, the more that nothing stays the same in time. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high in light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes
feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all to get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And try can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We bound if I face one, crash in pieces, you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still with the rain. Say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Kings Major West Day 1. We are going to be starting things off hot and heavy on the second series of the night.
We saw the first Italian team there, OG, with an amazing performance, 2-0 versus AYLO Gaming here. Now in game 2, the second Italian representative here, Twisted Minds, going to be going up against Boars Gaming.
Yeah, and some big shoes to fill. Twisted Minds here, already the champions from the last Kings Major West, looking to kind of set that standard here against Boars Gaming. Not just the winners here, but got 4th place in the KWC as well. So not too shabby. It's just a big powerhouse of a team. And unfortunately, Boars, they're going to have to sharpen their swords against a very veteran team here.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds here, amazing performances. One of the most consistent teams, I would say. You know, they perform relatively well in every tournament, and they always have a shot to go ahead and take it as well too. As we've seen, they took the last Major West League against OG Gaming, and then they had an amazing performance in KWC as well too. But I will say though, looking at the roster of Twisted Minds, these are not the same exact roster we've seen in KWC. They did switch around some players here. We're going to see in a bit here, and if that's going to do well for them or not, I'm not too sure, as these players have not been very proven on that roster yet.
Yeah, and that's kind of the double-edged sword of when you have a formula that is working for you and you have to change a few key components of it. Is this new formula that Twisted Minds going to be just as successful as their last, especially with a team against a team as hungry as Boars are?
Absolutely. Boar is a team that was not here in the last Major West League, but let's go ahead and talk about them a little bit more after Twisted's intro right now.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. let's go. I know you want it, I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here's a look at Twisted Minds, the masterminds here, with Highlang front and center, as well as Clean and Shanks here in Clash and Marksman roles respectively. And then those are, the roster that was on their KWC lineup, but now we have some new faces as well, with ACC on the roam position and Jue on the jungle.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how well this new lineup can stand. There's something to be said even about skill level that you can have in solos and on your team, but the synergy, that is a very important part that I feel like a lot of people don't account for when it comes to teams, is making sure that people understand. They know what the person to their left and their right is thinking. They know exactly how they need to address, how they need to help their teammate, and that's what we're going to see if Twisted Minds has been able to kind of patch up those holes, seeing as how they're working with a few members.
Absolutely here. And Twisted Minds, one of the teams that was very passionate and very hyped in KWC. I remember watching them. They'd always be hyped and passionate here before they got into the games. You see, they're very happy and excited and ready to get in the games now here too, versus their opponents, Boars Gaming.
Yeah.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. I know you want it, I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And their opponents, Boars Gaming, you can see in the Clash lane, 30-05, bringing up the jungle. We Ice from the mid lane. Red Cutie will be manning that. Farm lane going to be going to Mac, and their roamer is going to be Phasma. Any way you cut it, Boars Gaming has a lot on the line, and they are looking up a mountain at their opponents. You know that of any of the matches here tonight, they are going to be taking this seriously.
Absolutely, Boars versus Twisted Minds, kind of like the behemoth of the Major West League here, as they were the prior winners, and Boars kind of new here. They were not here in the last Major West League, so it's a little bit of an underdog story from them here. And speaking of underdogs here, we have some players on the side of Boars here. The mid lane here, Red Cutie, has some experience in the Major West League. He's played last time, switched up some rosters here. Was on a different team last time, now is on Boars, so it's not their first rodeo. And I'm excited to see how they go ahead and do versus Twisted Minds here.
Yeah, you kind of have the new coupling versus the veterans, but even the veterans have a few new cogs in that machine. So I almost want to say that it's good. They're kind of like on an even playing field here. However, when we come to the overall team, when it comes to the management, when it comes to the play style, I want to say when it comes to Twisted Minds, we're going to see something similar to the amount of pressure right from the beginning that we saw from OGs.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds, very calm, calculated, collected team there, being led by Highlang, one of their star players here, known for his control of the map in the mid lane. He's able to play a lot of these utility mages and kind of show out on them, right? A lot of people play these utility mages and they just support their team, but he's actually able to go above and beyond and carry with them. As we get into draft here, Twisted Minds goes in and removes that Luna. They do not want to deal with that.
Yeah, right off the bat, they're going to go ahead and take off the amount of mobility and damage that you can get from that Luna pick. Boris is still looking for an answer. Going to answer with a Wuhan. close off here, which is interesting to me because it says to me that we have the possibility of a Mai pickup here, especially with the Liang being taken off by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think this game here, they're using the drafting strategy. Hey, we're just going to leave all the strong picks on the board here. We're second pick. We're not going to ban any of these, really high-powered picks here. You're going to have to choose. Do you want the Arlie, the Dharma, the Mai? You're going to have to pick one of them, and we're probably going to get the other two.
It's something that we haven't really brought up or touched on too much, and just as you talked about, the Arlie quickly scooped up by Twisted Minds, but something that we haven't really touched on is the fact that you do get those 2 counter pickups as the second pickup, so you can kind of lay that trap out there. Yes, you were able to give them Arlie, but in answer to that, you pick up the Dharma and the Mai Shiranu.
Who I am.
Will Twisted Mind go with a tried and true counter to Dharma here, the Swansa? It's a great pickup against the Mai as well too, because they have a lot of melee crowd control here on the side of Boars Gaming, which will really be countered out by the Swansa here. But actually they opt to play something a little bit more traditional, it looks like. Hai Lang, known for his Yijing play, one of his signature picks in the last Major West, and he locks it up here before the enemies get a chance to go ahead and remove it away. And then Boars Gaming with like a star-studded lineup of S-tier picks here. Mai, Dharma, Long, everyone on the top of their tier list for their respective roles.
I almost want to say that like it feels like we're packing a lot into this first game already. Those huge pickups for the side of Board Gaming. They really, it's almost to the point where I'm just like, man, if you lose with this type of lineup, what else is left on the draft for you to pick out and throw out there? But I mean, it does look very well for them. I do like the drafting strategy. I like the fact that they allowed the Arlie to come out there, especially I feel like this was intended. There isn't anything in this draft that feels like Boars didn't want it, especially with that Wuhan taken off the board there, which kind of sets up a lot of some of these mobile picks, the Mai, the Lung out there.
Absolutely here. Very high-powered picks coming out here in this game 1. It's a best of 3, right? There's no reason to pull any punches. You just need to take 2 wins and then call it a day. As we see the Swansa getting picked up here, I would have really liked a Swansa ban because it does so much to break down their team. Now the Arlie is never really going to be vulnerable. The Yijing is never really going to be vulnerable. With that Roamer around, they're able to cleanse and give them that shielding. They're not afraid of getting Truth Mantra. They're not afraid of getting comboed by Mai anymore. And that could be that. I would say that's a pivotal pick here on the side of Twisted.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point there too. And the only thing that I can see kind of maybe mixing this up for the side of Boar is if we're not concerned just with the CC, is if we can get to a point where the damage is enough to kind of surprise the side of Twisted Minds. But I want to say, like, in the early game, you really count on a lot of that CC, a lot of that movement around the board there. So we're going to see how well that Zhuangzi pickup, I think that you hit the nail right on the head. That's going to be a pivotal pickup here for Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. I would say Boars Gaming has a little bit of an edge early game. They have that Liang Po, which is able to apply a lot more pressure than the Swansa, which early game kind of just, he's there, he floats around, he shoots some butterflies, but he's not going to be able to, cause the pressure and have that crowd control and be able to safely get the vision like the Liang Po. So the early game is going to be very important because once Twisted Minds is able to go ahead and farm up and get the Arlie online with the Swansa there to go ahead and ensure that it stays online, with that immunity there, it's going to be really tough for the side of Board Gaming.
Yeah, I think you hit it right there. Is that for me, the longer this game goes on, the worse it gets for Board Gaming. In the early game, if we can kind of keep up that pressure, if we can get some of those kills, get those, especially the speed in which Mai Shiro now can cover up the map, that can go and help those side lanes, possibly find some of those ganks and get some of those surprises on the Twisted Mind. If we can get those kills, if we can start pushing our way into enemy jungle, we might just have a chance to kind of steamroll this before Twisted Minds is able to ever get off the ground.
Absolutely. And also another thing, Boar's game is composition is relatively low range. All they have is the long on the range there. Everyone else is melee. And when you're playing 4 melee into Yi Jing, he's able to trap you with that board. Later on, he's going to get anti-heal burn slows on every single one of you guys. It's going to be really tough. So they need to go ahead and get ahead early game before they scale up. With a heavy melee composition like that onto the Swanza, versus the Yi Jing as well, it's really, really tough in the late game.
Yeah, and already a lot of pressure coming in. Well, I don't want to say pressure, but enough pressure coming from the side of Twisted Minds at the mid to kind of make sure that some of the early rotations can still be kept in the pocket of Twisted Minds, really kind of shut down what Red Cutie can do on this Mai in the early game, where, like we said, she's going to want to shine to kind of get that snowball rolling.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a lot of teams go ahead and supplement, Dharma's weaker early game by sending up the roam there, helping them out, 2v1ing the Charlotte, not allowing the Charlotte to really take priority in the lane there. As we see them once again, the Liangpo is just staying up here, not giving Clean any chance to take the 1v1s he wants to here, as Dharma and Liang go ahead and group up and take out this teleport sprite here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difference for a lot of these games too, is it's not always about trying to find the opportunity for some of these ganks. It's more or less to kind of get that advantage, get that pressure in that lane, pushing towards your opponents. Here, they're trying to keep those lanes kind of pushed towards Twisted Minds, keep them on their back foot for as long as possible. A little bit of an engagement here at the mid, and it does look like Jui is able to find an escape. Ooh, and actually, just like that, Wise actually might be in trouble. Is able to use that bubble to get himself to safety.
He almost went down there. A lot of slows going on to them there. The Swans to skill 1 slowing him down. The Agudo slowing him down. He barely gets away there with that shielding. But we're kind of starting to see what these team fights are going to start to look like. Twisted Minds has a bit more of an anchor there with the Agudo, able to lay everything down here and then kites and slows their opponent. Whereas Boars Gaming, they need to go ahead and everyone jump in together and end the fight quickly, as they have 4 divers.
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping that in the early game, a little bit of a back and forth here by 3005 and Clean, but I was kind of hoping that we would get a little bit more rotations coming from Red Cutie while the Swansea is not at that point. You see Swansea here down at the bottom, so maybe get Mai up at the top, try to look for some of those engagements, but we're just not seeing it. And like I said, I want to say the stalling point, all of this just kind of favors Twisted Minds when we move into that mid, when we move into that late game.
Absolutely, yeah. They have so much scaling on their side here too, so they're doing a great job of, kind of like neutralizing the early game. They're making sure that their opponents are not really able to get ahead, making it 0-0. If this game drags on 0-0 into the 10-minute mark, into the 12-minute mark, they have the scaling advantage. They have the Yi Jing, they have the Arlie, right? And they have ways to go ahead and protect those 2 investments on their team as well.
Yeah, and right now kind of at a standstill. A little bit more pressure here up at the top, still trying to continue on. No real ways moving forward. Both of these guys are very careful. A lot of respect, I want to say, for both of these teams. Nobody really putting themselves into harm's way. As I say that, I do have a flash there expended by Halang, who's going to be able to get himself to safety. Little bits of a, I want to say, they dedicated a lot to try to get that, but the flash was already right there for Yixing.
I think Boars they're feeling the pressure, as we mentioned, they don't have that scaling factor, so they kind of feel like the pressure, they got to make some plays right now. They got to do something with these picks here and get ahead early game before it's a little bit too late. So you see them trying a little bit of over commitment there on Hai Lang. He's able to get the flash, but we see another commitment coming out here. Hai Lang with a beautiful 2-man, but it's not enough as he goes down now that he is flashless.
Oh, yeah, able to connect there with that the dream roam into the back line. And as we see, even you can see 2 down for the side of Twisted Minds. Halang shakes, suffered the fury of the Boars, and does look like they're going to go ahead, turn their attention quickly to this Tyrant.
We saw Swanson get a multi-cleanse, but as you mentioned a little bit in the draft, it's there to cleanse crowd control. It doesn't make you invincible, right? It's not able to cleanse that damage. There's a tiny shield in the early game. It's mainly used just for that that cleanse factor. It gets the 3-man cleanse, but that's not able to go ahead and give them enough durability to actually survive.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of hoping to see just a little bit more from Boars in the early game. Kind of continue on. We see a little bit of a push there. We do have the board out there. Does a trap the side of Boars. Not able to make anything happen. Just a 2v2 here, more or less, to kind of stave them away from the push they had under their tower. Meanwhile, I do believe I saw 3005 in the Twisted Minds jungle there.
Yeah, 3005 taking a bit of jungle here, trying to really dangerous actually, going for I think those wolves there, super deep into the enemy jungle, but he finds a great time to go ahead and do it while everyone was you know, kind of away doing something else. That's a little bit of art too, you know, like invades and these steals, you kind of have to find a time where no one's really looking at you, maneuver into the enemy jungle and take it and get out safely here, because you can easily go down and you pick the wrong time to go in there for sure.
Oh yeah, that's something that I pretty much make a name for myself when I'm in my games, is to go in there and get caught trying to take enemy jungle. He's able to smoothly find himself an escape there, and here still trying to mount that pressure, but I want to say doing a good job, just doing a great job. Both of these teams, Twisted Minds, they're not able to take any ground just yet, but they're not giving up any ground just yet. Gold very even by both sides, only 3 kills on the board.
Yeah, Twisted mainly just playing to kind of protect their own jungle and their side. You see Swanson, they're going in and gaining a little bit of vision, but I don't think they're really trying to take a full-on fight right here as they're all kind of injured. But Boars Gaming is not going to take no for an answer as they go ahead and push them away. No objective here, though, so it is an okay time to go ahead and back up and retreat. But Boars Gaming really keeping the pressure on and trying to close out this game early.
Oh, actually dove in a little deep there. Did 3005, got lured in, boxed out, but the mid tower does go to the side of Boar Gaming. They lose one, they pick up a tower. We'll call that an even.
Yeah, they're pretty even there, but you're seeing in these plays here from Boars Game, they're a little bit desperate, right? They know they got to get things done right now here, and it's great that they understand that win condition here, but Twisted Minds, they're just turtling up. They're making sure, you know, they know they have the late game. We're good on that. Just everyone huddle together, protect ourselves here. All right, Dharma dives in, tries to look for a flashy play, and they take him out there in a 5v1, I think it was.
And to a point you brought up earlier during the draft, there is not a lot of range for Boars. If they want to make something happen, they actually have to get pretty close to the enemy to make something happen, and that's where a lot of mistakes can be made. And just like you saw there, that 3005 got lured in on that Dharma, got taken out. And that's kind of the problem here with this early game, with them being so hungry for a kill to try to make something happen so that they're not just stalling until that mid and late game power spike from Twisted Minds. Here they're going to go ahead and have to find themselves a little bit of an escape. Let's get boarded in, looking for an escape. Wise takes a little bit of damage. Reinforcements from the side coming on to Twisted Minds. Are they going to be able to find that escape? Wise goes down, picked off there by Shake. They're continuing the assault, looking for an escape, and Clean comes in, finds himself a kill, while Zhui able to find his own as well.
Twisted Mind says, if you guys want to fight, we'll give it to you there. They noticed 2 people on the Boar side actually pushing that tower, so they take the opportunity to go ahead and engage in the jungle, and knowing they have a numbers advantage, and they were able to go ahead and, you know, kind of win and secure an advantage in that fight quick enough before they can respond. And Boars tries to respond, tries to clean up the fight, but not really able to make that happen. So it is a 1 for 3 in Twisted's favor.
I want to say it was a good read there by the side of Twisted Minds, because they noticed that the side of Boars was kind of split up. They found the box there, and even though they tried to come in for like a pincer move on the side, you were still dealing with a team that was kind of split up with with this chunky force up there toward the upper right-hand corner. Toward the left, you had a lot of squishy heroes that wanted to try to come and aid, but ended up getting taken down on the side as well. Was that stolen?
That was stolen there. Boars Gaming had complete control of the Tyrant, but just over the wall, Highlang throws a stone there and gets the critical kill feed. That is tragic there. That has to be soul crushing for Boars there. They just lost the fight, then they go ahead, regroup, take position on the objective just to get it stolen by Highlang there over the wall.
Yeah, and this is the position that they did not want to be in. We do have the board out on the field looking for an escape. It does look like Halang able to find himself a kill. 30-05, ready for the hills, very low, about 10% health, is able to find himself an escape. But on the back end here, we do have ourselves a little bit of a tremor there coming from Phasma is going to get caught up as well. That is 2 down for the side of Boars.
That was such an impressive fight from Twisted, because the whole time I'm watching, waiting for Swanza to go ahead and ultimate. They won that fight without Swanza's ultimate there, so they could have kept going. Like, these are the fights that Swanza is super, super strong, and when everyone's grouped up all around the Swanza, he's able to group cleanse and group shield everyone, and he had his finger on the trigger, ready to go ahead and cleanse there, but they didn't need it. They were able to take a 2-for-0 without even expending the ultimate there.
Yeah, and this is the position that you did not want to be against with Twisted Minds' composition here. Now that they've hit their power spikes, now that they're starting to get some kills on the board, you don't have the range that you thought. This tanky front line the tanky front line plus the CC that you held is now going to be kind of negated out, especially if you're kind of holding on to those abilities. We just saw ACC. He's not just going to use that cleanse all willy-nilly. He's waiting. He's patient with it. He's waiting for those big skills to come out from the side of Boar as well.
Absolutely. Here we see some of the itemization here. Hailang looks like he's building into like 3 different items, but once he goes ahead and gets his core build of the mask, the venomous staff, and the frost breath here, he's gonna be so much trouble to deal with, being able to box all the melees on the side of Boars Gaming. Yi Jing is like a very strong pick against these melees, because you have to go in on him, and when you go in on him, you get trapped by the box.
Yeah, and that's the kind of problem here, especially because what you said, you wanted that CC on Yixing. You want to be able to kind of trap him, but even if you do get in there, there's so much ability for them to cleanse out a lot of this CC that you're basically just walking into a trap here. I mean, the range here, you can see it's just being exuded here by Twisted Minds. There is not a way for Boars to kind of find their way in to this line. You can't just try to run forward and try to take that front line because just of the power of the board coming from Yixing. Halang doing such a great job with his positioning. They're going to look to try to find themselves an opening here. If they can find an advantage to maybe steal it back, and not able to. Twisted Minds still able to find themselves an overlord. We do have a board down on the battlefield, and down goes Weiss. Now chasing after the rest of Boars, running for the hills, have to get back to the safety of their high ground towers, but the assault continues from Twisted Minds. You can see into the back line. Ooh, actually, Mike Clean dove a little deep into the enemy territory, still able to get himself out of there, and it does look like Twisted Minds find themselves a high ground tower.
They are looking to end this game here. It's 5 versus 3 here, and the members of Boars Gaming is not the best when it comes to wave clearing. They're all melees, but here we go. Big Combo comes out. Everyone's really low. Can the Lianko 4-man knock up here? Can they go ahead and turn this fight and hold? It looks like they just about can't. Monkey is here in a 1v5 situation, and this looks to be game set here for Twisted Minds. No, they have no minions. Okay, here we go.
That will be game 1 going to Twisted Minds. I like the last ditch effort coming out from Boars there. They tried everything. They got them fairly low. It just wasn't enough at that point. They already had the steamroll coming for them. So, I mean, a great game by Twisted Minds there. Very patiently stalking on the board, trying not to make too many mistakes. And once they had that power spike, once they had the opportunity, it was a full steam ahead.
Absolutely. I just gotta say, in that final push there, their juggling of the aggro was perfect. Everyone fought until they had 1 HP, backed up, then sent the other people back in, got these shields, started baiting. They didn't lose anyone the entire push, which is crazy. We see Mai, Liang Po hit some amazing combinations, but they're able to just barely stay alive, dip in and out of the fights there, and because of that, they're able to take out the side of Boars Gaming and take that win.
And that kind of comes down to what we were talking about early, which is a synergy. We were questioning some new players on the team of Twisted Minds, but the synergy of the confidence to be able to dive into enemy towers. And no, you know what? I don't need to worry about it because my team, they're going to come in, they're going to get the aggro, they're going to create that escape for me to be able to get out. When the whole team dives under the tower, they understand, oh, I have aggro, I can just step out, somebody else is going to take it, we're going to go back in. Just a well-oiled machine that Twisted Minds showed themselves in that first game.
Absolutely, that was a very Twisted Mind style game. They're known for having that control in the mid game here, and once they got that control here, they didn't let Boars kind of go anywhere, right? They had the Yijing board, they're able to get objectives. Boars Gaming tried to steal it over the wall. They're like, nah, okay, we will not allow that transgression. Set up that board, push them all the way into their base, take their high ground, and end the game off of that.
Yeah, and just amazing when it comes to kind of the draft too. It looked right from the beginning very strong for the side of Boars, but you called it too, like that Shuangzi, a pivotal role for it. There's just nothing that they could do, adding to the fact that they just didn't have the range to really be able to test anything. They were running around the entire time just really looking for an opportunity. They were looking for a mistake from Twisted Mind, and unfortunately Twisted Mind did not show that to Boars.
Absolutely. While in draft, you got to go ahead and try and develop your game plan, right? And build and pick these heroes you know are strong, the Mai, the Dharma, the Long. You also have to go ahead and think, what could the enemy pick here to checkmate my composition? And I think the Swanza there was a really good pick for that. And them not really, either respecting that pick or noticing it was a part of their downfall there, as the Swanza had amazing impact that game. 0-0-13 KDA there on the Swanza there. A beautiful Roan KDA basically ensured that all the carries on the side of Twisted Minds, once they got into mid to late game, were basically untouchable. It negated the Dharma pick, it negated the Mai pick, it negated the Liang Po pick. That one pick just did so much work.
Yeah, and then on another front there too, when you could see the difference between the team fighting, there was just they understood that they needed to stick together, did Twisted Minds. The lowest team fighting participation there was 84%, whereas on the side, even though I want to say Boars were trying to be more offensive, they were trying to be that death ball to go forward, you saw 33%, 66% kill participation. Just, I feel like Twisted Minds understood safety in numbers when it came to especially that early game, to kind of offset a lot of the offense that would have come out from Boars. Very safe game up until they had the power spikes, until they had those items that they needed, and then just full speed ahead.
Absolutely. I would say Boars Gaming's composition, you don't want to take them in that death ball fight, right? You're giving Swanza the 5-man shield, the 5-man cleanse. Don't give them their win condition. That's their win condition, right? You want to go ahead and split them up, force them to choose, okay, who do I want to protect? Do I want to protect the Arlie? Do I want to protect the Yijing, right? When you do fight them in these head-on kind of brute force situations, they have the composition for that. Whereas I would like to see them use the Mai, use the Dharma, split push here, put one here, put one there, and kind of split up Twisted Mind. Don't let them, fight with that unit that they're so good at, that their style is.
Yeah, so I want to say this was the only good offense that kind of came out from the side of Boars. A really early game, even with the cleanse, able to kind of output that damage to really put Twisted Minds on their heels. Unfortunately, after that, it was all Twisted Minds here. As you can see them really turning the tables with a lot of these fights.
Yeah, we're seeing here, once Twisted Mind groups up, they're 5-man right here grouped up, it's really hard for Boars to break through. They have a composition to 5v5 here, right? Agudo lays down the healing and the damage there. Shuangzi keeps everyone alive with that cleanse here, and they're playing their game. Boars is trying to fight them 5v5 instead of maybe sending someone in the bot lane. They're looking at bot lane. We see a minion up to Twisted Mind's tower. That could have easily been a nice trade, right? You give your top tier 2, you send one person down there to go ahead and claim it back, but instead they opt to play into the enemies there and try to beat them at their own game, and it's really not easy to beat Twisted Minds at their own game.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing here is when you kind of split off try to get some of those split pushing ability on there. The rest of your team needs to be very wary of some of those fights, because what you end up doing is now you have 1 or 2 people off trying to push on the map, and you've got this little ball of 3, maybe 2 people there, and that death ball of Twisted Mind roaming and pushing through the jungle. And as soon as they were caught, it was pretty much all. You saw the Boars very late trying to kind of come back to try to aid their teammates, and just to no avail.
Absolutely there. Yeah, I know that feeling all too well as the residential split pusher here. I push my lane on the side here. My team's like, let's fight 4v5, guys, all right? And that's very, very dangerous for sure here. But enough about my solo queue shenanigans. Let's go over to a break here before we go into game 2.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second series of day 1 here at the Kings Master West. We just saw a match between Boars and Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds playing the patient game until that mid game, I want to say steamroll coming out. Will Boars have something in mind here for that second draft?
Absolutely. And as you mentioned prior, they used a lot of powerful picks here. We're saying, what happens if they lose with all these powerful picks? Well, we're about to find out. They use all these picks like the Mai, like the Dharma, like the Long here, and then they ended up losing here. So game 2, they expended a lot of powerful stuff. So either they need to go ahead and ban it back away from the side of Twisted, or let it go. Both are not very good options.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part here. Those words really kind of came back to bite me there. Where do you go? Those were some very strong picks. I mean, they're not counterable. Arlie and Dharma can kind of be switched up when it comes to counters. Uhan and me are big counters, or I want to say Uhan is a big counter for me. I don't really think she counters Uhan at all. But so there are counters out there for them to pick if you kind of want to bait out those picks. But I mean, it's still enough on the floor. There's just certain little aspects, certain little boxes that you need to check when it comes to this composition. And they're just, I want to say, two major factors that you had mentioned from the first draft that really kind of were the issue. The Zhuangzi pickup from the side of Twisted Minds and the lack of range in their composition. If that would have been handled, I feel like this could have been a completely different game, especially with them so hungry for some type of engagement, some type of kill, basically chasing Twisted Minds throughout the entire jungle. If the factors would have kind of been changed, I feel like this could have been a much different game. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and it's just something that you live and learn with when you're kind of coming up with these compositions, coming up with these bands, and coming up with these picks.
Absolutely. Here, as we get into draft there, Yuan again does not get to see play here, as it's a priority banned by Boars Gaming here. I would say if I was Boars here, I'm against an opponent like Twisted. They're so structured, they have so much experience in the game, right? I don't think you want to play them with something fairly traditional, right? They have so much experience, so much practice, so much time against that. Maybe this is the time to bust out something new, a strategy that, is not very proven yet, but could throw Twisted off. Because that last game, it felt like Twisted played it by the book, and it was just another day in the office for them, right? We're gonna play through and chill out in the early game, scale up, and then we're gonna win the late game. Maybe pick up a composition that Twisted Minds does not really have the formula for.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about things that you don't see too often, Ukyo Tachibana is something that we don't really see very often, but and a Byron pickup there to go against the pay pickup from Twisted Minds. The only problem that kind of comes from reaching outside the box is that the box is there for a reason. You know what I mean? The meta is the meta for a reason, and there are reasons, not to say, I mean, there are some players that are just really great on certain heroes that they can just really kind of like offset a lot of the weaknesses that some people see on it. For a team like Twisted Minds, is that the time that you want to experiment?
I think against Twisted Minds, it's really tough to play traditionally, because they're so good at playing traditionally. That's why I recommended that, though. Also, I'm a big proponent of letting players cook, right? And we got some cooking here coming out from Boar here. They have the Byron pickup and the Yukio to go ahead and try to match that Pei's early game. Now, Yukio, everyone says, is a counter to Pei. Now, I wouldn't disagree, but I do say, though, it's not easy to counter Pei, okay? Like, it can maybe go even against Pei, but then, you have the downsides of being a Yukio. Will Boars Gaming go ahead and show me and show the world that Yukio is the counter? We're not too sure here, but a pretty solid traditional lineup here for Boars Gaming. Outside of Yukio, they have the Byron, they have the Lady Jen.
It's very interesting that you bring this up, because we talked about this a little bit offline, and I think the end line about it is who is landing their skills. You need to be able to land those stuns from Ukyo to be able to kind of shut down the Pei, because then you have that guaranteed damage that comes out, and Pei is actually pretty squishy when you kind of come down to it. But if you're able, if Pei is allowed to kind of get that mobility that he's known for, with a lot of those the leaps that he's able to do to kind of get around the map, to get around your team, it might be better on paper than it is sometimes on the battlefield.
Absolutely there. And Yukio is one of those picks that is very momentum based, is very snowbally. If you do not get ahead on Yukio, you're an assassin. All you really provide is damage. You have a little bit of crowd control, but if you're ever behind, you jump in there and you land that stun, and then you're gone. You get deleted here. And that's why, as you mentioned there, it's very important to who gets to jump on the other person. Both Pei and Yukio both have enough damage in their kits to take each other out. It's a matter of who gets to jump on the other person, who gets the ambush off here. And that's what we're going to be seeing here in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams kind of go at it. We do see that the little Motzi taken off the board there by Twisted Minds. Oh, we do have a Ming pickup by Boars. I want to say as far as this composition goes, it's basic. I always say we got some front line, we got some CC, we've got a decent amount of damage from it, but it doesn't shine the way Twisted Minds does when it comes to setting up potential. And as I say that, adding Guan Yu to this just adds a little bit more CC to this composition that is, I feel, is going to be very dangerous for Boar.
Absolutely here. When I look at this composition from Twisted Minds here, if I was a Yukio player, I would be crying right now because that's a very tough composition to go ahead and play against. Your one real targets here are, you know, the Pei and the Direnji, right? But later on, you want to be taking out the enemy marksman. You're against Direnji. He's able to cleanse your stun, which enables your whole combo, right? And then Direnji is able to retaliate and go ahead and stun you back up. You're against the Shi, so you got to really watch your footing. She's able to pull you from super far away. And then if you play too far away, Guan Yu is going to flank you and push you around here. This is a game that, while the Yukio we mentioned here is good against the Pei, there's 4 other characters that he's actually bad against on the side of Twisted Minds now.
Yeah, and the thing too is Shea actually needs to get a little bit closer than I'm sometimes super comfortable in the mid lane with, but with Zhang Fei on your team, you really kind of negate that. You've got a lot of peel for her, so that if they do kind of try to latch onto her, you have the unbridled outburst to go ahead and get the stun, and after that, it's pretty much just, it's CC City, because you're going to have the Zhang Fei to deal with, you're going to have the Guan Yu to deal with, who's going to be able to kind of get that positioning, push you more towards them. It's going to be very interesting. You're going to have to play a very precise game if you're Boars to be successful here.
Absolutely. And another strategy that's incorporated in Boar's composition there is that Ming and Lady Sun. This is another one of those funnel compositions we're talking about. They want to funnel resources into that Lady Sun, have the Ming walk around with it. If they are able to get ahead early game and funnel resources into Lady Sun, and then Yukio is able to match or maybe get a little bit ahead of the Pei, it's very dangerous for side Twisted Minds, right? They have the Lady Sun and the Ming and the Yukio all roaming through the side of Twisted Minds in the jungle there. But again, all the things I mentioned there were fairly conditional on them being ahead. They picked the composition that's pretty good if you can get ahead, but that's a little bit of win more, right? It's not easy to get ahead. We've noticed here so far.
Yeah, especially against a team like Twisted Minds, who understand compositions. They understand where their weaknesses can be in certain compositions, so they're going to play back if they're weak. They understand where their power spikes are, when they need to attack. And that's something that Boars need to understand here as we go into this second game. It's game points for Twisted Minds. Boars looking for an opportunity.
And Twisted Mind starts off with an immediate invade here, and it looks like Boars is going to go ahead and trade Azure Golem for Azure Golem as both sides go and invade each other's buffs there. But it looks like Boars is staying for a little bit extra, goes for these wolves and the lizard as well, and it's just a madness right here. We see Guan Yu's looking at it happen, but there's 3 people. He's like, what do I do, guys? There's 3 people in my jungle here. They're like, don't worry, sit back, relax. We're doing the same thing to their jungle here. So a bit of a handshake coming out from both sides there, and that makes sense because we mentioned the Yukio and the Pei are pretty evenly matched in the early game there.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too, is the invade. You want to make sure that you're kind of keeping on this pressure for those type of jungler heroes. We talked about how quickly that they can move through the jungle, so you want to kind of establish early in the game that, hey, just so you know, we can get into your jungle. We can go ahead, we can get that surprise onto you, so that nothing is going to be for free here. We do see a little bit of pressure here up at the top.
Yeah, very high tempo game. Both teams moving around a lot here, clearing each other's jungles, using that teleport to go ahead and maneuver around the map as well. We already see the Lady Sun getting funneled a good amount here. Lady Sun got a lot of that jungle that they stole there, and then the Ming is going to be with them here. Flash coming out from 3005 there. Doesn't want to get cheesed by the Guan Yu. Guan Yu's known for repeatedly pushing you under the tower there, and he didn't even want to try it, right? He's full HP, but I'm not even giving you the chance here as he goes ahead and flashes away.
Yeah, he's a smarter man than me in mid lane because I get caught by that first one and I'm just walking into towers like, oh man. So, I mean, and that's already, I mean, that is an early spell already expended by the side of Boar. That's something that they're not going to have left, and they're already still continuing their prowess, continuing that little get into enemy territory.
Yeah, we mentioned both of these are fairly explosive compositions, but we're actually seeing very little combat. They're choosing to kind of avoid each other in here, and then, you know, taking each other's jungles there. We saw there, they just backed up and got away. Right now, we see Yukio going ahead and securing his red side, so Pei is going to secure his own red side. Surprisingly, not that much combat.
Yeah, but are we looking at the same thing that we saw from game 1, where Twisted Minds is basically just biding their time until they can get all of their ultimates? Ooh, a little bit of cavalry here. Gonna go ahead and put the push onto 30-05. No worse for wear as Wise comes in for a little bit of backup. But the longer that we continue here without getting something on from the side of Boars, I feel like the better it favors Twisted Minds into that mid and late game.
I think while that is the case here, the compositions are not the same as game 1 either. Twisted Minds, they're not as clear of a victor in the late game as they were there in game 1. Boars here, they have the Lady Sun late game. Yukio, while doesn't scale that well, probably does eventually scale better than something like the Pei once he gets 5 items. He's a Siege Breaker user as well, right? He has a very rich build here. He can go ahead and make some things happen here. So Boars Gaming, while they probably want to do stuff early game and go ahead and neutralize the Pei, I think their late game, they have a much better shot than game 1.
Ooh, ACC in trouble, uses that unbridled outburst just a little bit defensively, catches himself a pop-up, has 4 members on his heels, and he gets picked off there by Mac on that Lady Soon. They do go ahead, and I feel like, they've seen it from the background. You see the cavalry coming in for the side of Twisted Mind. Big push there for the side of Twisted Mind's gonna go ahead and find themselves 2 unanswered kills in the face of the Boars.
And that's what I was talking about right there with the Yukio. He's playing against the show. One wrong misstep you saw, right? And then Highland goes ahead and reels him in and fishes him into his team there. And when you're a character like Yukio, which is extremely squishy, you cannot afford to get caught by any crowd control. But there's just so much on the side of Twisted.
Oh man, it was an interesting read there. Oh man, they're actually on the enemy side, the bad side. Mac actually may be in trouble there. Gets taken down. Wise finds a pop up there for the rest of the team and is able to find an escape. The problem is they were able to find themselves a great kill there. Was Boars, but not able to capitalize on it and make anything else happen on it. Meanwhile, here Twisted Minds find a kill and they're already pressing into the towers.
Absolutely. Boards getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. Everyone's up on the side of Twisted. They kind of just try to secure stuff in the face of Twisted Minds, which again is not easy. This shove pick is going to be really pivotal this game. Being able to just pull anyone here, and there's no one really tanky enough that can survive getting reeled in by the side of Twisted Minds.
I want to say, man, clean. I was actually surprised because I'm like, why are we not going onto the Tyrant? Meanwhile, clean all the way across the map. It gets behind the entire Boar team, comes in with that cavalry and able to push them into a fight that they just were not prepared for. 3-1, not exactly a high kill game just yet, but I feel like Twisted Minds just starting to eke a little bit ahead. They do find themselves a tower. Ooh, might be a little bit split up. Comes in there on that Guan Yu, does find threats out a unbridled outburst, but it's not going to be enough. They do find a kill onto Waze, 4-1 in favor of Twisted Minds.
Once again, that Yukio, once you get caught by one crowd control, you're gone. He was not even able to move there. He got pushed once by the Guan Yu, chain CC'd into everyone else, and then immediately goes down. It's such a fragile pick, right? Everyone says it counters the Pei, but if you really do not get ahead early game off of that, like, it's so fragile.
It's that old adage of like it counters the pay, but now you have an Ukyo on your team who is countered
Absolutely.
by. So now, which is countered by basically everything else that is out on the map. Speaking of which, we do have a fight here. Gonna go in there. Wise in trouble. Is gonna have to use that little bit of a flip to get himself out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Twisted Mind's gonna go ahead, clean out the jungle of Boars.
Yeah, we're seeing Twisted Mind starting to kind of get that control we're talking about, right? They're never really known for their early game, even with the pay. But once we get into the mid game, they kind of understand the map. They're starting to see the bigger picture, right? And they know where to kind of move around here. Look at Hai Lang there on the Shi on the map here, just waiting to get catches for his team there. Shi, one of Hai Lang's signature picks, right? He's known for these utility mages and getting his team ahead. And he has participated in every single kill on his team.
Yeah, the gold lead starting to spread to about 3K for the side of Twisted Minds at the 8-minute mark. And unfortunate for Boars, they have just not been able to put a scratch on the macro side of Twisted Minds. No towers down, barely any threat there. We do have a minion, a lone all-star minion there at the bottom lane that is pressing onto the tower for Boars. Give that minion a bit of a raise while the rest of Boars just trying to find an opportunity. And this kind of feels like some small shades of game one here. They just are not able to find some of those ganks, not able to find those opportunities, just the crispness of Twisted Minds and their playstyle.
Absolutely. Boar seems to be playing relatively reactively here. They're trying to play catch-up, right? They see Twisted Minds here on the bottom tower. They're all a little bit late here, too little too late. Everyone comes down here. And instead of playing proactively to try and get ahead of things, if you're playing reactive, it's really hard. The tower goes down in 1 or 2 seconds, right? So if you're not there immediately, which they were not, it just goes down for free.
Yeah, and that's a great point too, is when you're playing reactionary, instead of instilling your own game, your own strategy on there, you're constantly reacting. Oh, actually, I'm not sure what the plan here was. Against 3 members, tries to get over the ledge there, misses it, and is caught on the wrong side of a rock, and 3 members from Twisted Minds, and that is Wise down on the ground.
I didn't even notice Yukio was there, neither did Twisted, but he kind of just jumped out, and then they're like, oh, okay, you're in our jungle, man. Like, 3v1 takes him out there. A bit of a desperate play we see coming out from Boars game here. They understand that they're behind. They're trying to do some, a little bit weird stuff here to try and get ahead. Did not quite work out. We see towers going down for the side of Boars Gaming here. I would say that was a proactive play, not the proactive play they probably needed there. But it was proactive there.
You're absolutely right. That was something I was just going to bring up. Like, would you rather him out there in the jungle trying to do something, trying to get behind them, or slowly being choked out in his zone and turtling in his base? I mean, it's something he tried. They smelt it right away, and that's just the calling to Twisted Minds and their map presence and their understanding of where to check to make sure that they're covering all the bases, that they're not having somebody sneaking behind them and covering up their jungle. So, I mean, they're trying. Unfortunately, yeah, just like you said, it's not the play they needed, and unfortunately, it just continues this steamroll that is happening with Twisted Minds. Speaking of which, we do have the cavalry from the back end there. Clean comes in. A little bit of a scare there from Boars as he pushes. It gets in between 4 members back there. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds just not in a position really to go ahead and take advantage of that.
We're seeing Boars here kind of churling in the base, like we were mentioning a bit before, but that allows Twisted to go ahead and deal, the Honor King death sentence, right? They're able to take both objectives at the same time. When you are churling in your base, this is one of the best ways to counter it, guys, right? Even for your games at home. If you see the enemy team just wave clearing, sitting in their base, you can go ahead and take both objectives here at once, which is exactly what they did. They have both the Tyrant and the Overlord now, and when that happens, the game is bounced around you only having one of them, So if you get 2 of them, it is really going to be tough to hold for the side of Boar Gaming.
Yeah, and with all of this crashing at the base right now, as you said, Boars right now stuck being reactionary. Not enough that they can do to try to find some type of offense. You're basically waiting once again for Twisted Minds to make a mistake. However, they have showed how tight they are, how great their rotations are, how small this little death ball is that they kind of stick together to try to be safe. That even if Boar do find something, you're going to have the rest of Twisted Minds with some great abilities to be able to offset this.
Here's a look at it. They play really safe and they turtle up, but oh my god, Guan Yu pushing 3 people out. He's not letting you play safe.
Yeah, and he catches 3 of them, but suffers for it, though. Does go down. 2 members down for Twisted Minds. This actually might be the mistake that I was talking about. A little over-eager there, Boar. Have all of their members out there. This might be when you want to kind of get that momentum going for you. But very quickly, very wisely, Twisted Minds, they back up and they clear out the Boar jungle on their way out.
While they didn't get what they wanted, which is probably the win there, they do take a high ground, and that is permanent there. Look at that. 1 catch on the Yukio with the Shi there. Loses about 80% of his health there. That's why it's so difficult to navigate this game here as West on the Yukio. It's just there's so many things to watch out for. You get hit by 1 pull from Sha, you get taken out. You get pushed in, you get taken out. You get ulted by Shanks, you get taken out. It's too dangerous of an environment right now.
Yeah, everywhere you go, there's the opportunity of getting hit by 2 of 3 or 4 different types of CC that they have on the side of Twisted Minds. You know? Yeah, and then it's over. It's like, and you already saw a lot of those spells kind of already expended. The flicker came out there earlier from Boar. As soon as Shay kind of laid down those abilities, they were like, all right, we don't want any of this. So they had to back up, and just like that, even with the advantage that they had, they took down 2 from Twisted Minds, but just not able to find the momentum to kind of turn this around.
And then Twisted Minds here playing super methodical. They know they have the map control. They know they have all the minions pushing. They're playing slow. We don't have to do anything right now, right, guys? Objectives are coming up in 20 seconds. If they want to hide in their base and wave clear, we'll hit them with another set of double objectives, you know? And there's only so many of those you can take. Each round of pushes can yield a win. It can yield a tower, as we've seen there in the bottom here. Now we see Yukio on the map here, bottom, so they know no one is going to contest them for these objectives once again as they take the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead, mark up here, get in a good position to kind of offset. They want a fight here. They don't even want the Tyrant. And as I say that, 30-05 gets Clean down from the back end. Big cavalry push coming from Clean. Finds the 2 members. There are 3 down for the side of Boars that make that 4. And that is a complete team wipe for Twisted Minds. And most likely, that will be the game.
That is going to be the game there. That usually Guan Yu goes tank here, but I'm pretty sure Clean has a few damage items hidden in that horse there because he just absolutely one-shotted Red Cutie. He wasn't expecting a horse to come from his base. Not many people do. Gets up behind him, one-shots the mid laner there, and then from there, the complete formation of the side of Boars Gaming was broken there. They lost all their damage. They lost their front lines, and their spirits look like they're a little bit down right now as they get 2-0'd by Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, and then that's unfortunate when it comes to the composition. You were talking about it. We kind of saw this coming from the draft there. Ukyo, a pickup there to try to counter the pay, and then there's just this immense amount of CC coming from Twisted Minds, and it just felt like there just was no room for Ukyo to do anything. As soon as he gets caught, I mean, you have the cavalry coming in, you have the unbridled outburst coming out from Twisted Minds, and then that's if the Shed doesn't want to get involved there too as well. And he was just constantly being shut down. Even then, I want to say there wasn't even a lot that I saw coming from Pei. He wasn't like on this killing spree from the match. It was the rest of the team really kind of once they were able to shut down Ukyo, it pretty much there just wasn't the rest of the game plan. It just started crumbling out around them.
Yeah, they picked the Yukio to go ahead and neutralize the Pei, so he was not able to have the game of his life there. But it's all right, because then everyone else counters the Yukio, and we saw that while the Pei didn't really superstar carry the game there, everyone else had a great time against that Yukio there. And we're seeing, you know, Twisted Minds really be their call sign there, the masterminds. Both games, I'd say their draft was superior there. They're able to see the bigger picture. Whereas Boar's game is kind of picking for the now. They see Maya's up, they see Dharma's up, right? We pick it now. We see Twisted Minds able to, kind of get those checkmate picks in there. The Swanza that goes in and counters everyone on the side of Boars Gaming, not just one character like the Yukio versus the Pei. They're able to take that Sha, able to take all these picks, the D-Renji, right? So that they're giving the side of Boars really, really tough games here, and all their picks synergize together really well as well.
No, yeah, the 406 here. I mean, it didn't start off in the beginning, but I want to say, especially when it came to that last fight, Clean being able to get behind Boars, get a lot of those cavalry pushes, and then the rest of the damage that came out the team, it really allowed Shu to be able to kind of come in on that pay and get a lot of those kills and those assists. Yeah, I mean, just a well-played game coming out from Twisted Minds.
And I'm looking at the items here. I thought Clean had some damage items. No, he's just so ahead on the Guan Yu that with a full tank build, he's just able to one-shot the Lady Gen we saw already there. So it just shows how ahead Twisted was. He's up about 3,000 gold on the Lady Gen here. One thing that we didn't really mention is the Zhang Fei actually took Smite too. So that probably helped Twisted Minds' kind of tempo early game. That's probably why we didn't see them go for many of those fights, because they know they have 2 Smites. They're gonna go ahead and out-farm the Yukio there, which we've seen him actually go ahead and do. And while the pay was not the flashiest, right? He was 406, pretty good stat line. He had 100% team fighting. He was there for every single fight for their team there, and he made sure that they went ahead and won the game there.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about. Ukyo, on paper, is the counter for pay, but is it? When you kind of come down.
But then everyone is the counter for him, So it's like he gets the 1-for-1 pay there, but then everyone else has a great matchup there. Hey, I'm not a Yukio hater, by the way. I love playing Yukio and then missing all my combos in my own ranked games. All right, but he is power level wise a little bit weaker right now, right? You're picking a C, maybe B tier pick to try and counter out an S tier pick, but they still have an S tier pick on their team where you're stuck with a Yukio,
Yeah, as we take a look at our MVP, Shu here, 4-0 and a 6, 20% of the damage there, 14% of the damage taken there. They were doing a great job of protecting him, and we just see a lot of these combos here. There's a defensive unbridled outburst there done by ACC, and I think they were actually able to get that kill. But then from the back end, you could see Clean coming in, finds the great cavalry charge on to 2 members there, and that's what kind of started that steamroll, really set the tone for the rest of the team.
And we got to call out the Hai Lang on the Shi there. It looked like Boars Gaming was winning that fight. They were like 3v1, 4v1 versus ACC there, as he's forced to, use the unbridled outburst defensively. But while everyone's kind of chasing him down, Hai Lang on the side gets that pull on the Yukio, reels him into his team, and that really kind of changed the game there. Hai Lang was able to just get these picks in the early game to get the pay ahead, to get Shanks ahead, and able to, shut down the side of Boars Gaming, force them to play reactively for the remainder of the game.
Man, I want to say too, Guan Yu is one of the most oppressive characters to play against in a team format, when you just have that thing pushing you, like, all right, I'm gonna go try to get out, pushes you again, you're like, all right, that was the last time, pushes you again. It's like, bro, what, especially if he is able to get that type of that footing on you, that positioning on your team, there is just very little that can be done to help you. And I want to say, like, it wasn't the MVP there, but I mean, just a great gameplay by him as well.
They had a pinball composition right there, right? Guan Yu's gonna push you in, and then Shi is gonna reel you in, and then you get pushed back and forth again there. Definitely really hard to go ahead and recover from that game there. But speaking of recover, we're gonna have to recover for a bit here before we get into the 3rd match today.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party. And add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KMW Day 1, and we just had ourselves a very exciting second series, but possibly not as exciting as the third we're about to come up on.
Absolutely. Here we have Level Max Club. These are some of the new faces we're talking about here, right? A team we have not seen in the past before here, qualified through the open qualifiers here, beating, you know, one of the teams we have coming up next, BTK, for this spot here. And they are facing up against the Titans, OG Esports.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very amazing game there to see how well they can stack up. There's something that you brought up about how they beat it. But guys, you can get those Mirage City skins that arrive today, September 11th. You stand yourself a chance to get a free Fong skin.
Absolutely. You could be like OG Esports. They were playing Fong earlier. Didn't have the skin yet. All right. But because they're busy playing, you guys at home have the opportunity. Go ahead and get that skin. Make sure you guys are entering in all the CD keys that pop up on screen here. Get yourself some dragon crystals and some rewards along the way here, because you do get that for watching and supporting the stream here. But yeah, this game coming up is going to be very interesting. We don't know much about Level Max Club. We know they're the new kids on the block here, and that's very exciting, right? They could either, you know, be a lot better than people expect. They could bust out unconventional strategies here, but they definitely proven themselves and earned a spot here in the KMW.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm most excited about, because you brought it up earlier, a little bit of a mention. They were able to beat BTK to move on and get themselves a spot here. So they do have a little bit of that fortitude. How well that's going to stack up against a team like OG, who we saw from the first series, has a very strong presence about them, very strong mechanics, very strong with some of their drafts and strategies, and their explosiveness right from the get-go. Will they be able to stack up? We're going to try to find out here.
Yeah, this is kind of like the professional roster here that, you know, known for scrimming, playing S5s versus the ladder demons that is Level Max Club here. Getting through the open qualifiers, defeating everyone in there. So it's going to be a battle of kind of like, you know, very traditional in the side of OG versus kind of like guerrilla tactics potentially here on the side of Level Max Gaming here, which I would love to go ahead and see those forces go ahead and clash, and it'll be very exciting to watch as well.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing too. And one of the things you kind of wonder when it comes to seeing a clash like this from a team who does well on the ladder, who does well in the rank, that have been teaming together, does the live stage play a factor for some of these teams when you've got a team like OG who's been there, done that, has the experience over here? Maybe they still get jitters, but definitely not those first live stage experience jitters. Is that going to be a factor as we go ahead, check out this first video of LM Gaming?
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. You could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
There we go. There's a look at Level Max Club, the Limit Breakers there. I love the playfulness in their intros there. They all had a little bit of fun with it, which is very, very exciting here. They are going to be representing the United States here as well, too, where we're hailing from, which is awesome. Here's a look at their roster here. I'm going to pre-apologize for me butchering these names here, but we have Weaking in the Clash lane, and then they take it out before I can even say all the names there. Okay, they were smart about that, because I was probably going to butcher them there. But there's also Legend in there in the farm lane, Ash on the roam position, Now in the mid lane, and Newell in the jungle as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting. Especially, I mean, it's hard not to want to pay close attention since we're both from the U.S. to see the U.S., the team that actually made it through a lot of the tournaments there to kind of earn themselves a spot here, especially taking a win over BTK. For me, personally, I want to say they've shown to me when it came to watching a lot of those qualifiers, they showed an ability to get knocked down, adjust, and be successful. So it's not like they get hit and then they just crumble and they don't know what to do. They understand what their win conditions are. They don't let those some of that negativity that happens in the early game or maybe with a loss to really hold them down.
Absolutely. And once again, we're going to go ahead and have a look at OG once again here, their opponents.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And fresh off their victory in the first series, it's going to be Team OG. Clash Lane's going to be having Kiki. Dao Dao's going to be bringing up the jungle. Mid lane's going to be handled by Wen. The farm lane handled by An. And the roam being picked up by Muchen. As I said before, fresh off that victory in the first series.
This is going to be a really tough game for Level Max here. They're against probably, you know, the favorites of this tournament here, OG, and on top of it, they're warmed up, right? They got the momentum. They got the 2-0. Look at them. They're all enjoying themselves here. They're definitely a little bit more awake now. Before we saw Kepe with a few yawns there, but now they've eaten some breakfast. They got a win under their belt, you know. They're ready to game here, and it looks like he's trying to make some shots before the game even starts. Whereas Wen here, stoic here, locked in, envisioning how he's going to play this game.
Yeah, envisioning that victory. You hit the nail on the head. Definitely more awake. They were riding that struggle bus in that first series. A little early morning for them, but man, here they look energized. They look ready. On the other side there, LM. They understand, I want to say. They're not going to be a team that underestimates OG, that thinks that this is going to be a cakewalk. They understand that this is probably one of the favorites here, and this is going to be a big look for them. Can they set the tone against a team here like OG?
You can definitely feel the difference in how they're taking it here. You see OG kind of lighthearted. Everyone's kind of having some fun here, shooting some trash into the bucket there. Whereas LM, look at them, they're all locked in, they're focused. They know this is going to be a tough game. This is not going to be easy. They're quickly checking up all their settings, making sure all their builds are correct here. Everyone is focused and ready to go ahead and take this game. And I love how seriously they're taking it. They understand that this is going to be a really tough match.
I want to say the biggest transition I sometimes see from teams who kind of get it up to the main stage and to those veteran teams that have seen it before is the early game advantage, the aggression that you usually see. OG, we've seen it before, especially from that first series where they like to go ahead, get those invades and get the pressure on, whether it's the mid or going into the clash lane. They just want to keep that pressure on. And I want to say initially AYLO tried to keep up with it, but their composition just didn't support it. Maybe we might see something a little bit different when it comes to the drafting from LM. I do want to say I was wildly impressed by some of the drafting they had during some of the qualifiers to be, they were initially knocked down by BTK, but another series that they had coming from the lower bracket, they were able to beat BTK because they were able to understand the draft, the weaknesses, and be able to take advantage of that. Maybe that's something that they can showcase here. Does it rise to the level of being able to outdraft a team like OG?
Absolutely, for sure. Having that tenacity is going to be very key in not just this game, but this whole league here, right? This is not just one game. We are currently just in the rankings week here. So they're going to be able to, you know, play these games here, try to get good placement, try to learn as much as possible. We've seen in the last Kings Major West League here that teams evolved very quickly in between the weeks here, from week 1 to week 2. And this could be one of those times here. As we see, they are going to be team 1 here versus OG Esports.
Yeah, immediately going to go ahead and throw the idea off the board there. I mean, it's not one of I wonder if we're going to see something here again like we saw before from the last series, where we kind of want to leave out a lot of those powerful picks. Scratch that. There's going to be Arlie taking off. OG's not playing anyway, and not going to try to give up some of those powerful picks to LM.
I think generally that's like a team 2 kind of strategy, right? Because you're able to pick 2 away. As the first team, usually you want to go ahead and ban out a lot of the strong picks. But LM here taking a little bit more of a different approach than what I just mentioned here, with some more tame bans onto those roamers there, onto the Liang, onto the Didia. Both picks they definitely play for sure, but this opens up the fact that they can go ahead and grab the Dharma now, and the Mai is still open, the Long is still open, Ogren is still open here, and these are going to be the high power games you were talking about.
Oh, yeah, and then just as you say that, Mai Shernu gets picked up alongside the Agudo. I was wondering if they were going to try to mix it up, because, I mean, we still have Uhuan that can be kind of picked up there for the side of LM, which is always kind of showcased as being a good counter for the Mai. I'm just wondering if LM can kind of pick up that, if that's something that they're comfortable with.
I think Yuan is a very flexible pick for sure here, but in these best of 3s, you don't see it come out too often. It's a very solid pick that's very often picked up in best of 5/best of 7s. In these best of 3s, there's just so many powerful picks that you gotta go ahead and go through first. And it's similar to the Yukio versus Pace situation, right? Like if they pick an S tier pick like the Mai, and you're just picking a pick just to counter that one pick there, you're gonna start off on the back foot already.
Yeah, and as we see here, we're going to go ahead with the Ogren and Haino pickup. Lung a pick up as the final pickup for OG before we go into the second banning phase here, and wonder where they're looking to lock things down. We have a little bit of mobility, that speed that comes with Mai, who's going to be able to kind of get to those side lanes, aid there, and then as we saw before, a large amount of tankiness that comes from that Ogren pickup, especially because, like we said before, with a Mai on the side, well, we don't actually know if she's going to be mid lane, but if she is mid lane, you've kind of taken her off the board as somebody that's going to be able to dish out a decent amount of anti-heal to kind of offset the Ogren pickup.
Absolutely there. Mai is probably going to be in the mid lane there unless OG really starts cooking up there. But they do, LM does pick up the Haino, which is a pick we've seen OG actually use to counter out the Mai earlier. So they're kind of, they definitely watch that series, you know, they're learning here, and they're trying to pick up on some of the tricks that OG is going ahead and use here. I'm surprised at the amount of Haino that we're seeing here today. That's not really a conventional pick in the mid lane. It looks like teams are starting to use it against the Mai though, because it's not really vulnerable to Mai's combo. Usually Mai's never really going to kill a Haino in a one-on-one situation. But we see the Shoyue and the Zhongfei being locked in. Another kind of unconventional pick there. One of my favorites, the Shoyue here. A scaling marksman on the side of level max here. They have great late game here with the Shoyue, the Dharma, and the Ogren and Haino. Now it's a matter of can they make it there against the side of OG, which locks in. I don't think it's locked in yet, but they're thinking about locking in the Sakir and the Byron, which is going to have a really, really strong early game.
Yeah, and that was actually what I was going to call out. Is you talked about that great mid, that great scaling coming from LM, but what do we have in the early game to kind of lay that path for us on the side of LM? Or are we looking on the side of OG that they're going to just kind of steamroll from the beginning? So it's going to come down. One thing is that we saw from the side of AYLO that really kind of tripped them up was kind of being a little lackadaisical when it came to kind of that laning phase. Caught themselves 2 deaths because of maybe bad positioning, not really respecting the damage that OG was able to kind of dish out even before they even got to some of those team fights. Here, you're going to need to be crisp. You're going to need to be very smart with your strategy, especially in that early game.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very dangerous here to pick such a scaling focused composition against probably, most would say, the most deadly and strongest early game team here in OG. They're known for ending out these games very quickly and controlling the early game. And when you pick all these scalers, it's going to be tough, but let's go ahead and see how they go ahead and deal with it in the early game.
Yeah, and also I said like it's all about laying out that path. I mean, we've already seen where teams, if you can understand, and that's what I'm kind of hoping for. LM, Level Max Club, hopefully they understand these weaknesses. They can play to it. They can kind of bait in OG, try to get them to a point where they're getting too hungry and thirsty, trying to get these fights off until they scale into that late game. Here, we're gonna take one last look at these compositions before we go into the first match of this third series of the night.
Yep, something interesting to note here with the Zhang Fei here. Last time we saw it actually use the smite. This time it's taking a heal, so a little bit more of a defensive Zhang Fei there, trying to keep the Show Yue alive here, as it is one of the strongest marksmen in the late game. Really high range. Those auto attacks are going to be nailing you there. But to go ahead and protect them, they have the Zhang Fei with that heal.
Yeah, I want to say a lot of my attentions here is going to already get themselves a two-man pop-up there from Muchin on that secure. But I want to say, for me, I'm going to be watching out for Ash. Is he going to be able to kind of be that peeling he needs to be for LM in that early game to kind of offset it? Ooh, as we do have a little bit of a engage here. Wooking in a little bit of trouble, gets back to the safety of his tower.
Yeah, while all that action is needed, what else is needed here is the devices these players are using here to get this action done, and that's going to be the Realme 15 series here, the official phone of the Kings Major West League here. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demand. Are you ready to level up? Get yours today.
Yeah, when you're competing at the top level like these players, you want a phone that can compete with you. Realme 15 being that of pro choice. As we continue here into the 1 minute and 20 second big, another two-man knockup there coming out from Muchin on that secure, but no worse for wear on either side here. Both teams very respectable of the laning phase of the damage that comes out.
Absolutely. And as we have a little bit of a lull in the game here, I would like to break out a point here on Legend here on the Show Yue. A lot of times you're going to see him. Oh, he's first. Let's go ahead and see if he can survive this three-man dive here. As we have a skill 1 flash come out from Sick here, he gets dropped super low and goes down under tower there. That is definitely one of the weaknesses of Show Yue. You're a little bit vulnerable there. You're a very stationary target, especially before you get your ultimate and you're able to reposition there. But poor Show Yue, man, gets bullied in the early game. As a Show Yue player myself, I can relate there.
Just as you were going to bring that up, I mean, a great read there. Oh, and another person taken down off screen here. Nuo trying his best, try to offset that invade. I don't believe, was he able to get that buff? I don't believe so. But, I mean, a great read there from OG right before Ash and Legend were able to get their level 4s. Goes ahead, dives under tower. They don't have the disengagement of the Unbridled Outburst. And that was just a free 2 kills under that tower, and then followed up again by another kill from OG.
3 minutes into the game here, OG's kind of already getting away with the gold lead here, up to about 2,000 gold on LM here. This is what we're mentioning there in draft. While LM does have the scaling side of this, are they able to make it there? OG, known for their early game, and they have a stronger early game draft as well too. It's really hard to survive.
Oh, and just like that, Dao trying his best, trying to get that damage off. And look, this is the trust that the teammates have underneath the tower, looking to try to lay waste. Luki in a little bit of trouble here, gets picked off here, even with Nuo trying to come into his save, is not able to find it. That is 0-4 for OGs, finding themselves another kill under tower.
OG's just able to prep all these dives here, and LM they're not in position to respond. Maybe they don't know what's going to end up happening here, but OG is having these very structured dives they're setting up on all these players inside of LM. They're thinking the tower is safe. It's not safe if you're able to take a 3v1, a 2v1, and juggle tower aggro effectively like we see OG doing here now.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And this is something that's just shades of what we saw from the first season. It's just that AYLO was just getting killed underneath tower. They didn't understand where the power spikes were coming from on the side of OG. They didn't respect the damage that could come out from them. And unfortunately, that just really cost them in the early game. Here, right now, we're starting to see kind of the same thing here. Able to get underneath the tower. They trade aggro underneath the tower. And they do such a good job job of just kind of keeping this push. But this is what we saw from the draft. Early game just is not favoring LM.
And we've seen a lot of teams actually send their roamer into that Dharma lane to supplement that early game, but that's not something we've seen from LM here. And because of that, Keke was kind of able to run free in that 1v1, you know, get all the good trades he wants, and then set up dives where he can call in Dao Dao to go ahead and dive the Dharma there.
Yeah, and they're still trying to kind of pick up those scraps of their jungle here. Very slowly, the noose is tightening around LM. They're starting to lose towers. The pressure from top and mid. You can see mid tower is already down to the tier 2. Still putting on some more pressure here. LM just really just not able to find an ability to kind of get through this line. Even here, Keke, absolutely fearless, running into 3 members of LM. Just to kind of check that bush, just to let them know. It's like, all right, I'm just gonna check this, make sure. But I mean, a good, I want to say, just power check there, just to let them know. I mean, you're not gonna be able to take him down. And I feel this is with the pace that this game is going.
That is the confidence that OG is known for there. Keke just casually, you know, no teammates aside, walking into the enemy side here. 1v3, no problem. He's so ahead, he knows they can't take him out. He kind of wants the challenge. He wants them to try, right? He's walking right into the enemy jungle. They're not able to take him out there. And now he's walked all the way onto the side of their Zher Golem here. Ogren drops a beautiful Conductor of Souls on 3, but they just do not have the numbers there as he's forced to back away.
I get so upset when I see Ogrins out there, especially with a team that's as fed right now. He's just so strong. He's not able to do anything, but they're still not able to kill him, and that's just saying something. Speaking of which, they do get that kill off on him just in spite of me. And man, I just already down to starting to get to those high ground towers now in a bad way against 3 members. We already know underneath that tower is not a safe spot for him. It's still trying to deal out some damage, but the jungle going over to OG's.
OG has complete control of the map right now. All lanes are pushing, and they have secured almost every single camp on the side of LM here. And when they want to go ahead and contest it, look what happens. They go ahead and force a fight, which they win because they have the levels, they have the gold, they have the advantage. They're not letting LM play the game.
Just when they thought LM comes in, they try to get a gank onto On, who ults, runs away while reinforcements come from OG to offset that damage coming in from there. They're just a remarkable team right now. The pressure that they have here, they understand the damage that they're not getting out too fast. If you take a look here at the gold charge, it is basically all OG.
Absolutely. And then we just saw there for a second there, LM actually using Hano's ultimate, Fate Rewind, to restore that high ground tower. The only hero in the game on global right now that can heal / restore towers, and he ends up doing it there. Really clutch use of the Hano. But is that going to be enough time that buys them here as OG just continually knocks at the high ground of Team LM?
Well, I was going to say, you know, there's only so long that you can put off the inevitable. But, I mean, this is your goal. You want to get to that late game. You're hoping that you can withstand. I think they understand this was going to be the game. They were going to be getting, maybe they don't think that they were going to get this many deaths, but I'm sure they were hoping that they could outlast long enough for them to start getting those power spikes, get to that late game, to where you're facing the raid boss Ogren, where you're facing that huge tank in the Zhang Fei as well. So, I mean, they're hoping to kind of elongate it. It's just, can OG kind of continue to close this quickly shrinking map around LM?
On just goes into the enemy base as marksman, kills their mid laner, and then ults away there. It is brazen what OG is doing now, but they know they have the stats, they have the numbers, they're able to get away with here. Huge truth module coming in onto 3. That is exactly what LM needs. Are they able to turn this fight here, though? They are able to take down 2 from it, though. That was a beautiful, beautiful truth module.
Well, yeah, but he's only able to take down 2, and they quickly, OG turns it around into a clean team wipe. And I'm not sure if they have the minions just yet to be able to kind of push into here. Now trying to put the damage onto Now, alone here, trying to defend this base, and he gets taken out for his troubles. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 1 of the 3rd series going to OG.
There we go, classic OG fashion. We were mentioning a little bit off of the broadcast here. While Twisted Minds, you know, that when they're the favorites, they like being really calculated, right? They take the guaranteed win. They slowly push into your base. They set up those double objectives, right? And then they make these, you know, very calculated pushes that guarantees the win. OG, completely different. They know they're ahead. They know they're stronger. We'll send our marksmen straight into your base, and then we will just brute force through and force the win before 10 minutes.
Yeah, they even lost a few members there at the end, but they understood that what they needed to do to kind of send those heroes to the void so that they would be able to kind of cinch and get that wipe on them. This kind of answers the questions of what the side of LM was gonna be able to do when it came. What we saw in the draft, a draft that was a very late game, not much assurance in the early game, and OG Esports right from the exact moment they needed before LM even hit that level 4. They just got right there underneath the towers, able to start mounting that innumerable just snowball onto LM to where there just was nothing that they could do, and slowly but surely they kept backing up, kept giving away towers, and there just wasn't anything more that they could do and put in their advantage.
That's just the Kings Major West League initiation there. You know, they're new to the Major West League there. We've seen some of these old faces. They played against OG before. I mentioned in the last league, OG kind of 2-0'd everyone in the early game in the similar fashion now too. Now they've wised up like, hey, we cannot give them the early game advantage. These guys will beat us very quickly. But LM, they haven't learned that lesson yet, so they pick a full scaling composition here into OG, and OG shows them why they are to be feared as they go ahead and end the game under 10 minutes.
Yeah, a great game played by everybody, and just like I was saying, it was just like a noose around LM to where they were just getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed until they're, and those are some of the not the most exciting games, but some of the most strategic games where you just have this formidable machine like OG who just continues stepping forward, getting some of those towers, stepping forward, encroaching on the territory of LM, and there's just nothing that they could do about it. A well-played game by OG. We're going to see if LM has any type of answer here in the second draft.
Absolutely, LM needs to go ahead and adapt and learn from that and do it fast, as game 2 is coming up very soon here. They got to adapt to the pace and the tempo that is OG. We mentioned they're kind of ladder players, right? They play ranked where you're not going to see as much of coordination, as much, you know, speed that we see a coordinated professional team like OG is able to do. They're not going to give you that time. They're not going to let you show you a get ahead, the Hano get ahead, and reach those late games that, you know, you could probably see in a online match here, because the pace is just so crazy from OG. They're ganking you here, they're stealing jungle over here, and then they set up these encounters where if you do fight them, which they want you to do, you're fighting a losing battle as well.
Yeah, I'm still baffled, and I'm sure we'll see it in the highlight, but that immediate engagement at the level 3, and that kind of really speaks to me on the level difference that happens when you're kind of going with ladder play to professional play, to see people who understand those powers on your own well. It definitely comes down to the team under tower so you quickly. And each other can support each other. No surprise, MVP sitting at 5-0
and when you mentioned solo. Great play from Delta.
It
all throughout the map.
definitely comes down to the team and how you and each other can support
and that allowed him to set up all these plays. Here's the play you're mentioning here. This level of coordination, these levels of play are not too typical outside professional play. That's why they thought they were safe on the tower there. Level 3 there. But then the execution was perfect there. The skill won, the flash, ensuring that they go down there and just being able to build these advantages here. Almost all the kills for OG here coming out under tower here, as you see.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difference too. Is just understanding when they're face to face with a hero with the group, they understand what their winning condition is when they have a good fight, and that's something that comes with experience to understand. Okay, this dude's level 3. We can go ahead and dive underneath here. We'll be able to get the kill before the tower does too much damage. Or as we saw before, when they were able to dive on, I believe it was Wooking up at the top lane, able to dive him under tower. They knew that they had the escapes closed off here. Even here, they knew that they took some deaths. We might take a couple of deaths here, but I mean, coming in from the base, you already saw, who was that? Was that now in there in the base? Just manhandling the rest of the team into a team wipe for the side of OG Esports.
Absolutely, and we got to give LM their flowers. That 3-man combo from Wu Cheng there was amazing, but unfortunately they just got stat checked, right? It's like 7 minutes into the game, 8 minutes in the game, they're down 8,000 gold. Even if you make a beautiful play like that, you just don't have enough numbers on your side. Everyone on the side of OG was so fed. It was the right play, but sadly a little bit too late there, as they've been hemorrhaging gold all game.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, an exciting first game, but the second one, we will come back to you after this short break.
In this world, all it was in this the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KMW Day 1. Private Dancer here, joined alongside Phil Umis. And we just got back and, we just got done with a first game of our third series. OG really putting the pedal to the metal against a Level Max Club. What changes do you think we need to see from Level Max Club to see them be successful possibly in this second game?
Absolutely. Here. Now, changes, I'm not too sure because I personally don't beat OG too often here. But against OG, you're definitely going to switch up that tempo. You got to pick a higher tempo composition. You cannot let them dictate the pace of the game because OG is a team that if you let them take an inch, we've seen earlier, they're going to take a mile, right? And if you draft the composition like LM did, we saw in game one there, OG just ran the entire game. They never let LM do anything. They played so proactive. I would like to see them try and maybe pick a composition that's even faster than OG. Because one thing that we know about OG, they're so used to being ahead early. They're so used to, dictating the game that maybe they have trouble when they're forced to kind of play safe and forced to play back like we saw versus AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, on paper that seems like where you would want to go is try to kind of get them off of where they are comfortable. Unfortunately, that's kind of easier said than done. With they've had just some fantastic drafts. Another thing too, I kind of want to mention out there, maybe the vision, I want to say, when it comes to, I think we talked a little bit about that climbing from the ladder to pro play here. Those little things, those little nuances, like understanding that you're not safe under the tower you talked about a little bit earlier. And I want to say maybe we have a little bit more proactiveness on the roam side, who is going to be out there to let them know, hey, this team is coming here. We need to kind of back up from this tower. We're going to need to get to a safe space, or we need to respect what can be output by OGs. Here, it's a tall order for LM, especially, like I said, this is their first time here at the KMW. So we're gonna see how well they kind of match up here. But this is pretty much like you said before. This is their welcome to the big leagues.
Absolutely. Yeah, LM not quite respecting a lot of the things that you could do with a lot of communication there, and that makes sense. They're probably not as used to and as seasoned as OG in competitive play, where there's maximum communication. The synergy between the players is amazing there. We saw the Shoyue and the Zhangfei kind of turtling under tower there, whereas OG, they were ready for that and ready to capitalize off that. And I think that level of communication and synergy kind of surprised LM here. But going into game 2 here, we see some of the picks that are expended here in game 1 above the bans here. Pretty standard draft so far. Long ban, my ban coming out from OG, as they recently just used those picks, so they don't want the enemy team to go ahead and get a chance to pick them. And LM with a Dharma and Arlie ban, very, very standard so far. And it looks like Dao is busting out the Luna, similar to game 1 of today.
Yeah, Byron gonna go ahead and be picked up by LM, and this kind of OP picked up by LM as well. Now, this is actually something I was actually going to touch on, as in the first series against AYLO, while we critiqued some of the draft that came from AYLO, I feel like they have the right plan in mind. Be aggressive, be assertive in the early game. Don't just sit under tower, take it to them. Even if you're trading deaths back and forth, continue to try to match the pace, at least, of OG, because if you don't match the pace, you're just slowly going to be choked out. And I feel like that's what we saw from LM in the first game. Here, we have a nice early game composition coming out from LM, hoping that that's what we're going to be seeing from them, matching the pace, trying to get that early game out there. The only problem is, I want to say, the pay coming in against a hero like Liang, who I want to say just does a good job of being able to shut down, get the CC on a lot of those mobile heroes.
I really like the direction LM is drafting here, but I think they got a little bit ahead of themselves when they picked the pay there. You don't need to pick pay that early, right? The enemy already showed Luna pick, right? Liang is still on the map. You can go ahead and remove that Liang, pick Byron Liang, and number 1, your pay doesn't have to deal with a Liang, and number 2, you can shut down their Luna with it. But since they picked the jungler so early to kind of hide their third pick, it kind of allowed OG to have that combo. Once again, the Princess Frost Liang, that combo is so powerful.
Yeah, and it's gonna be something very that's just an immense amount of CC that they're gonna have to get through, which isn't impossible if we can get some good angles on them. But what we saw from OGs, especially in the first series, Liang, what's he gonna be? Super aggressive. He's gonna leap out there so he can get those power word controls onto the enemy, giving his team time to kind of close the distance on there. And that's something that they're gonna need to be very careful of, LM.
Absolutely, and it's also one of Muchin's favorite picks here, right? You're giving Muchin his signature pick almost here on the Liang. They get the Princess Frost combo here. This is a very bread and butter composition that we're giving OG here. We do, I did like that they did switch up the direction to have a little bit more early game centric composition for side of LM, but you always gotta keep in mind, like, we can't let the people have their signature picks there. The Liang on Muchin is so devastating. He usually carries most games. He gets it. He doesn't get MVP, but he sets everyone up, right? And also that pick happens to be very good against your picks here, like the Pei and the Byron. And then now we see the Ganon Mo come out. This is like a very similar draft to game 1 I see here from LM. If you have the idea and you kind of know that you're gonna pick the Pei, you're gonna pick the Ganon Mo, why not remove the Liang early and take it for yourself?
Yeah, and kind of a little bit of a problem that we saw from the first series where you have the Ganon Mo out there, but we're completely leaning on Now's ability to land those couple blades instead of kind of getting some of that CC out there to hold the target still for him. It's gonna be a very careful game that needs to be played by the side of LM.
I think this game is definitely a little bit easier, kind of similar in the AYLO gaming one, where he had completely no setup. This time he has the Hou-Yi ultimate to try and set him up. But I would really like to see, once again, we're seeing today, at least in the Kings Major West League, the support or the roam pick is usually very pivotal. It makes or breaks your team because the support is usually used to counter out the enemy carries. And we see the Liang to counter out the Pei, to counter out all these melees here. And also removing it from the enemy means they can't go ahead and counter out your carries.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. I'm actually eager. I like what we see here coming from the side of LM more than I did from the first game. I feel like there's a lot of very good win conditions that they can kind of keep up that pace, or at least keep up the pace to where they're not getting drowned from the second minute on. As long as they respect, as long as they can kind of keep that mini-map wary of where OG is on the map, be wary of them being able to dive under towers on them, just be respectful of the damage that they can dish out.
Yeah, and LM this time around, they have a lot of burst damage early game. They have that Byron, that Pei, and not many people know, but the Liu Bang actually has a surprising amount of burst damage, often doing more damage than marksmans and such in the early game with that shield and skill 2 here. It looks like he is going ahead and starting in the Clash lane, trying to cheese out Keke once again. Poor Keke, he always gets the most pressure put on him. Almost every game we watch, we see Keke kind of get jumped on here. Woo! As we see a flash forward and a kill coming out here, Keke getting cheesed out a bit. That's that early game damage I'm telling you about there from the Liu Bang. It's hard to expect when you pick, these more unconventional picks. Usually you're not ready for it.
Oh, and I do like the aggression. This is what we were talking about. Match or try to outspeed them. And that is exactly what LM is trying to do. They pick up the early kill, immediately go into enemy jungle trying to pick it up. But just like that, OG's able to answer back.
I like this tempo as well here. They're kind of throwing off OG. We mentioned earlier, OG's so used to always being ahead. They're kind of taking it back here as LM actually has the gold lead. They're up 1-0. They take out Keke. Being able to put behind Keke for minimal resources, I would say, they just had the roam there for like, 30 seconds or so. So really good start for LM here. They need to go ahead and keep their foot on the gas and not give it back over to the enemy team like we seen earlier in the day with AYLO Gaming.
Well, and then one thing with Ash on this Liu Bang is that you have that battlefield command, so you kind of have a map-wide ability to kind of join if you see things going haywire and you're not near. So it's something that he can kind of close the distance there and bring that support to his team as well. So I mean, I feel like this is what I was talking about earlier. I feel like they might not always have the answer, but if they do get beat, I feel like they learn and they're able to adjust very quickly, as we do have an engagement here happening here. Big freeze landing on to Ash, who's able to find himself an escape. Both teams no worse for wear, a little bit of testing grounds for both.
Absolutely great plays from both sides here. Kind of just, playing really safe, making sure that they have all their people about him. LM, I'd say, is clumping up a little bit more than OG. They're trying to make these rotations and force these fights here, whereas OG is kind of a little bit more in their own jungle after that early game. They probably recognize that they're not quite as strong as the side of LM, and they're taking a bit of a back seat here, which, again, is rare for OG, which is what we'd like to see here from the side of LM.
Yeah, very interesting. Ooh, we did see Legend out there trying.
Oh, it hit. The arrow
does.
The arrow hit KK.
That's going to be max. That's about 3 seconds there. And KK is down. That's just crazy to me. Is because I saw it admit. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that missed. No. Actually connected onto KK at the top, who was completely unsuspecting of it. That's going to be a second kill for LM.
LM kind of flipping the script on OG there, right? Game 1, we kind of saw OG take these 3v1s and then get these ambushes going, but game 2 here, LM able to land that arrow with the battlefield command on the Byron while KK's locked up and taking that, pseudo 3v1 and taking him out. It is not easy to beat KK here. See, look at this. What can you do there? You get hit by arrow into the battlefield command, into the skill 2 knockup, and the second he got hit by arrow, basically he was dead.
That's the type of moves that make you want to frisbee your phone across the room when you're just sitting up there minding your own business, and boom, hit by a stun, the rest of the team just collapses on top of you, and you take your second death of the game. Mind you, the only 2 deaths of the team so far. Oh, we do have a power word coming out there. Is that going to be enough? It does look like Ash goes down.
Dao does end up going down there, but that's that combo once again, similar to game 1. Princess Frost Liang, it's such an easy combo to execute. You use that ultimate on Liang there, and then Princess Frost drops their combo on top of it, and no real character in the game can survive that combo.
Yeah, you're basically put into a coma while the rest of the enemy team is beating down on you. But just like that, OG inside their jungle looking for a kill. They are able to find Nuo. Now trying to continue it on. Ash stuck his nose in the business where it didn't belong to now might be taken out as well. 2 kills on the board for OG. Or actually 3 kills total, 2 kills there.
Yeah, the good thing about Liu Bang is they're able to join the fights, kind of similar to some stuff like Yarya here, able to help out. But the bad thing is you give 2-for-1 specials, and that was a 2-for-1 special for the side of OG.
Man, just that CC is just debilitating. You were talking about it. The combination of Muchin on this Liang, of Wen on this Princess Frost. As soon as you're caught, it's pretty much game over. Even without the rest of the team coming in to help, the damage from those 2 combined is enough to pretty much drop most of these players. Now sitting at 4-3, big pressure being put on by OG up at that Clash Lane tower.
Muchin is just so seasoned on this hero here. You might think, Liang's super simple to play. You just press ult and grab someone, you can't really miss it. But the skill in this hero is being at the right place at the right time. He's always there when he's needed to grab these priority targets and set up his team. And that's the skill of Liang, and this is something that Muchin has mastered.
And yeah, and the difference here, ooh, as we see another power word lands, including getting the stun on there, but now able to find himself a kill onto Muchin this time, tying us up at 4-4 apiece. The only problem here is the value, the economy that OG is getting out of these kills is far passing what LM is doing. As you can take a look at some of the towers on the side of LM.
Oh. Here we go. Both KK and Muchin trying to hide in bushes here, but LM has their number. They know where they are. Muchin was trying to hide in that bush, thinking no one knew that he was there. They catch him. He's forced to flash away and churn. KK also thinking that no one knows he's in there, gets hit with a burning sun arrow and gets taken out.
Oh, Wu-King does go down to Liang. It is just a bad day to be a Keke out on the battlefield right now, even for his teammates, which is unfortunate. I mean, he's had such a great game too, especially I want to say from the first series that had such a great and stellar game. He's just, I want to say, just been on the bad end, and maybe it's just he's kind of that sacrificial lamb for them. While they are starting to get these kills on the Keke. Oh, a lot of blades do land, and down goes goes when, and that's kind of the value. We were talking about how strong that Ganon Mo can be with CC here, just kind of blindly out there throwing out those blades, doing a great job with the aiming, laying on that damage. Ash in trouble, gets picked off under his own tower.
Now is just doing so much damage on that Ganon Mo there. And if we can get a replay, I think that was a pretty interesting situation. When there was kind of getting pressured by the Ganon Mo and was forced to flash away and ends up flashing into a Burning Sun arrow, which left her as a sitting duck to the said Ganon Mo there. If we get a replay of that, that would be awesome. But that was a really interesting interaction there. He jumped out of one danger into another here. Speaking of danger, we see Wei Ching here trying to 1v1 Dao Dao, and it's a pretty close fight. I actually can't tell who's really going to win. It looks like Byron's losing, but if he gets a nice shield cycle, no, he was not able to cycle another set of shields here. If he was able to cycle another set of shields, maybe he had a chance there against Dao Dao. But here, look at Ash sitting in the bush waiting. Not much he can really do there. Maybe if Ash could have ulted Wei Ching there, they could have probably won that 2v1, but I guess we will never know.
Oh, we do see that arrow comes out and is able to kind of find a stun. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the best game for LM right now, but definitely a more satisfactory game for them. I feel like they have the check marks for the victory. Another power word does land underneath the tower and throws out Ash, who goes down.
Brutal getting caught under tower there once again. Ash, LM again, they're thinking their towers are safe, not when 4 people are coming running at you to drop some ultimates on you there. Muchin and Wen are basically the same hero this game here. They're always together. Wen is always ready to drop that ultimate on top of Muchin's ult there and lock up these targets here. As you see, D-Renji here getting a little bit of chip damage on that tower. If you guys didn't know, D-Renji is able to barely chip down the tower from outside of the range, so that's why you're going to see some D-Renji players in your games here go ahead and throw that auto attack there outside of the range.
KK again might be caught in a bad place between 3 members of LM and goes down. Meanwhile, it does look like they actually might be able to find the flank. Wu Ching actually in a little bit of trouble between 2 members, goes in, gets the engagement, but on the side, putting on the damage, is able to find himself a kill. Ash in a bad way too as well, getting chased down by Dao Dao, and this looks like another one under the belt of OG.
Dao Dao just absolutely shredding Ash. As you can see, there's not much he can do there as he just gets slowed and just chipped down by the Luna here while everyone's focusing Keke. This is something we see pretty often here for OG. They really focus Keke. They set Keke behind. They know he's that star player. But what happens when you invest so many resources in the Keke? Dao Dao runs amok here, right? On has been farming all game. We didn't even mention him, but he's probably super fed right now. We look at the gold numbers. He has 2 levels on Legend because OG is able to just, because of Keke's playstyle, right? He plays really aggressive there. He sometimes gets himself in trouble, but he aggroes a lot of the enemy team. He's kind of like a global taunt. Make sure all the enemies go ahead and focus him while Dao Dao and An and Wen and everyone else kind of holds down the game and gets all these objectives.
Yeah, gets the objectives and able to get some great positioning onto the side of LM once they do finally get that kill on the Keke. So, I mean, in the early game, yeah, he got caught a few times, but here it kind of feels like it's just one of those sacrifices that they know they can have out there. Keke can go out there, he can find maybe himself a kill. They might be able to find a kill, but what he's doing is just trying to distract them long enough for OG to kind of just continually push onto these objectives. And look at the map.
Oh, wow.
I think there's 1 tower left for LM, and OG's towers remain completely untouched as we go ahead, burrowing into LM's core.
The absolute bloodlust coming out from OG's Muchin there. Flashes over the wall, presses Howl to go ahead and run into the base. Does not quite get the grab, but it speeds everyone up to go ahead and run down the enemies there. I would say LM definitely leveled up their game here in game 2, matching OG's pace there in the early game. But as the game went further and further, we're seeing that experience that OG has in the game there kind of pay dividends as they're able to get away with the lead there.
Well, it's all about that learning experience. In game one, they learned this is not a team to be safe with. This is not a team to be careful with. You need to have pedal to the metal. And unfortunately, maybe their experience doesn't really lie into a lot of those compositions, but this is where that learning experience comes. Now you're gonna have to learn, all right, what compositions do, where will we be favored? Because that second game, much more favorable from them than the first. Unfortunately, still the same result, but like I said, still all a learning experience here. OG setting the tone.
Absolutely, and if there was a time to learn, it would be in the rankings week here, because no matter how your performance is here, you're not going to get knocked out. Obviously, you want to be on the top 3 teams to get into that Group S here, but no one is going to be going home this week. If you were to, want to learn and get some L's as in learning, right, this is the time to do it, and then get them all out of the way as we go into week 2, Survival Week, where those L's really do matter.
Yeah, and like you said, it's been kind of a big power creep when it comes to KMW with teams. They come down, especially when it comes to the opening matches. They kind of soak in. They get a feel for what these other teams can present. They get that. They understand. All right, this is what we need to do to be successful. Now let's start refining that. Unfortunately, like I said, there's just those teams that have just been doing this a lot longer, that understand it a lot better, and teams like OG just especially when it came to that first game too as well, able to kind of pick apart, understand that even though the enemy's under tower, we understand our power spikes, we understand what we can juggle underneath there, and we understand what we can take down. This one a little bit it felt better for LM just because there just wasn't this huge advantage in that early game that OG had. It felt like it was even. It felt like, oh, they can turn this around at any time. Of course, once you get to that mid game, once you've gotten to those power spikes, it starts steamrolling. But I mean, it's all something for LM to go ahead and bank on and review later.
Absolutely, and LM did, I would say, while they did not win, right, they did really favorably. OG is an international level team, world caliber team here, and they just got out of qualifiers here. They're the new kids on the block, and to be able to, while they didn't win, be able to hold their own in this game too against OG there shows a really good improvement in the scene here, and they are able to go ahead and, as you mentioned, review these games later on there. But yeah, I think the one thing a lot of teams could learn from these when they go ahead and review is the drafts. The drafts are half the game here, right? If you have a good draft and it's easy to execute on, your games are going to be really smooth. If you're against these teams that have more experience, right, on average more mechanical skill because they've been playing the game longer, you do not want to get the final nail in the coffin with a suboptimal draft as well on top of it.
Yeah, my number one note for draft is do not allow that unholy alliance of Princess Frost and Liang. That is just that is absolutely debilitating. Once you're caught, it's pretty much a wrap for whoever is underneath there. As we take a look here at look at the damage actually being brought up, I know, on that Ganon Mo. So even without the CC, just doing such a great job being able to aim, being that oppressive front he could be, but not enough to kind of manage what was brought forth by OG.
And even though we were joking around about Keke getting focused super hard, Keke actually, even despite all the things that happened to him, right? Global ults, global arrows, everything, he's able to match the Byron. So even though they invested all these resources into him to get him behind, he's never really out of the fight, right? Keke is never useless. And then when he is behind, he goes ahead, he draws so much fire from the enemy team so that Dao can kind of play the game freely, so that An can play the game freely. And if you do not focus fire on Keke, he's able to, do Keke things. So it's kind of like he sets up a lose-lose opponents there.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing too, is it feels like you kind of really need to be able to kind of have an answer for Keke. Or you have two options for Keke. Either he's going to be feeding early games because he's taking too many chances, or he's going to be that menace. The problem for a lot of teams is even if he is feeding in that early game, the rest of his team is more than capable of coming in, filling that gap, and still being this machine that is able to push forward. Here, MVP, no surprise it's going to be on 4-0 and a 6 on D Renje.
Yeah, On is kind of like the
Plays on your
silent
own.
assassin
It
on the
definitely
side
comes
of OG.
down
He
to
doesn't
the
make any
team
flashy
and
plays
how
really, right?
you
But he's
and
in the
each other
back,
can
always
support
farming, as
each
I'm
other.
mentioning here, while Keke and Dao Dao are having fun,
And
jumping
when you
around,
mention,
taking
a
1v4s.
solo
He's
game,
there, really diligent, holding down the house there, right? Getting lots of farm and being really, really consistent there. A super unsung hero from side of OG.
Yeah, here as we take a look at some of these highlights back there, more
They
examples
really win.
of Liang and Princess Frost. That combination duo here.
Against the
On
Group
and
S, and they
Mucha
have
come
a
in here
much
trying
easier
to
time in the survival league.
get a
No
little
one is
bit,
going home this week,
trying
but
to
that does not mean you want to go ahead and
defend
go
their
into
jungle
Group A,
there,
because
and
then
to
your seeding
the
is not going to be as
unfortunate
favorable than
success
playing against the
being able to take down two members of LM there.
Yeah, the Battlefield command, when you commit it, you got to really make sure it could. Oh, there's Keke getting blasted once again there. He thought they didn't know he was in that bush. They knew there. But yeah, a lot of deaths going down for Keke. Not as clean as game, but I would say is not much on him. You know, he didn't play too reckless. In a game, in a MOBA game, a 5v5 game, if the enemy team invests so much on you, there's not much you can do, right? Like, what are you going to do? Stand in base? If the enemy sends 3 or 4 people after you, sometimes you do have to die and hope that your team picks up the pieces somewhere else.
Yeah, and I want to say that it's a good balance for Keke of being able to I almost want to say be that loose cannon, but it allows him. That's kind of the gloriousness of his team right now, of OG right now, is they give him the space to be able to do that. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Is he going to be getting caught? Is he going to be able to go off? But they give him that space because in the meantime, they're already going and pushing. They're already getting those objectives. Just great game there by OG.
And we were mentioning that LM are the new kids on the block. Our final match today are some definitely new kids on the block here, as we're going to get into BTK versus, I think, AYLO Gaming, if I'm correct. But it's going to be right after this break.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly.
stolen, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, KMW returns with possibly the most anticipated match of the night.
Absolutely. We have BTK versus AYLO Gaming. This is technically their first professional game. They played some show matches in the KWC, but now it is for real. They're versus AYLO Gaming here. It is the final match of the day. Me and Private Dancer just very excited, waiting for it. We're thinking about some drafts for the teams already, right? BTK known for some of their stylish picks here. The Marco Polo coming out for Zane and such and all that. We're very excited to go ahead and see that, as well as the Mirage City skins, guys. They just came out here. Make sure to check that out and get yourself a free Fong skin.
Yeah, it's something that's I've been anticipating here. Given that BTK has only been on the scene for a few months, they've made a huge impact. Don't get it wrong, but the fact that they haven't been on the scene very long, you are talking about a group that has experience that kind of transcends a lot of what we know here in a mobile MOBA. Are they going to be able to bring that experience here? Are they going to be able to make it successful? There's a lot of nuances. There's a lot of different strategies in HOK that make it a very strategic game, and I'm very eager to see if BTK can kind of meld that into a winning scenario.
Absolutely. While they are relatively new to Honor Kings, these are MOBA veterans, right? These guys are champions from other MOBAs here. And are they able to transition that skill onto Honor Kings? That's what we're here to find out today. So I'm very excited for this match here. Final match of the day, last but not least, is going to be BTK versus AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup indeed as well. We just watched AYLO Gaming here. They did suffer a loss, so you know that BTK have a target on their back. There's a lot of popularity behind them, and you know that AYLO maybe might want to make an example out of them, especially after that first loss to OG Gaming. Maybe they want to kind of set the tone, let them know, hey guys, this is the big leagues here. Let's show you what we can do.
Yeah, with just the style that BTK kind of does things, right? They have that flair, they have that ego, they have that showmanship, right? And that's something that when you're playing against them, you really want to knock them down a peg, kind of, right? And that's what AYLO Gaming's probably thinking here as we go into this final match. Super excited to see how they go ahead and do things here going into the game. If I'm correct too, they are being coached by Dave there, my co-analyst for KWC. Let's see how they go ahead and do there. Very, very excited to see all their players and see how they do coming up.
Yeah, it's something that kind of, I want to say, has a lot of US fans on both sides of the spectrum. You want to be excited, but you don't want to overestimate. This isn't just something, you don't just join this game and be great at it. Trust me, I've tried. I'm doing awful. Some of those are ranked matches. It's been quite the learning curve to kind of get over, understand each of the lanes, the differences, the nuances, what you need to do as a mid laner, as a jungler, as a clash laner, where you want to be, how you can be best of service to your team. But ladies and gentlemen, let's check out BTK.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's coming. You better
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bloodthirsty Kings. Bringing up the clash lane is going to be Fried Chicken. In the jungle role is going to be Best Player 1. Bringing up that mid is going to be, actually yesterday, Birthday Boy Hoon. In the farm lane will be MOBA Zane, and bringing up the roam, none other than Shark.
I gotta say, they got some of the most personality in their intro videos there. I love the fried chicken one, looking out for his opponents there. They got the title, the Challengers, and I could not have thought of a better title for them there, because they need to prove themselves here now as the Challengers. Look at everyone here getting ready. Best player just meditating up, you know, mentally preparing for this match coming up here. And then I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Who definitely knows we're seeing them right now? Actually looking right back into us there.
Yeah, and like we said yesterday, Hoon actually celebrating his birthday there. So what would be better as a present than possibly a victory here in their opening series of KMW. All of these players, varied geniuses in their positions, understand what it takes, and have had actually pretty decent success with Honor of Kings when it comes to peak, when it comes to grinding. But can they put that together as a team?
Absolutely. Here's a look at AYLO Gaming, their opponents. We saw them earlier today, but let's go ahead and see them once again.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you're running. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's coming. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a buck, yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here we go, AYLO Gaming, the Clown Hunters, definitely the favorites here going into this game here. They have a much more experience than BTK here, but anything can go ahead and happen here. Let's take a look at the roster for AYLO Gaming. We have Doxa coming in the Clash lane, Anoso coming in the jungle, Yu in the Marksman lane, and then we have Rabaam on the roam, as well as Lomax in the mid lane here. They did take a bit of an L in match 1 today here. They had a good amount of time to recover, right? They played first match, we're up to match 4 now, and they're gonna need to get ready to face the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah, and it's something that, like I said, but there's a lot behind a BTK, so you know that AYLO Gaming is looking to make a statement here. They want to go ahead and set the tone. They want to basically be that team that greets BTK. Welcome to KMW. So they're not going to be looking to hold out any shots here.
Yeah, similar to how OG versus them, you know, there's a lot of pressure on OG to go ahead and perform because they're the favorites, right? Now it's their turn. They're a seasoned team here, AYLO Gaming. They've been here before. No one wants to be the one to lose to the new kids on the block.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to say we did already see from AYLO Gaming that they were able to put on a very good pace right from the get-go against OGs. Is this something that we might see here against BTK? Right from the get-go, immediately charging at them, going in for the jungle, going for the kills, trying to keep that momentum in their favor.
I think this game is going to be pretty similar dynamic-wise to the last match here, where LM was kind of, you know, the more ladder-focused kind of team versus OG, a more traditional professional team here. I think we're going to see shades of that in this game here too, with the same dynamics, where BTK is not going to be playing as traditional as AYLO Gaming is going to have and be used to. And will this play in their advantage this time compared to LM? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big thing here. Does BTK, are they going to be able to kind of get that early game offense? The biggest mistake I want to say, and this is what I was talking about with the last series, is to be passive, is to wait for your opponent to give you those opportunities here. I don't imagine BTK, from what I know of them, from what I've seen throughout the history of their gameplay, I don't see them sitting back and allowing something to happen when it comes to a lot of these drafts, or when it comes to the actual gameplay. gameplay, but we're going to see how well they can kind of stack up. Like I said, this is their first big soiree into that big live stage. Not the first time they've been on a live stage, but the first time they've been here on this one.
Absolutely. And just like LM, BTK being a newer team, they're going to have similar kind of weaknesses, right? They're not going to have that hero pool that we know these more seasoned teams go ahead and have here. But this is the best kind of format for them then. This is a best of 3. So we're not going to dig really deep into the hero pools here. We see the Yuan getting banned out as well as the Dharma. Very interesting to see the Yuan getting banned out so often. I don't think we saw it played today, but it did catch a few bans here. So that's a flex ban a lot of teams going ahead and doing here, and they don't want to give Hoon that flexible option there on mid as well.
Oh yeah, and especially with what we've seen, which is very interesting too, especially because with all the Mai Shiranaos that we've seen out there. You did say though that the Yuan is one of those picks, and there it is. That the setup for that Mai pickup is the Yuan ban out there because it is a big. I want to say a counter for it. However, one thing though that I always like to look for is what you get from the side, because I want to say Hoon, that's one of his favorite picks. So surely he understands what can come into it, what he can use to try to counter that and see if he can be successful with it.
Absolutely. I think a little bit of BTK thought there maybe, they'll go ahead and they'll leave the Mai up for Hoon there. AYLO Gaming going ahead and instantly snapping away the Mai, not letting that happen there. As BTK locks in the Byron Pay combination here. This was OG's bread and butter last KMW. Is BTK able to pilot it pretty similar? Let's go ahead and find out.
It's just an absurd amount. With these first 3 picks, there's just a crazy amount of CC on the side of AYLO Gaming right now. That it's something that I feel like is going to absolutely need to be addressed by BTK, especially with a squishy pick like a Pay on their team. That once he gets caught, I mean, you're going to have a rough time trying to get him out of harm's way.
Oh, I love the Yijing pick here if BTK does opt to lock that in. We've seen earlier Twisted Minds versus Boars Gaming. AYLO has a pretty similar composition to Boars Gaming here. A lot of melee characters. Yijing being able to lock all those characters up and kind of, set them up for their team is going to be an amazing pick from inside Hoon here. I have to imagine AYLO is picking all these picks in preparation to something like potentially the Marco Polo coming out from Zane, right? They know that's one of his favorite picks here. And when you pick all these melee bruisers, it makes it really hard for that pick to go ahead and flourish.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Marco Polo pick here seems a little greedy.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't matter. They don't care. They're like, not even the opportunity. They're like, we're not even gonna say it. Even with these 3 pickups here, they still ban it. And that honestly, that kind of speaks to the threat that Zane kind of has on that he possesses on this Marco Polo. That they're like, you know what? We've got an entire composition that can counter Marco Polo, but you know what? We're gonna ban it anyway and take that off the board. He's gonna go ahead, elect to pick up the Chano though.
I think BTK's draft is really, really solid. I love their draft here. Chano having some great matchups against the Mai and the Guan Yu, being able to disrupt the Guan Yu and throw off his sprint gauge there, or his energy gauge, and then being able to get those soaring shots on Mai and disrupting her mid combo too. This draft so far by BTK, I would say, is really excellent.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to see just how well. I'm very eager. Shark has been one of those players. I know Zane gets a lot of the biggest, a lot of the name stance. Everybody knows who Zane is, but Shark, I want to say, has been involved in a lot. He has always been such a competitive, top-tier player in North America, and especially in that roam position. And I'm very eager to see where he goes here. On the side of AYLO Gaming, we get the Consort U, Musashi, who is I don't think we've seen him today at all. He was one of the mainstays I've seen in professional play, but I haven't seen him too much this season.
Yeah, Masashi definitely fell off a little bit, but is definitely very playable as well. He's often used as a counter pick to something like Ogren and healing heroes, but it looks like in this game they're just picking him as a pretty decent blind jungler here for the side of AYLO Gaming. The concert you picked though, I would have to say is amazing against the Pei and the Byron. She's going to be able to side lane there against the Channel, against the Pei, against the Byron relatively safely there, and ensures that AYLO Gaming are not going to get beat in the split push there if they only invest one hero like the Pei, like the Channel, or even the Byron.
I'm actually a little worried at AYLO Gaming. 4 of their 5 members possess an absurd amount of CC. If a person gets caught by 1 bit of CC on the side of BTK, that is just a coma city for them. If the rest of the team is going to be able to kind of come in and join in on that, so they're going to have to be very careful about some of these plays.
I think BTK could have taken a page out of Twisted Mind's book there, right? And pick up something like the Schwanza there to go ahead and counter out the dive on the side of AYLO Gaming. They have all this AoE in the Liang Po, in the Guan Yu, in the Mai. Something like the Schwanza there will kind of like checkmate that composition there, being able to drop that multi-cleanse on everyone there. I didn't quite catch what Shark picked up there. We're about to see here in a minute. But as you mentioned, Shark there is very pivotal for the side of BTK. So it is going to be very exciting to see how he plays that roam position in his first debut professional game here on BTK.
Yeah, I believe he had the Zhongfei. Yeah,
the Zhongfei. Okay.
So he's going to have the unbridled outburst he's going to be able to have, which I like it and I don't like it. I like it that because it can kind of counter the dive composition that we have coming out from AYLO. It's just, is it going to be enough for the amount of CC that they have? And I'm very interested to see how this kicks off as we are going into the first game. BTK taking on AYLO Gaming.
Super interesting game here. We see Shark. We've seen all the Zhang Feis today. Every one of them seems like they're taking different common skills, right? Shark electing to take the stun here. We've seen Smite. We've seen heal. And this time we've seen common skill stun. I think it's going to be a little bit tough to pull off here against some of these CC immune characters on the side of AYLO Gaming. But definitely a cook nonetheless that I'm very excited for here. The game starts up. Pretty passive all throughout though.
Yeah, they're trying to go ahead and force her. Well, this is exactly what we were talking about. They're going to keep on this pace very quickly. Actually, Roba actually almost got a little bit of trouble there. He's going to have to use his flash to get himself out of harm's way there. And that's going to be a spell that they might not have for a little bit later.
I'm not sure who ended up getting that jungle monster there, but a good amount of contention there. Great job on BTK to go ahead and rotate up and not let them take that for free here. Burning the flash for Ramba here. Still relatively early. When you have these melee supports like Zhang Fei and Liang Po, there's not much you can really do until you get your ultimate. So since both sides have a melee support, I don't think we're going to see too many kills come down here in the very early game.
Yeah, a little bit of respect coming. Actually, as I say that, we got Lomax actually coming down to the bottom lane, looking for some type of action. Does get that push in there, but Shark in the way to provide that shield to Mobazane and keep him topped up underneath the tower.
Yeah, so far BTK is holding their own there. They did send the Pei up top to push that wave in, but I would say though, AYLO Gaming, they're not really falling very behind. When you have Masashi versus something like Pei, you are kind of projected to lose the early game, but AYLO Gaming is going even, if not slightly ahead in the early game versus BTK.
Yeah, and you see, I honestly, I like the aggression. Ooh, actually, big pop-up here lands out there. Board comes down. Musashi finds himself a kill onto best player, 1-0 in favor of AYLO Gaming.
There's that crowd control you're mentioning there, Private. We see Musashi come in with the duel to the death, knocks up best player into the Mai combo, into the Guan Yu, and just like that, he's not able to really move and gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Hoon laid down the board, but there's only so much he could do when you had best player in a bouncy House of Doom there. Popped up about 3 or 4 times there.
Yeah, we were talking about ping pong earlier. That's definitely a ping pong I've ever seen. It. Hoon there did trap everyone in that box, but the unfortunate thing was best player was trapped in there too with all that crowd control.
Oh, we already see good going ahead and enforcing their will. They're going to go ahead, try to find themselves being very sneaky here.
This is very deadly. Ooh.
Yeah, down goes best player again. 2-0 for the side of AYLO Gaming. BTK trying to turn this thing around for them, looking for an objective here. If they can kind of get into here, they do take that out. Only lose a best player for that, but it looks like, I'm not sure if AYLO Gaming was actually able to pick up that golem.
I'm not sure if they picked it up as well, but they definitely picked up the kill on best player here. And we're seeing AYLO Gaming completely shutting down the pay early game. This is not what you want to see if you're a BTK fan here. They're down 2,000 gold here, and they likely get outscaled potentially here, but they go ahead and pick up a kill. Best player, he's on the board here, takes out the Concert U in the farm lane, and it's looking like instead of, opting to farm, he's choosing to play with his team a little bit more here. He does not want to get outnumbered like he has in the past 2 deaths.
Yeah, very interesting here. You did see that Lomax kind of flashed in there, tried to find the pickup on the Zane. Speaking of pickup there, big pop-up lands onto here, and that is going to be best player down again. 3-1, and this is kind of that double-edged sword of having a pay. Yeah, you have a pay on your team, but if you start losing this early game, it is very hard for you to start picking up those pieces and get that momentum brought back up again.
Also, pay is so squishy, and then the Masashi, you can't miss the duel to the death, right? No, it doesn't matter how much mobility the pay has, you just go ahead and lock him down with that ultimate, set up the Guan Yu, and they're able to constantly rinse and repeat and use that combo to take out best player 1.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to say that the only real chance what we're looking at for here is to hopefully have MOBA Zane kind of get farmed up independently. Speaking of which, big pop-up lands on, I couldn't even see who that was. It was Fly Chicken who got caught up in his own jungle. All I saw was stunned on the name, and he was down for the count. An immense amount of CC that we saw from the draft that BTK just does not have the answer for at this time.
And BTK is not keeping up with the tempo. While AYLO Gaming is sending 3 into the jungle of BTK, they're not getting stuff somewhere else. But they're allowing this Masashi every single time he has that ultimate to use it on cooldown, lock someone down, and get a kill. And they're not getting something bottom, they're not getting a kill mid. They need to match the tempo of AYLO Gaming and don't let them single out people on their team to take out in these 3v1 fights.
Yeah, and I was going to say, oh, we do see that ultimate coming out from you, and does catch MOBA Zane with a little far shot there as well. Shark's going to have to go ahead, find himself a quick ride home. But I was going to say, like, maybe, and a Shark got caught out in the bush, taken down as another kill for AYLO Gaming. 5-1. BTK is feeling the pressure here. Another pop-up there onto MOBA Zane. Might be on the wrong side of Doxa there. Especially on a Guan Yu with all the pushing there. Musashi finds himself another kill off screen up at the top lane, and that is going to be a tier 1 tower in the clash lane going over to AYLO Gaming.
AYLO Games getting a lot of kills, but they are up gold, they're up 3,000 gold, but they're not up an immense amount of gold. BTK, they do have a chance in these fights here, but they do need to play a little bit more proactive here instead of being reactive, because it's really hard to react to the Masashi ultimates and the Guan Yus. There's just not enough time, right? And we see Doxa moving throughout the map, applying a lot of pressure, whereas Fried Chicken's kind of stuck in that clash lane.
Yeah, and I want to say maybe we have a different type of fight when we have a 5v5 when we start moving out of the laning phase. But right now, the laning phase has been so rough on BTK that they're starting at such a back foot that it's going to be hard for them to find any momentum to be able to catch up here. You can see already big pressure onto that golem. They're not able to find it. They do come in with the Guan Yu, find a push. Down goes the best player. We have the board on the ground, but look at the damage. Doxa gets taken down by MOBA Zane, as we were talking about. He's been sitting there farming. Is it going to be enough for him to be able to put on the damage? Down goes Alonzo, and they are chasing down the rest of AYLO Gaming. This might have been the field that they were looking for. Find themselves 3 unanswered kills here in the mid game.
That is exactly what we need from the side BTK. I would have loved it if they gone ahead and won that fight and pushed into the enemy jungle as well too, because they could have probably contested that Azure Golem there. But big shutdowns going on the way of BTK there. They're catching back up in the gold. They're only down 2,000 gold now. Masashi getting taken out, and Zane, he has been farming all game, and he's starting to cash in some of those kills here. He has 4.9k gold. He is still pretty behind compared to Concert U, but once they get a few more of these shutdowns and the gold starts starts going in the way of BTK like we've seen in this last fight, they can definitely catch up.
Yeah, and this is something I've seen before from them too, is when they can sometimes allow a decent amount when it comes to the laning phase. I wouldn't be comfortable with that, but then they understand some of the power spikes. They're kind of like, all right, it's all right, it's all right, we'll take this, we'll take that. Wow. And then once they start getting those items there, they're going to be able to try to come back here. Now looking for another fight is AYLO Gaming in a good position here, trying to chase down, looking for another tower. Going to go ahead and latch on to best player. Fly Chicken comes in from the side, and we see Shark there going to go ahead and latch onto Boma. 3-on-1 there. Board is out. Unfortunately, Hoon unable to catch anybody from AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, I'm surprised not much more action came in there. It looks like a little bit of push coming out to AYLO Gaming, getting some chip damage on the tower of the bot lane tier 2. We see Fried Chicken in a little bit of trouble here as they have 3 people on him. He gets dropped really low, but he does survive, but that tier 2 definitely goes down. Zane, we didn't quite see what happened, but Guan Yu pushed him into the grinder there that is AYLO Gaming, and he gets taken out.
Yeah, he was looking for a good position to try to support his teammate from the side there, and unfortunately Doxal was right there to find the push and took Zane out. Or I want to say we're starting to realize here as we move on later and later into this game, a lot of those options for BTK are starting to fall behind. Zane just not farmed enough to be that threat that he needs to be just yet. We've seen some sparks of hope. Some of the team fighting has gone in the favor of BTK, but unfortunately when it comes to getting caught out, when it comes to some of these laning pops, BTK is having trouble. There's so much CC on the side of AYLO.
Absolutely, and Doxa on that Guan Yu has just been so impactful, kind of like a secondary jungler for AYLO Gaming, always comboing up with the Masashi. We see Shark here hiding and trying to make a play, does not quite connect much here as AYLO Gaming looks to collapse on Shark here. They get some vision of Fried Chicken here. It looks like we got a fight breaking out here. All 5 members of BTK are here. This could be the fight if they set it up right, though. Best player getting dropped really low.
Yeah, and unfortunately we use that unbridled outburst. Defensively, he gets Shark gets taken down there. Hoon is the next one on the board. That is 3 down for the side of BTK. Mobazane was already taken down earlier in that fight, and that is because Shark got caught, tried to use that unbridled outburst defensively, and unfortunately put BTK in a position where they had to turn around and fight, or just basically allow those members to be killed.
Absolutely. It looked like a good chance for BTK to force a 5v5 there, but Mai and Guan Yu on the side just ambushed them, and it hit a little bit too hard as they instantly took out a few members of BTK here. Now the gold lead is starting to get to that point where it is really, really hard to come back from. They're down 7,000 gold here. They're trying to death ball here, but Guan Yu's pushing 3 people. He does go down for that, though, as BTK seeing some life here, but no, once again, they trade it right back over.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shark, I mean, you're at a point where Shark should be tanky, but I mean, with how well AYLO Gaming is doing, there's too much damage, there's too much CC. Shark can't even do his job. He wants to be able to check these bushes, he wants to be able to clear for his teammate, but if he checks the wrong bush, I mean, you've got the whole of AYLO Gaming coming in at you. Fly Chicken is finding out here right now.
Blue team
Absolutely, Shark didn't quite have Unbridled Outburst ready there. His Fury was not charged up yet, so he was kind of caught with his pants down a little bit there. I would have said after taking the kill on Guan Yu, maybe back up until, you know, they're ready to go ahead and go back in, but I can see why BTK is trying to play aggressive. They're a bit behind right now. They're a bit desperate. They need to make some plays here to come back in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you always kind of respect instead of sitting in the base, kind of waiting for that final choke to come through as they kind of close in around you, trying to do something, try to be a little bit more proactive, try to make something happen. Fortunately, you're at such a deficit here right now. I think we're looking at about 7K gold lead for the side of AYLO Gaming. It's not completely the end, but I mean, man, the writing is on the wall right now unless we see something magical from BTK.
Yeah, we definitely need to see a great team fight coming out from BTK here, because these overlords here are going to start pushing into base, and they're going to get to that point where they're not going to be able to leave base here. And also, their scaling is not the best. Pay is going to fall off around about now. Byron's starting to fall off. They need to make something happen right now.
Blue team.
Yeah, and as you can see there, big pop-up lands. They do take down one high ground tower at the top now. Surgically moving on to the next one. Find the best player again. We have a board down onto the ground, but it has trapped all the players under one. You see that Mobazane gets taken out there, and believe that Fly the Chicken is the next on there. Shark follows suit. It is just Hoon cold out there alone to protect his base, and I believe this is going to be game one going to AYLO Gaming.
Brutal ending there. Consoryu going straight into the base there, using protective winds to immune Pei's whole combo. This game, best player won. Didn't really have much room to move there. He was playing against two junglers, it felt like, the Guan Yu and the Musashi, and then his targets in the marksman were something like the Consoryu, which Pei doesn't do anything against here. So really tough game for BTK to go ahead and come back from there.
Yeah, I felt like we stacked the deck against ourselves with that draft if we were BTK. I mean, hats off to AYLO Gaming. They just had a winning draft. You saw it right from the beginning, the first 3 picks, just an immense amount of CC out there. And especially some amount of CC to pick a hero like Pei into, where, I mean, the moment somebody catches you, he's not even the tankiest hero in the first place. One person catches him, and it's pretty much game over, and we saw that. Best player was fighting an uphill battle right from the beginning, and unfortunately, I felt like that was kind of reflected in the entire game.
Yeah, I think Doxo is definitely a very pivotal player and crucial to AYLO's victory there. As I mentioned before, he was the secondary jungler. He was everywhere around the map. He would just shove the wave against Fried Chicken, force him to stay in Clash, while him and Musashi went around and kept killing best player on cooldown there. So they need to go ahead and figure out some way to match that Clash lane here, either give Chicken a little bit of priority so he can move around the map and such. But if it plays out the same way, it's not going to be good. They were just stuck 4v5 throughout most of the game here, while Chicken was playing, defense in the Clash lane.
The only saving grace I kind of have when it comes to this game is possibly the fact that we went ahead and we burned out a whole lot of CC in that first draft. I mean, you've still got, I believe we still got Liang left out there for them. But I mean, there's a lot that CC that they won't have as a possibility for the second draft. Here, we're going to need to see some changes from BTK. I mean, this is a team we're talking about. It's been a few months that they've been here. They're still learning, still trying to gather, still trying to learn the ins and outs of all the heroes and what they need to be doing throughout here. There were some of those glimmers of hopes we saw. We talked about it. Zane was able to get farmed up, getting a few kills under his belt. Unfortunately, by the time he was able to get those power spikes, it was just too far gone. AYLO Gaming just already had such a commanding lead. They were able to get those kills, but they just weren't able to take advantage of it to kind of start going back through their jungle. Best player, I feel for him because, I mean, a lot of people, as the jungler, there's a lot of pressure on you, but what was he supposed to do with that much CC on the enemy team?
Absolutely there. And I think another pivotal thing is that the Guan Yu is now removed. There's not many Clash laners that play in the style of Guan Yu, right? Able to roam throughout the map and apply like so much like guerrilla tactics pressure. He's randomly showing up mid, randomly showing up bottom. So going into game 2 here, we should expect a little bit more of a traditional Clash lane for both sides here, which could play in BTK's flavor there. Because as we see Fried Chicken, he kind of wanted to play more of the traditional 1v1 in the Clash lane, but he never really got that opportunity, right? Guan Yu is just going all throughout the map with the Musashi and applying pressure everywhere else. But now that that pick has gone ahead and been removed, there's not too many other picks that can apply that same level of pressure. If I was BTK, I would think about removing the other picks that could do something like that. Maybe remove another high mobility Clash laner in something like the Charlotte, so they're able to force that 1v1 in the Clash lane that Fried Chicken is used to.
Yeah, either way, hats off to AYLO Gaming. A great draft from them. I could tell right from the beginning. They were able to isolate down the Yuan with a ban. They picked up the Mei. And I want to say just had mixed in here with the Guan Yu, mixed in with the Lian Po. Just a great composition for them and to the detriment of BTK.
Absolutely. That Masashi, the first time we saw it here in the Kings Major West League, and it did great there. Did a great job of locking down the pay. It seems like that is why they ended up picking the Masashi there. It's used as usually a counter to the Ogren, but it could also be used as a counter to high mobility heroes, right? Like the pay does not matter how many times you dash. Once he locks onto you with that duel to the death, you're gonna get knocked up, and that enables Guan Yu to go ahead and set up and push him away. Or a lot of the times you see Docs didn't even try to push the pay. Once she gets locked down by the duel to the death from Masashi, enhanced skill 1 was enough to take out the pay. Pei is, as you mentioned, a relatively squishy hero.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is there were just so many answers. Even if it wasn't the duel to the death, you had the tremor coming from Lian Po. You had the cavalry coming from the again from the Clash laner as well. It's just there was just so much CC there that once you got caught, it was pretty much game over here. And you can see right there. I mean, all AYLO gaming from start to finish there. And I don't know what that early bit was there before we even started fighting, probably before we got our ultimates out. But yeah, very dominating game by AYLO. And
kind of doing much with that time, right? They weren't diving bottom, they weren't making plays. Sure, it's relatively difficult to coordinate a dive against someone like Consort Yu, but you cannot allow the Masashi, the Guan Yu, to just get kills and not get anything from it, right? Not push a tower in another lane, not apply pressure in another lane, letting AYLO Gaming dictate the game against them, especially with someone like the Pei. That is definitely going to be really tough.
Yeah, and the more and more I think about it, I mean, especially when it comes to, I think I've been speaking about this Pei against CC till I'm blue in the face. It's just one of those things that even I've been able to pick up there. As we take a look at the MVP Doxa on the Guan Yu, you were talking about, he was just everywhere with a great ability to catch a BTK. Did a great job, 2, 3, and 10 here. The damage is really interesting. Like we said, he's not really known to be the big damage. You want to get a lot of those tanky items on him, but he's what sets the tone. He's what sets up your team, and a great initiator from them. We're going to be seeing here, oh man, this is the first thing, just how easily they were able to kind of hunt down a best player, find the kill there. Here, Mobazane was able to actually get away, and it looks like BTK was able to turn around, able to find a kill onto you, but never anything more substantial than 1 and 2. Chicken here finding an issue in his own jungle. And I think this was the problem. They were all over the BTK jungle.
Absolutely. And this composition on the side of AYLO Gaming, I would consider a relatively low damage composition. Masashi, Guan Yu, Clash, these are not, Liang Po, Rome as well too, these are not high damage heroes. But if you're able to get ahead, which they were, they had that gold lead, they had that item advantage, and it made it kind of sync up perfectly where they have just enough damage to take out their targets before they can really react.
Yeah, and I mean, here, Hoon just getting run down and hunted, and here was possibly, I believe this was one of the last fights here, as they surgically moved from each tower, able to kind of find their wits here, and then the final nail in the chalkboard. Hoon tried to place down those boards, and that was the problem here too. He placed on the boards, he was able to catch the team, but it's like, now their team is trapped in there with your team. So what is the plan once that happens?
They were not trapped in there with you. You were trapped in there with them a lot of the times there. They were just so ahead, and they have these meatballs. They have Liang Po, Guan Yu, Masashi. These are characters that do not go down easy. You trap them, and they're like, okay, so what? We'll just fight you in the board, and that's what they did every single time. They fought him in the board there, and then on the side, BTK with characters like the Pei. He does not want to be locked in a cage with a Masashi, a Guan Yu, a Liang Po. But that's what we kept seeing happen there. But all right, that is match 1 here. We're going to have a little bit of a break before match 2 here as both teams get ready for the potential final game here if BTK does not lock in.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Kings Major West. We are wrapping up a day one with the final series of the night, and it has proven to be a banger. AYLO has taken it to BTK and are up by 1 point, and many fans wondering, what can BTK do to bring this back around?
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming with a very dominant performance there in game one. We saw the graphs. It was all blue. They were almost never behind throughout that game there. And I think a big point we can go ahead and touch on here was what happened in that clash lane. BTK drafted around the Pei, around the Byron, which is supposed to win early game and get that priority. But they were not able to get that priority in the clash lane, which made it so that Fried Chicken was kind of stuck up there, right? Where Doxa was roaming all throughout the map with Masashi. Going forward, now that combo is a little bit off the table here. They don't have to deal with, one of the more mobile clash laners here with Guan Yu off the table. If BTK can force a bit more of a traditional game, which I think is what they're used to there, I think they're going to see a lot more success in this match too here.
Yeah, a little thing that you mentioned off screen too is those little nuances too, like before 4 minutes pushing into a tower when they have that shielding that you're not going to be able to kind of break down. Maybe there is a better use of your time, and it's those little things that kind of come up from players who've been playing this for a while. Like we said, BTK, they're not exactly veterans of this game, so there's the things that they still need to pick up. Maybe though it's a little something to kind of go back to the drawing board, understand, and readjust as we move further. Here, there's a little sigh of relief because you're not going to be able to have that much CC on your team again because most of that's going to be taken off the board with this global ban, but still some things that need to be fixed on the BTK side if they want to be successful.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming being a little bit more of the experienced team, they drafted a composition that, was a bit more rotation heavy, right? That probably plays to the weakness of BTK. They don't have as much experience in this game, so they might not know all the rotations and such here. So really smart composition from the side of AYLO Gaming. And I would like to see if BTK can go ahead and adapt to that and try to pick a composition that forces kind of what they're better at, right? The bread and butter, the team fights. If they can draft a composition like that and remove some of the more roamy style rotation based picks that AYLO Gaming could pick up, something like that Guan Yu, but thankfully they don't have to deal with the Guan Yu anymore.
It has been a night full of clean sweeps here, but it is on BTK whether we see our first series go the distance. We'll find out here because it is game point for AYLO Gaming. BTK are going to need to pull out some stops, get some of those priority picks that they like. This is something I've been talking about before, is that there are some great picks that I do like that BTK is comfortable on, that they can do very well on. But likewise, I don't know if that same skill level extends, how deep it extends into the hero pool, as there's only so much you can do in a few months in this game. We'll see what they can, if they have any surprises for us here.
Absolutely. I like the draft from BTK last game a lot. Sure, they were against a lot of crowd control, right? But that was a very textbook draft. But the thing is about that draft, though, I would say the execution on that draft is relatively difficult. You got to go ahead and master the early game with the pay and the Byron and ensure you have priority there, right? And you're applying the appropriate amounts of pressure here. Maybe game 2 here now, pick something that is a little bit more, tried and true to their players that they're a little bit more used to, where the execution is a little bit simpler. Something like we've seen earlier, the Liang, the Princess Frost, right? These kind of synergistic combos that are a bit easier to pull off as well.
Yeah, there's some picks that we were kind of questioning too as well. What the priority would be for BTK. How is Zane's Arlie? Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore because it's taken off the board. And is that something that they would be seeing as banning? Dharma taken off the board here as well. And I like that you bring up too, some compositions, while they can be successful, there is those little nuances that come into the execution of it that make them successful, that maybe BTK is not really on board with just yet. Maybe the answer is to kind of simplify down the compositions a little bit. Like you said, the Liang, a very easy hero to play, very easy to kind of get that lockout on people and for the team to engage.
Absolutely, and it's not easy in the sense that these players, cannot mechanically play him. It's just that their game plan is a lot more streamlined, right? The Liang's win condition is relatively clear. You just go ahead and group up with him, he grabs someone, and then you guys all attack the grab target. But when we pick compositions like the Pei, the Byron, we're forced into situations where we have to go ahead and invade early game and win this and win that. And because of that, it might kind of, attack a little bit of their inexperience there, having to have to know all these invades and these timers to go ahead and group up and do.
Oh man, picking up one of my favorite heroes is AYLO, that Nua pickup. Not the greatest when it comes to that early game, but when you come to that mid and late game, the amount of damage that she's able to dish out is immense. So kind of looking, I want to say the AYLO's kind of looking for something that the later it gets, the more stronger they're going to be. BTK looking like they're going for something a little bit more comfortable. Best player, I want to say Menki, probably one of his brand players. He does like that pickup. Hoon, especially on the Huan as well. So I want to say a little bit more comfort here for BTK.
Absolutely, and then maybe AYLO knows something we don't about the Huan here as they go ahead and pick it up. They did ban it out last game. They're not able to ban it out this game, so Hoon goes and locks it in. That could be in the roam position, that could be in the mid position. But AYLO, once again, showing their knowledge of the game, I like to say, right? They picked a Nua, and while Nua's kind of fallen off a little bit, it's still a great carry mage in the mid lane there. And Nua, not many people think about too much, has a great matchup against Long. A lot of times you see Long get away with like 1 HP, right? Can't really happen in the face of Nua, as it's telegraphed where you're going to land, and Nua is just going to put an annihilation right on that location and take you out.
Yeah, and so that'll be very interesting to see how well these kind of It's just they pick up the pay here. It's almost like they're like, we'll show you how this pick works here in the early game. Just as they're going to be able to kind of roam around the jungle too. The one thing too, especially a pay against a Menki, especially if we're going with a normal tank Menki, that's a pretty slow. He's got a pretty slow journey around the jungle, especially taking on something like a pay, who pretty much works his way with a blinding speed.
I'm surprised the Mankey and Yuan got kind of picked up first rotation there. We were mentioning that something like maybe the Liang can get locked in. We know Hoon plays a little bit of Gan and Mo as well too. Maybe they can lock in something like the Gan and Mo and the Liang, and that follows that kind of streamlined game plan we were talking about here. Whereas now BTK's composition is a little bit all over the place. I think individually all the heroes are okay, but they don't have that much synergy together. We see the Fatih getting picked up here for the first time, and then the Xiao being locked in for Hoon in the mid lane.
Yeah, the synergy might not be there. I'm just trying to read it out. I feel like we went with comfort, something that we like to play.
Absolutely.
But does it meld well together as the team? We went for comfort, and maybe, I mean, I've seen this before too, and this is something that I didn't bring up before, but BTK is kind of, they have the ability to get so good on certain heroes that it's something that can be unexpected. But at this level right now, I guess we're about to find out if it's something that they can kind of enforce into AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely. Here we have Fatih versus the Futsu rounding out the side of AYLO Gaming. I would say the Futsu pick is not the craziest against BTK. Xiao has a great matchup against Futsu as well as Yuan, because they're both able to, you know, turn on that ultimate and then either use Splendor or Yuan using Unending Sorrow to kind of avoid Futsu when they are trapped in by him there. But mainly, I think this Futsu pick is going to be trying to match Fried Chicken side laning here, as he picks a bit more of an aggressive tower pushing hero here. Last game we noticed him on the Byron, had a lot of free time in that Clash lane, but Byron's not particularly known for his pushing ability. This time he picks up the Fatih, a bit better at pushing down those towers if they leave him alone.
Yeah, and not just that, but it's some security in the late game. When you get Fatih in the late is dang near unstoppable, and maybe that's something that they're kind of looking for, especially because they have that security on the side of AYLO Gaming in the form of Anua, who's just gonna scales crazily with the amount of damage that they're going to be able to output.
Yeah, I'm definitely be watching out for the Futsu and Nua combinations here. Futsu being able to lock someone in makes it so that Nua cannot miss that annihilation, right? So whoever gets trapped up is in a world of hurt. I do think, though, the composition from side BTK, they do have characters like the Xiao that can itemize into the Splendor, right? They have the Yuan, which is able to go untangible there and dodge that out. But anyone else like Fried Chicken or Zane, if they get caught out by that combo, could be in a world of trouble here. And here's a look at that pay early game we mentioned here. He starts up in the Clash lane, does a bit of a cheese here, and look at that, instantly shoves down the lane, gets that priority over for the side of Doxa there.
Yeah, and so now they're going to be able to go ahead and kind of rotate a little quicker there. Shark takes a heap of damage here. Another thing, too, is having Roba Alma on this Motzi, you're going to have a decent amount of... Oh, my God, look at the damage already. Nua's not supposed to be that good early game, but, man, you can see the combinations, the combos coming there. That's going to force Shark back to base.
Absolutely. AYLO Gaming with the Motsu has a good amount of poke as well too in their composition, right? Motsu's able to use that Cannon Blast to set up the Nua later on, and currently in the early game it's really frustrating to play against that Motsu, landing those Cannon Blasts, stunning you and getting vision against your side here.
Yeah, and that was the thing I was going to say, is like the amount of range that they have on the side of AYLO Gaming is really going to be something to contend with, especially here in the early game. It's just so annoying. The amount of stun is how far back he can be, landing those cannon blasts on you, stunning you, you're taking damage, and then by that time you're not able to kind of get into these fights that you want. 3 people lined up at a mid around Hoon and pushing his wave.
Absolutely. We see best player here going ahead and taking the teleport back after helping out Fried Chicken a little bit here. Doxa setting up a bit of a freeze there against Fried Chicken, as Pei and Mei-Yin, once again, they're comboing together. We see the synergy between Doxa and his jungler here. They always play together, and they're able to clear the map relatively quickly. I will say, though, BTK is not falling very behind, even though they are against the Pei. So maybe teams are figuring out how to deal with the Pei early game.
Yeah, I do want to say a lot of CC kind of landing there. My big turn is going to be how we handle some of these first objectives when we get there. Still got about a minute and a half before the Tyrants and the Overlord kind of spawn. Ooh, as I say that, Shark actually might have been caught a little bit, trying to take a little bit of a peek there in the bush. They do engage onto him. Cannon Blast lands, and Hoon and Mobazane right there for the support.
Flash ultimate coming out from the Futsu, and he does connect on the Shark before he gets that ultimate, but Hoon, as you mentioned there, is ready to use that ultimate himself and go ahead and zone them away from there. So Flash being blown by Futsu there without much to gain from it.
Yeah, and hopefully that kind of is something that kind of lights a beacon for BTK, so that they know they have something that is down. Can they turn this to their advantage? And speaking of which, Shark actually pokes himself into a bush, gets caught by Roba Alma in there too. Lomax too as well on the side there for the supports, and a little bit of a push here from best player and Hoon in mid.
Yeah, here we go. Another ultimate coming out here, and Mobazane is in trouble as he's trapped between two boxes. But that just shows you why Long is so consistent. He got ulted by Motsu and Futsu, and he actually ends up surviving.
Ooh, we do have the meteor shower come out there from Hoon. Best player dives back into the deep lines, but they spell out those flashes to get away, and no worse for wear is AYLO Gaming.
Really, even early game here, I have to say. Both teams are 0-0, and the gold is neck and neck. This first Tyrant fight is gonna probably set the pace of the game here. AYLO trying to take it down here, but best player is right there. This might come down to a snipe fight. Dream Roam comes out onto Pei, lands, and Pei is forced to run away here. Tyrant is at half HP as the fight continues.
Oh, AYLO Gaming is actually forced to back up a bit there. They take a loss there, and that's going to open it up for BTK to catch this first objective. Very careful in the early game, but BTK narrowly edging their way forward with a good kill there to line up that early game.
Yeah, that was a great play by best player when identifying that while the Pei is strong in the early game here, he can't quite win an all-out, fight versus the monkey there. So lands that Dream Roam onto him there, forces him to back away, and that allows BTK the positioning to go ahead and set up for that Tyrant, and Futsu gets taken out along with it as well.
Yeah, not just with the Tyrant, though. They use that momentum, go ahead, secure themselves a tower here at bottom. The momentum starting to shift into BTK's favor here.
We're starting to see now that this game's a little bit more traditional, right? Everyone's kind of stuck in their lanes. This is the gameplay that BTK is kind of used to. They were not ready for kind of the rotations and the roams that the last game had. But now that it is a more standardized traditional game, they know what to do. They're playing their lanes right, and they're up 1.5k gold here.
Yeah, so they just need to kind of keep it up, keep that momentum with them. We were talking before when it comes to a lot of new teams, they're able to get some of the kills, but they're not able to answer back by getting some of those objectives, being able to invade the enemy jungle here. Best player doing a good job kind of keeping up that front line to kind of offset some of those cannon blasts as well. But in answer, looks like AYLO Gaming able to capture a tower up at top.
Absolutely, and this game, a lot of that gold is on to Hoon here on the Xiao Xiao. He's up 1,000 gold almost on Nua, as well as Zane. So the carries on the side of BTK are properly farmed up here, and they are gonna be, carrying the side of BTK, and they have a lot of responsibility on their hands.
Best player way up in front trying to tank all the damage while the rest of his team there pushing in that mid tower. I don't know that we've mentioned it here in this cast, but I want to say how important that mid tower is to kind of opening up the map so that you can kind of really instate your presence onto the enemy team. Here, you doing a great job hacking away at this bottom tower. Doesn't look like Fly Chicken's going to be able to save it here. Oh, we do have that Dream Room coming in there. It's going to pop up you. Is going to be enough. We do have the meteor storm, but it is not gonna be enough. You gets taken down in the backside. 3-1 for BTK. In comes Lomax, finds the push on the best player. He doesn't have that Dream Room to get away. He is down. Looks like Fried Chicken might be in a bad way here. Running for the hills, gets caught by a cannon blast, and the rest of the team finishes him off.
AYLO says we can party too, guys. Sets up that emergence and takes their own little bit of an ambush there here. Maybe BTK burnt a little bit too many resources on the Futsu there, because once AYLO came in, they kind of all were on cooldown and not really able to fight. Speaking of fight, another fight comes out. Meteor Shower goes down here, and Hoon is doing a lot of damage on that Xiao Xiao.
Yeah, he's doing great as far as the gold keep up there, being able to get some of those kills. He's got a decent amount of damage. He's becoming a real threat when it comes to this team right now, sitting at 4-2 in favor of BTK.
Yeah, looking at that draft, I was not quite, you know, feeling the Xiao Xiao pickup here, but Hoon is able to make it work. He's up 1,000 gold now. And I was looking at the draft, I'm like, hey, they have so much range. You have the Motsu, they have the Nuwa to go ahead and catch out Xiao Xiao, which is like a relatively low range mage, but he's able to make it work. He's joining these fights. He's DPSing down the Futsu every chance he gets. And he is so far flawless as he's 1-0-3 and perfect kill participation.
Yeah, we're moving into the 8-minute mark, 4-2 in favor of BTK. Only about a little under a 2K gold lead. It's not completely out of the woods for BTK yet. There's still a lot of room for AYLO Gaming to turn this around. Best player doing his best, keeping his that Menki up in front to tank a lot of the damage, tank a lot of those cannon blasts as well.
Absolutely, and while AYLO Gaming does have that pay that we mentioned does not scale so well, we see he's going a bit more of a tank build, and the side of AYLO Gaming scales deceptively well, right? They have the Futsu, they have the Nuwa here, so it's not going to be, wow, best player, was that a critical steal there in front of AYLO Gaming?
Yeah, right in his face. He said, oh, I'm sorry, did you want this? I'm going to go ahead and snatch that away from you. So another objective there picked up for BTK, starting to get in the heads of their opponents. But you can see here, moving through the jungle very smoothly. Shark on the side, able to kind of ward off the two members of AYLO Gaming, while the rest of BTK kind of helping to assist with pushing through their lanes.
Absolutely. We haven't seen much of Fried Chicken so far this game yet, but he's scaling up now. That Fati is a menace in the late game. He's just kind of been chipping away on the side lanes, getting some farm, taking some towers now, and similarly, Futsu is also as strong late game, so I would like to see one of those clashes come out here where they 1v1 each other if we get a chance, but that might be coming up here as we see Hoon pick up the Void Staff. He's just so accelerated into his build here, Hoon. He needs to be able to get into these fights and land those combos, and no one on the side of AYLO Gaming could really survive them.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I'm kind of looking for as we move into the later game. We're talking about Futsi, we're talking about Fatih, who do very well when it comes to the scaling. Nuwa, though, has a lot of damage when it comes in there, but we haven't really seen too much. We have seen them be able to kind of come in command on the battlefield, be able to kind of be that menace anywhere out there. We haven't really seen once we get to that point where she's able to kind of start spamming those annihilations out there to really start setting the tone here. Speaking of which, gonna go in there. We do have a dream roll onto the backside, and another kill goes on to Lomax. And Hoon, or actually, no, that was a best player is gonna be able to find a kill on to you. Now, going ahead, continuing their assault on to the Tyrant.
BTK is on fire this game, so we're up 4,000 gold, showing that they do deserve to be here. We saw Mobazane use an aggressive infinite vastness there, not something you see very often, applying the dread onto the side of AYLO Gaming in-game and probably in real life too, as they are really ahead this game.
Oh, they're trying for it. They don't want to let him go, and down goes Alonzo. You can see there, Fried Chicken and a best player there chased him down under his tower. And we might be looking at our first full series of the night. BTK not wanting to go quietly into the night. They have this game 8-2 right now, very firmly in their grasp. They just need to be able to keep this momentum in their favor.
Absolutely, up 5,000 gold and 6 kills, and if it keeps going this way, they are projected to win here. They got to make sure they don't give up this lead and they don't give up this momentum here. They get a catch on the docks that forces a flash away. Best players just so tanky on that monkey. They're eating all of those cannon blasts and annihilations and all the poke on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, and this is why Menki is probably one of my...
And he steals that too. Best players just walking up, just stealing everything off of AYLO Gaming.
No shame in his game. Just walks up there. It's like, oh, this is mine. I'm sorry. I thought I know you guys think this is your jungle, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and snatch that up there. Now BTK going ahead, putting pressure onto the top tower. Tier 2 is down. They're slowly making their way through the lanes, looking maybe to kind of capture onto Alonso. Smells it in the forest, and he is backing out.
Mayin in a bit of a tricky situation here, trying to look for a catch here, as the side of BTK do not really know where they're at. They're taking the Overlord here. I don't see how AYLO Gaming can really contest this. They might go for a steal with the Annihilation, but that's probably it as they go ahead and smite away. Best player is just so good at smiting this game, stealing everything away from the side of AYLO Gaming and securing these objectives. It's really tough for them to go ahead and secure anything against them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the really debilitating part of this, is that what they have the lead, and every little single thing that AYLO Gaming tries to do, whether it's something like try to get the Tyrant, try to get their own buff, best players right there, snatches it away from them and just puts them further and further behind.
Absolutely. It seems like while BTK was getting constantly more and more exponentially ahead, their pace has kind of slowed down, right? They're keeping it at this 5k gold lead here. This is kind of the breaking part of the game. These next fights are very, very crucial here, because if you lose a team fight here, it could be game. Both sides are playing really safe. You can tell BTK definitely really slowed down their pressure too. They don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to throw from this winning position that they have themselves here.
Yeah, but my only question is, especially when it comes to base defense, especially when it comes to trying to charge down that mid or side lane to get those final few high ground towers, that's when Nua kind of becomes some of the most dangerous. You also have a Monty on the side there that can catch you with that cannon blast, with that box there. Here right now, doesn't look like BTK is taking any prisoners. They do find themselves a high ground, now strategically moving on to the next one, looking to see if they can catch themselves a second one. Speaking of which, dive into the back line onto BTK. They do find a kill onto Hoon. Now trying to chase down the rest of BTK. Fly Chicken in trouble, gets taken down as well. You finding himself to kill their 3 members of BTK. Are they going to be able to turn this thing around for themselves? Hoon, or no, actually, I believe, yeah, that was a Shark who was able to find himself a kill. But turning that around, Robo Alma turns it around, able to find his own kill as well. It is just best player and Shark left on the board. And is that enough momentum for AYLO Gaming?
A bit of a sloppy fight here for BTK, but honestly, not that bad. They get that high ground. They have that minion wave pushing straight into the crystal of AYLO Gaming. They need someone to go ahead and respond to that. And all while that's happening, best player ends up taking a Azure Golem on the way out. I would say things ended up pretty well for BTK here, even though they lost that trade there 3 for 2. But good job on AYLO Gaming to try and capitalize and push out of the base there, though. But it's just so tough since they're so behind.
I mean, but that's what you wanted to do. You needed to wait for a good opportunity. They flash into the back line of BTK, find themselves a great opportunity. And unfortunately, it does look like they're going to have another Tyrant on the side of a BTK. Like I said, they were able to kind of get that advantage, but just not enough to put them ahead. BTK does, you talked about it before, they've slowed down a little bit here. They need to be very careful here in these next few fights.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. BTK is ahead and they've slowed down. They want to play it safe and, you know, don't want to throw this. But at the same time, we're 5 minutes away from Tempest, right? Once Tempest comes up, your gold lead doesn't really matter. Everyone's full build. It's just a full-on fight. So this is going to be among one of the last pushes. If AYLO Gaming is able to hold this off here, it might go all the way to Tempest.
Ooh, Alonso in the back line. I don't even think they see him. He comes in there, gets CC'd, and taken down very quickly. Hoon catches him with that meteor shot. And that is a man down. 2, in fact, for AYLO Gaming. Just that one single mid high ground tower left for their side.
That should be it for the side of AYLO Gaming. It's going to be really tough to hold this 5v3 here, especially with the likes of Monkey, full tank Monkey here in the front lines here, pushing everyone through. And it looks like this is going to be our first game 3 of the day as BTK takes it 1-1.
Yeah, don't count BTK out just yet. Our first full series of the night.
Absolutely. Here we saw this game completely different tempo to the game one, right? They were able to force these lanes here and do what they're good at. They like playing these 1v1s in the lane. They don't want to rotate around and play catch up, right? And when they're able to force a gameplay that they understand that they're good at, their mechanics really showed out. Hoon on the Xiao Xiao pick, you know, relatively low range pick. You would think it struggles against the Nua on the Motsu, but he's able to make it work. He's able to do all that damage, cut down the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, and that was one of the big concerns for me when I saw the Xiao Xiao against the Nua. That was the biggest thing, is I'm like, oh, the range, as we get later, the Nua's going to really start being able to poke there. But the pressure that they were able to mount really even stopped a lot of them from being able to get taken out. I can't even remember a lot of the anything from Nua that was resembling a lot of offense that really kind of let that pick kind of come into play. So it was a great job by them to really kind of stifle the output of that pick as well. And then, man, just a great game there. The Menki pick, this is the reason it's one of best players' favorite pickups there.
Absolutely best player, you know, top global on both Monkey and Ogren. So this is definitely one of his picks he's using here. And it just shows that sometimes maybe we don't really want to play the meta. I would say game one, their draft was objectively better, right? But game two, as you mentioned, they're on their comforts, they're on the Monkey, they're on the Xiao Xiao. These picks are not best in slot, they're not top tier. But what matters is these are picks that they're comfortable with. They're able to play with them and execute them, and they sure executed in that game there.
Yeah, a great job by them. And that's why I said, like, it felt cleaner. They felt more relaxed. They understood what they needed to be doing on that game as well. And then, like you said, they kept the strategy very simple as far as the rotations, where they needed to be. And maybe that kind of comes to them understanding these picks a lot better. They understand what makes them succeed, what they need to be doing on them, and they just put that into focus on those matches. Though the final question of the night is, can they duplicate that success?
Absolutely. Here we were mentioning that, you know, with the newer team comes probably a little bit of inexperience, and that hero pool might be a little bit more shallow, right? So as we're going into the first game 3 of the day, we see 10 heroes removed on each side, so they're gonna have to dig a little bit deeper than everyone else when it comes to their hero pools here. But AYLO Gaming, they're probably a little bit shell-shocked here. Game one, they completely dominated. You know, they didn't even get like any resistance, it felt, from BTK. But then BTK just flips the script on them. They are probably a little bit stunned right now, thinking, whoa, we could lose this, guys, all right? These are new kids on the block. You know, we came into this thinking we're going to win, but now BTK is showing that they are competitors. They do deserve to be here and making it the first 1-1 of the day.
This is something that I mentioned before when it comes to BTK, is that they have this ability to kind of be so good on certain heroes that you wouldn't expect, that certain heroes that aren't really in the meta, you're kind of like, this pick is countered by this, or this pick is countered by that. But they just have that skill level on that hero, on that comfort, that really can be a surprise. And I feel like that's what we saw coming from AYLO Gaming. They're just so surprised that the way that they were able to play these characters. I'm very happy with how that draft and how that playstyle. Mostly, I want to, not even just the draft. I feel like the playstyle out there much more comfortable. I was a little worried in the beginning, seeing how that first draft went for them, but it's night and day, and it's very evident what they're comfortable with, what they might not be, and we're gonna see if they can, like we said, if they can kind of continue to do that with more picks here in this third game. We take a look here, man. It was all BTK all the way.
Absolutely. BTK is blue this time here, but as you can see here, that graph is all BTK's favor there. And as you mentioned there, yeah, it seems like game one, they played it by the book. They had a very textbook draft, like we were mentioning here. But game two, they said, coach, let me cook. All right, we're going to draft up the Monkey, the Xiao Xiao here. And since these are picks that they're comfortable with, they actually did cook on them and had an extremely impressive performance.
Not something that you see on the paper too, as those things that should be together or that work well together. But it's something that they were able to make work, and it's something that I want to say has been a long-standing complaint sometimes for me when it comes to teams that come into the meta. Ooh, and as we take a look, speaking of which, MVP here, best player on the Menki, 4-1 and a 9, 31% damage taken, 32% damage put out there as well. One of my big complaints sometimes comes from teams who they go and do these boot camps in a certain country, and they become a poor man's version of that country's meta. Here, I feel like BTK can shine if they kind of take things under their own control, develop their own meta, understand the game their own way. Don't just do what you've seen from other people. See what makes you comfortable and what you like, and maybe you can make that more successful than what we've seen thus far. Here, seeing the dominance, Fly Chicken running for his life here from AYLO Gaming, not able to get away, but man, the domination coming. Shark doing such a great job with that range on that Huan.
Absolutely, and look at Hoon there on the Xiao Xiao, just dishing out so much damage in that game there. And as we see best player get MVP, we also got to mention his smites were so on point. That's one of those skills that transition through multiple MOBAs, right? It's kind of similar in every gamer, and we're able to see their skill on that secure there, securing every objective in the face of AYLO Gaming, securing buffs, everything. That smite was on point.
Yeah, and plus the added effect of enraging the enemy team. I'm going to tell you, there's nothing quite as detrimental to your mindset than having something stolen away from you by a smite. And best player actually able to do that twice here. As we see there, a little bit of a turnaround there on the side of BTK, but able to man those bridges and keep that momentum going for them, getting themselves a win over AYLO Gaming here, now tying this series at 1-1 apiece.
Absolutely here. And as we go into a break here, we got to get ready for match 3. Stay right here, guys. Okay, don't go anywhere. We have the first game 3 of the day.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the
thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Kings Major West Day 1 final series of the night, and both BTK and AYLO Gaming sitting at 1-1 apiece for a nail biter of a final series.
Could we have picked a better game to go game 3? All right, if we could only pick one game to go game 3, it would be this one here. BTK fan favorites here, showing up and showing that they could play, man. It's not just all, you know, for show here as they take 1-1 against AYLO Gaming, a very seasoned team. This team ended up placing, you know, highly in last year's Major West League as well too. So this is not a random team here. They're able to show that they're able to play, as we see AYLO Gaming going ahead and choosing red side after that loss here. This is game 3, the first game 3 of the day. I'm curious to see what comes out here. Let me see the Marco Polo, Zane. Break out the Marco Polo.
One thing we saw from the first game, they had a completely countered draft to Marco Polo and still banned him out. I don't think there's anything worse that they don't want to see more than seeing MOBA Zane on Marco Polo. This is something I brought up before too. Is I think we've all talked about that him coming over to Honor of Kings. Marco Polo has been one of those things that he really has taken a liking to. It really has a great amount of skill on. And while Marco Polo is one of those picks that everybody understands, everybody knows how to counter, there's just something to be said about those people who can do so well on him, can go in, get those stuns, get that ultimate off, just to spray your entire team with damage. But, ladies and gentlemen, going into the final draft of this series.
Going in this final game here, I think everyone is... 1-1 is already a little bit unexpected here. Anything can happen here. We've seen BTK pick up some unconventional picks here. AYLO is running a little bit deeper into picks here as well too. But BTK sticking to that formula where they are going to remove that Luna. They don't want to deal with it. They know AYLO Gaming has a strong Luna player there, so they're removing it every single game here. Mai gets banned out as well too because AYLO, they already used the Mai.
Yeah, they use the Mai, and they definitely don't want to see Hoon on that. It's been one of his favorite picks. He does so well to be able to kind of traverse the map, become a nuisance throughout all of the lanes. So they're going to go ahead and make sure that that is taken off the board. Wuhan taken off by BTK, waiting for that fourth and final ban of this first banning phase by AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely, we see BTK get first pick here. Now that we're a little bit deeper into the drafts, maybe Arlie is up too. But wait, there's been a lot of speculation that Zane isn't the strongest Arlie play, but they lock in the Arlie. Here we go, MOBA Zane Arlie.
Yeah, this we're going to see if he can put all of those rumors to rest. Is his Arlie up to pro level here? We're about to find out here, especially matched up against a Dharma, who, from what I've been told, is has a lot of lockdown power for the Arlie.
Absolutely, and he gets to double it up if he wants to too, as well with the Dolia. As I was about to say, as we're getting deeper into the drafts here, picks like that Dolia are going to be more and more important. And then it looks like they were ready for the Dharma. They didn't ban it. They knew it was going to come up right after if they take the Arlie, but they have the Schwanza hovered here to counter out that Dharma to make sure that the Arlie is going to be safe from those truth mantras.
Oh yeah, that's going to be very interesting. This is the pick that we kind of were hoping to see from BTK in that first draft, when there was just that insurmountable amount of CC coming out from AYLO Gaming's draft. Here, they I'm definitely wanting to see, or they are definitely wanting to kind of protect this Arlie, get Zane fed up so that he's not getting locked down. Hopefully by that mid and late game, he's going to be able to kind of take off, carry the team to victory. Here, Ganon Mo picked up for AYLO Gaming.
Absolutely. And Arlie, why we bring up Arlie here as a kind of a contested pick here is, number one, it is the strongest marksman in the game. That's undisputed. Everyone understands that. But Arlie is also one of the highest skill cap marksmen in the game too. And Zane being a little bit newer to, the game here, someone like Arlie is a bit daunting here. But he goes ahead and locks it in here, for the match point where all matters. I'm very excited to see how he does on that Arlie.
Yeah, I think a lot of us actually are. We've heard because, like you said, it's one of those high skill cap heroes. Zane isn't exactly. He's not lacking when it comes to his skill level, his technical ability on heroes. It's just, has he had enough time to really kind of break out that hero to those types of limits here? Going on to the second banning phase here, we do see that Chano and Lung taken off the board by BTK.
And then it looks like Flowborn Marksman being hovered here. One of our first Flowborns we've seen today. We didn't see much Flowborn Tank, surprisingly, which is a pretty strong pick in the meta as well. But Flowborn Marksman gets locked in. They have a lot of range poke damage with that Gan and Mo with that Flowborn Marksman here to kind of whittle down the Schwanza here, which does not really innately come with healing. There's no real healing on the side of BTK outside of Agudo here. So it looks like AYLO Gaming might be trying to play a little bit more of a game of attrition here with some poke coming out.
Yeah, and that's going to be, oh, they're going to go ahead and pick the Nuwa instead. This is something I'm pretty excited about. Nuwa's kind of one of my favorite mid lanes, despite how, I want to say, tragic her early game is. And honestly, I think with the last nerf, it turned even more tragic because she has even more of a slower start. But as we saw, even from the last game, you can hold her down. You can really kind of be super oppressive to the Nuwa, where she's not going to be able to take off to that mid and late game. And we're going to see if AYLO Gaming is going to be able to have that same success that BTK was able in their last series.
I love cheering for BTK, but AYLO Gaming is locked in. One of my favorites, the Kaiser gets locked in from AYLO Gaming here. Kaiser with the Dolia, they're able to have that double ultimate combo. Now, when it comes to late game, it is going to be really tough to beat AYLO Gaming with the Kaiser here. One of the strongest late game melee carries. Is BTK able to kind of match that with something like the Arlie here and the Nuwa? This game looks like both teams are pretty equal all throughout the game.
Yeah, we're going to see here. I mean, it's come down. It has, what we've seen here is that the draft can be one thing. It's the execution that really makes these games shine. And that's what we're going to see from both of these teams. Which one's execution of these drafts is going to make them successful here?
Absolutely. I think both sides have merit to their draft as well, too. And I am no longer going to doubt BTK's draft after seeing the clinic they put on last game here, though. So we're going to just have to see how they go ahead and play into the game there. I will have to say, though, their early game, they could probably, get away with some more stuff, right? Kaiser's one of the slower clearing junglers, right? He's not going to be as reactive as something like the Pei, which they just dealt with here. He's going to be a little bit more sluggish. But if AYLO Gaming is able to slow down and neutralize that game there, Kaiser late game with Adolia is an absolute demon.
I'm very interested too, especially with this Nuwa taking on a Gan and Mo. The Gan and Mo, I really do kind of favor that in the mid lane. He just feels more oppressive, has a better clear as well. So he's going to be able to kind of get some of those rotations in the early game on from Hoon. Here, we're going to take one last look at this lineup before we get into game.
All forces, move out!
Absolutely, here we go. This is going to be match point. Winner takes the match here. We see Lomax with the Gano. That's one of the newer skins there too, one of the detective skins here. And in the early mid game, Dolia is probably going to be resetting someone like the Ganimo, so we're going to see a lot of blades come out. This is going to be a really good test for Zane's Arlie here, because there's so much threat on the side of AYLO Gaming that he needs to survive.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, is there's a lot of heroes on the side of AYLO Gaming that really pair well with that Dolia as well. So to get those resets here, you can see 3 players already from AYLO Gaming going to go ahead, clear out that jungle at the top lane.
I would say basically everyone except for maybe Flowborn Marksman really loves it when their ultimate gets reset here. So that makes it so that AYLO Gaming's game plan is any fight that Dolia is in, it's going to be really hard to just beat him straight up if you're fighting against 2 Truth Mantras or 2 Kaiser ultimates, or like the 1,000 blades again, and Mo's going to end up throwing at you.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting part here. Both teams doing a decent amount of respecting each other's power here. No real engagements just yet. We do see that teleport coming down to the farm lane.
Absolutely, and I do like the adaptation from AYLO Gaming, picking a little bit more of a greedy pick. Kaiser is historically a very greedy jungler there, you know, not very strong early game, very focused on scaling, but they identify there's not much BTK can do early game. They have the Swan Sub, they have the Arlie, right? They can't really do much in the early game.
Ooh, taking a little bit of a beating there, getting down to about 50% health there is Mobazane, puts some damage onto the enemy, but backs off wisely. Here, I mean, both teams, I want to say, kind of testing the limits of what they can do here. Mobazane is going to go ahead and catch a little bit in the back. Hoon comes in, looking for an opportunity, does not find one. Meanwhile, in the jungle here, we do see Alonso and Lomax here trying to go ahead and put some damage on to the side of BTK. Oh, Fly Chicken comes in and an annihilation just wide of AYLO.
Both sides are playing like they're on a tightrope here, where their first kill that goes down loses you the game. They're playing really safe. Everyone's getting away with really low health here. Hoon almost getting taken out by the Ganon Mo there. But just like we seen last time here, very even here in the early game.
Yeah, I want to say, man, it's going to be heartbreaking for whoever gets kind of that first fight. Both of these teams fighting very closely to the wire here. Very careful, dancing in and out, not trying to put too much punishment on, not trying to put themselves into harm's way, trying to be safe. But we've talked about this before, too. Everybody's safe until these objectives get out on the board, and then we're going to have some problems, because then you're kind of forced to get that engagement.
This is like the calm before the storm here, you know, since no kills went down, both teams, they don't want to, you know, go ahead and give up that kill here. It looks like BTK is playing really aggressive. They want it here, and they are bloodthirsty as they take out Dolia, but that's not it. Flowborn Marksman gets taken out too. Just like that, they don't just want one, they want two. BTK is on the board here.
Yeah, and just like that, this is what we were talking about before. Shades of what we've seen, I believe it was from OG, being able to dive underneath the tower. That's not going to save you from a team like this. They're going to make sure they get that kill, get that advantage from that. 25 seconds left for the Tyrants as well.
I almost can't even recognize BTK from game one till now. They have really, you know, shifted gears here and turned on the heat, being able to apply pressure onto AYLO Gaming. They're not playing reactive anymore. They're making AYLO Gaming go ahead and play around them.
Yeah, and here right now, Mobazane does go ahead and engage with Alonso. Is going to back off there. Shark coming around the side, feeding that information to Mobazane, making sure he understands what he's up against there. 4 members of AYLO Gaming. In comes Hoon, trying to put some damage on. Not going to be able to find it just yet. And it's going to look like the Tyrant's going to go over to the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a front there as Ganon Mo and Flowborn Marksman kind of distract the side of BTK, make it so that they kind of retreat away and think they got away from it, all while Kaiser was just soloing that Tyrant. So first Tyrant actually goes over the AYLO Gaming, even though they are kind of behind in the game.
Yeah, but it's those little things that kind of add up. Like we were talking about before, the big frustrating part was that Best Player was able to kind of steal away a lot of those objectives. Here, I want to say AYLO Gaming just taking the breath, getting those objectives that they need.
Absolutely. The side of AYLO Gaming is definitely scaling up here. We see Ganon firing a lot of blades out. Shark taking a lot of punishment here. They don't have that much sustain. Agudo does give their team a little bit of sustain, but look at all this poke from Ganon Mo here and Flowborn Marksman.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems that I was thinking with that Ganon Mo pick too. There's just a lot. Look at how low they are, down to almost down to 10%. They're going to have to abandon this tower, and that's going to be picked up very quickly by AYLO.
And all that poke is enhanced by the Tyrant as well too, right? Since they get that Tyrant, all those abilities are going to be proccing it, supercharging their poke too there, making it so that BTK is not able to defend that tower. Ooh, Zane barely gets away there. Did not get Keka there. It was really close, but he's able to hold strong and recall in the face of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, right now, big oppression on the side. Oh, it's just like we were talking about. Ganon Mo, Lomax able to find the pickoff onto Mobazane with those blades. And that's just the value you get out of a Ganon Mo pick.
We were mentioning this is going to be a tough game to play Arlie here for Zane here. His first professional game on Arlie, and he's against Ganon Mo with a bunch of blades. He's against a Flowborn Marksman, a Dharma here, and we saw right there, there's not much he could do. They threw the blades behind him, he jumped forward, and then he jumped into another set of blades here.
Yeah, and very surgically, AYLO Gaming moving from tower to tower to lane, trying to put these down. BTK has yet to be able to kind of take a tower, and I want to say the momentum quickly starting to slide in favor of AYLO, and they need to be very quick.
Absolutely. We see a little bit of a fight coming out in the mid lane here as Doxa actually ends up soloing Hoon there while they were taking the bottom tier 2. The BTK is not that behind. They were ahead. They definitely flipped the economy here. AYLO Gaming is now up to 1,000 gold. Beautiful flash by Fried Chicken there, but not much follow-up for his team to go ahead and confirm as they just brute force down this tower here.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, they don't have any minions there. Okay, they're just gonna go ahead and just bang their head, run wild into that until they bring that down there. So they are gonna be able to pick up that first tower, but I want to say, like, on the map, as far as the presence goes with macro, AYLO Gaming doing a great job here. Now another tier 2 towers from BTK going down.
Absolutely. I think AYLO Games kind of identified that if they just play the game by the book very traditionally, they're not going to do well against BTK. So now they've focused on more of a map playstyle. They're not going for these small fights. They're not trying to challenge BTK mechanically. They're trying to, play the thinking game, sending people where BTK is not. And because of that, they're up 4 towers on BTK.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting point to bring up. They're not even concerned about fights. They're just going to out-macro them. Doesn't matter how many kills are on the board. They're just going to continually push these, pay attention to the map, and realize where BTK is, be on the opposite side of that map, pushing there. Speaking of which, I do want to say a little bit of a flank coming in from Doxa. Comes in, lands on to Shark, not able to catch anything just yet. Now landing on to best player, and Shark in trouble, going to be there on the tail to kind of help assist with that escape.
Kaiser was just so tanky there with double ultimate coming out from Dolia. Dolia's doing a great job of resetting this Kaiser ultimate, and he is like the ultimate front line for the side of AYLO Gaming. He's able to take all those punishment as well as dish it out.
Oh, I'm wondering if this is a Tyrant fight that BTK actually wants instead of trying to push an opposing lane there. Picked up very quickly. AYLO Gaming's not even give them the choice. They take that Tyrant down very quickly, tied at 2-2 apiece. But I want to say this is quickly starting to get some momentum for AYLO Gaming.
It seems like BTK is starting to play a bit timid here now that they don't have the momentum, right? They're getting poked out by the KMW. They're trying to, kind of churtle in their base a little bit here. And we've learned throughout today, man, playing reactive like that is not going to be good if AYLO Gaming does not make any mistakes. We see the KMW and Dolia, kind of stealing a lot of BTK's jungle here and trying to, just choke them out and take all their farm.
Yeah, we're at about a 2K gold deficit for BTK. AYLO Gaming continues their assault on BTK's jungle, and there's really not much that they're able to do here. BTK, and we've talked about it, I mean, you don't want to be at a point where all you can do is kind of hide in your base. Unfortunately, there are just some games where there is not much of a choice. Diving underneath the tower here, AYLO Gaming looking to kind of take this down. BTK looking for an opportunity. They might find one. Back off just a bit. They don't feel comfortable with that fight. They're kind of pressing, poking in there, but the damage from Gan and Mo, look at best player, chucked down to 10%. Fried Chicken goes in, trying to dive into the back line. He's alone though. Nobody else there on the backside. It does look like the rest of BTK trying to latch onto Alonzo. Thankfully, nobody goes down for either side.
That was such a messy fight. I'm surprised no one went down there. Zane actually went in kind of like 1v3 for a bit of an outplay there. Gets everyone on the side of AYLO Gaming really low before he ducks back. Same with Kaiser here on the side of AYLO, but no one actually ended up going down. But while no one's going down, AYLO Gaming has been taking the last 3 Tyrants.
I was kind of hoping to see maybe an annihilation, one of those rogue annihilations, try to steal up the Tyrant from Hoon. Unfortunately, it did not. Right now, I want to say BTK in a bit of a pickle. What do you do at this point to kind of take back this fight? You're looking for an opportunity. You're looking for a mistake to be made by AYLO Gaming, and right now they're just not providing that. Speaking of which, best player has been latched onto. Rest of the team locks onto him, puts on the damage, and he goes down quickly.
Look at that Kaiser there with the double ultimate, just no real, I won't say no real strategy, but he just brute force walks straight towards BTK. He knows he has the stats, he has the numbers there, and just takes out best player in front of his whole team. There's not much they can really do about it, as they're now pushing down the high ground of BTK. This is getting bad really quickly for BTK.
Yeah, it's just there's so many answers on the side of AYLO Gaming when it comes to Kaiser and that. Oh, speaking of which, Fly Chicken and Drumble is gonna have to flicker himself to safety. But I mean, there's just so many answers with the range that you get from Lomax on this Gan and Mo that it's chunking down. BTK, they try to go in, they try to get some vision, they try to understand where they can get the advantage. All the while, Lomax is just chipping away at them with those blades. And speaking of which, best player might be in trouble here. Is going to go ahead and try to get himself out of harm's way. The rest of BTK from the side looking for an opportunity. Big matchup happens onto the side of AYLO Gaming. They're looking for the engagement. In comes Fly to Chicken, and all teams disengaged. No worse for wear.
I would say BTK played that fight really, really well, but once again, they're getting a little bit stat checked there, right? They're landing combos, Fried Chicken with a nice 3-man knock up there, but they just don't have the numbers yet. There's so much stats they got cut through on the side of AYLO Gaming, and they're ahead on gold as well.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, they're slowly, unfortunately, being choked out. There needs to be a big play. They need to kind of. This is the point where you're kind of are we going to spend the rest of the game in our base, or are we going to try to make something happen? And if that happens, everybody needs to be on the same page. Speaking of which, Fly Chicken actually might be in a bad way up at top, being chased down by the side of Doxa.
Once again, this Kaiser's just unchecked going throughout the map here. He's hit his late game. This is where he is going to be the strongest. There's no one that can really match him. No one that can really DPS him down either. The Arlie needs to get kind of close. And if you get close to that, it's going to be really, really hard, especially with Gan and Mo providing air support from the back too.
Yeah, it's the suppressive power from that Gan and Mo right now is a huge deal for the side of AYLO Gaming. It is really being that impressive front for BTK where they just cannot linger in range. Speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and try to dive in there. Hoon trying to set up some of those combos to get the CC on there. A couple of tower shots go on to AYLO Gaming, but they are continually trying to poke out this core. Now moving their attention onto the mid high ground tower. Now they're going to go in. BTK sensing an opportunity, tries to get into there, finds a kill. Only one down, but they decide against chasing down AYLO Gaming.
Beautiful flash combo there coming out from Fried Chicken Charlotte there onto the Flowborn Marksman, takes them out and kind of, you know, stifles their push. But here's the thing, that is 3 high grounds down for the side of BTK. That is basically the death sentence in honor of Kings here, as the side of AYLO Gaming is going to be continuously spawning elite minions. As we see Kaiser go ahead and once again force a fight. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, best player in a bad way there, ulted out and in between 3 members. He gets chunked down very quickly. That's going to be 40 seconds. He can't be back out on the map. You see Hoon on that new one, still trying to put out some of the damage. Fly Chicken comes in with the pincer move, not able to find a kill. And this has been the story the entire time. Unfortunate for BTK right now, they just don't have the damage to be able to kind of really make that impact. Meanwhile, on the side of AYLO, they have that range. They have that damage. They have that front line in the form of that Kaiser, able to take so much damage. And then, of course, Dolia right there to reset that ultimate as well.
Absolutely. BTK needs to basically stall it until Tempest here. That's really the only way you win when you have 3 high grounds down, because these lanes are going to be permanently pushing. Big fight comes down. Oh, Hoon gets a kill onto Dharma here. Critical crowd control. This could be what they need here.
Yeah, I mean, Huda had a great match, had a great combo there, able to take down Dogcell, but yet again, BTK just not in the position. And not just on BTK, this is on AYLO Gaming too. As soon as somebody goes down, they immediately back up. They don't try to force it, they don't try to get revenge, they immediately back up because they no longer have the advantage. So they're playing this as smart as they can.
I will say though, it's getting dangerously close to that Tempest Dragon here. If BTK could stall out every single one of these little wins they get where they take out one person and, you know, push AYLO Gaming back, that buys them a minute or two. And once we get up to 20 minutes, if they win a fight like that, that could really turn the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting. There's hope and to pray for BTK. Not a single tower left on the map here. They're getting those little pickoffs. They're really kind of enforcing that when AYLO tries to come in there. Now you can see them kind of setting up. Does BTK feel like they really need to force this fight? Or, I mean, you see them all kind of grouped up here, but I'm kind of wondering, are they going to try to make something happen here at this Overlord down to about 15%? They're trying to bait it out from the side. Kaiser is able to get it. Alonso picks up that kill there. Now BTK in a fight, looking for the escape. Fly Chicken might be in a little bit of trouble here. It is going to be saved there by Hoon, who pushes Alonso back off of him. But now we have the Overlord. We have those minions that are going to be coming down into base, especially with no towers.
This is going to be potentially the final push here for AYLO Gaming. If BTK could survive this push, they should be able to make it to Tempest Dragon, but it is not going to be easy as all three waves are pushing and the enhanced Shadow Vanguard is in that bottom lane there. They have the new one. They have the composition to try and wave clear here, but they might not have the juice to take out the tanks. Oh, no.
Yeah, Alonso comes in there. And who gets taken down? Boba Zane is next on the docket. Oh, Fly Chicken is able to find a kill of his own, but gets taken down in game 3, very steadily going to AYLO Gaming.
AYLO Gaming taking that game there. The writing was kind of on the wall there, right? They were slowly pushing in to the side of BTK, taking one tower at a time. And then once they lost that Overlord there, that was going to be the final push. If they're able to survive it, maybe they can make it to Tempest Dragon. But when Dharma takes out Hoon, gets a nice combo, there's nothing the side BTK can do. Even if they wipe the side of AYLO Gaming, they just don't have the wave clear to kill all those enhanced Vanguards and such to just go ahead and push into the base of BTK.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. A great composition from the side of AYLO as well. It just felt like they had a lot of bases covered, whether it was that front line mixed in with the ultimate reset from Dolia, also having the Ganon Mo. You weren't even able to get close to them to kind of feel around, look for an opening, because all the while Ganon Mo's tossing all these blades at you, chunking down. There was a point, I think it was like 3 or 4 members of BTK there having to turn around because they're taking down all the way to like 15% health, and that just kind of like really started this road of where there just wasn't an answer. Every single thing that they tried to do, they were just getting pushed back. And not just that, but I want to say every little advantage that BTK had, they get a kill. This immediately, AYLO Gaming are like, all right, guys, let's hold up. We don't have the advantage anymore. Let's go ahead and back up and get back to some of these objectives here. So BTK weren't really able to take advantage of that. So, I mean, a great game played by AYLO.
Absolutely. I think AYLO Gaming identified what their strengths were in game 1, right? BTK, their weakness is kind of that rotation, playing the map a bit. And game 2, they kind of tried to, play a little bit more their style, team fighting wise, and tried to, challenge BTK's mechanics there. And they lost because of that. So they kind of went back to how they won game 1. They played the map. They tried to outmaneuver BTK and expose that weakness. And that's what we've seen in this game here today. In the early game, they didn't really try to go for that many fights, right? They tried to trade towers, go where BTK wasn't, and because of that, they were able to outmaneuver BTK in this game here and take the match.
So, prognosis. Zane's Arlie, how are we feeling?
It's really tough to judge Zane's Arlie for that game there. That was a really, really tough game there. But I respect that he pulled it out, though, because if you want to be a pro in Honor Kings as a marksman, you're going to need to know how to play Arlie there. And I don't think AYLO Gaming was ready for either. That's why they gave it away, right? The word around the streets was Zane is not really that comfortable on Arlie, but it seems like he's comfortable enough to break it out, right? I wouldn't say he's really the reason they lost or is because of his Arlie there, right? It's mainly that they're still struggling when it comes to rotations and playing the map. And that's something that you're going to have to learn with time here when it comes to Honor of Kings.
Yeah, I almost kind of put it on the same level as what we saw from Best Players Pay, where, I mean, it pays usually very good, but I mean, you when you're looking at this wall of CC where every which way you turn, you're getting CC'd and pretty much just bamboozled, there's not much that you can do. Unfortunately, that comes with a learning curve. Where do these heroes shine? Where do they falter? With that, does my skill match up to be able to kind of take on some of those challenges that the enemy kind of presents with it? Unfortunately, like we said, there's a lot of wiggle room here, and we're talking about a team that has only been practicing and playing this game for a few months now. A long way to go when it comes to learning, but I'm still impressed with what I saw out there, especially being able to come at this level and be able to take a victory off, giving us our first full series.
Absolutely great play from BTK there and AYLO Gaming as well too. Definitely our closest match of the day here, the only one that did not go 2-0. I think while BTK did go ahead and lose the match, they proved that, you know, they can hang, right? They're not here just for show. They're able to take a game off of the very, very seasoned team that is AYLO Gaming here. In this final game, they did okay as well too. It's just that they couldn't really, you know, match the rotations of AYLO Gaming there. And then also AYLO Gaming busting out a composition that they're probably not really used to, right? BTK, the Kaiser and Dolia, they're having such an impressive front line that their team really does not have the firepower to cut through there. And that Kaiser didn't die the whole game.
Yeah, just an incredible match by them. They're looking at that damage coming from Lomax on that Ganon Mo, 157,000 damage there from him. Not too bad. Hoon kind of up there too as well. It's got 127k.
Yeah, Hoon was basically, since like mid-game onward, he was just stuck clearing waves, right? They were constantly getting pushed in. They could not get the waves going the way they wanted to. And what's interesting is, I remember last time AYLO Gaming was known for the team that had to draw it to Tempest Dragon every single game. But today, we did not see a single Tempest Dragon. Maybe they gone extinct.
Yeah, I mean, it just says how well a lot of these teams are becoming at being able to close. I feel like that is one of the harder strategies when it comes to this game. Is, I think we've talked about it before, there's a lot of teams who can do very well. They can get those kills, they can get those pushing, they can really get those power spikes. I feel like that last pillar of a great pro team is the close. And here I feel like a lot of teams, they understand what they need to do to be able to kind of close out these games. Even here, where they were doing such a great job of moving from tower to tower to tower to high grounds to be able to kind of take down BTK even before that Tempest came out.
Here we go, Lomax here with the MVP, and I think it's pretty deserved, right? He did so much damage, 35% of the team damage. That's a third of his team damage there. And oftentimes he was not getting the resets from Dolia. It was always Kaiser. He did have a practically invincible front line for him, so he was just free firing, but he did all that damage without really getting much resets. So great job to Lomax, their MVP on the Ganon Mo.
Yeah, here we can see that first offensive push there by BTK to dive under the towers onto AYLO Gaming. And we thought that this was going to be a spell of things to come in the early game. Unfortunately, as we started getting more and more of these resets, as we started seeing the damage coming out from the Ganon Mo, it was just a fully oppressive from the side of AYLO Gaming.
I think that fight bottom there was the turning point. BTK was doing really good up until that, but on that push there, maybe it's a little bit of Zane's Arlie there. That positioning got himself in a little bit of trouble, and once he gone down there, Shark on the Schwanza is one of those supports that doesn't really do anything by itself, and he was not able to go ahead and hold the tower there, and that's kind of what gave AYLO Gaming that momentum, taking that double tower push, and then they've gone ahead and transitioned that into the mid lane.
Yeah, here, and it was just all of the BTK from the second half of the match. It was all them just trying to make something happen. Now, having very mild success with getting like 1s or 2s down, able to find those kills, but immediately AYLO Gaming would back up immediately. Here's the final fight where they immediately dove onto Hoon, dove onto onto Mobazane, able to take him down. 2 big damage dealers down, and that was a wrap for BTK.
Yeah, I think definitely looking at that, BTK needed to just close out the game or get a more of a sizable lead in the early game. Because once they got into that mid to late game, AYLO game, they were not monstrously ahead, right? They're up a little bit, towers up like maybe 2,000 gold. But once that Kaiser got online, he was unkillable. And as I mentioned, he just stat checked everyone, right? Fried Chicken had some good combos on there. Zane had some good combos, but it doesn't matter. They hit everything and then they just don't die on the side of AYLO gaming.
Yeah, and that was the thing too. I liked some of the engagements. I liked the positioning of BTK coming in there. If it weren't for the fact that you had a Kaiser, that you had a Dahlia, that it just kept keeping everybody topped up, and the amount of damage that they were able to withstand from BTK and still walk away when the smoke cleared, like, okay, we're still alive, and then BTK would have to try to disengage again. It was a very oppressive and just a winning strategy for them. Unfortunate for BTK.
Absolutely there. And that again comes from the experience of AYLO gaming. They're able to bust out a composition like that, from their toolbox. They have a little bit of a deeper, hero pools, not many junglers play the Kaiser, right? With the Dahlia, and being able to bust that out in the Major West League and perform really excellent on them though. So great job to them. That is gonna conclude the Major West League here for today. We went through 4 amazing best of 3 matches. Only one of them really went through all the way to the best of 3 here. But Private Dancer, what do you think about the matches we had today?
Very exciting and very, like I said, this is my initial casting round here for HOK. It's great to see what the pros can take out here, how they play, the intensity of which they kind of start off the games here. Kind of sad, like I said, I'm North America at heart, so I'd love to see North America doing better. But I mean, that just tells you the skill level of all the players and all the teams here in KMW. It just, there's so much. And it's going to take a lot for people to kind of get on to that level. But I am very excited to see what else these teams can pull out in the next coming days.
Absolutely. I'm Team North America as well. And I'm happy that we're on the board, okay? A lot of people were going to say we're not going to even be on the board with Level Max and BTK. But they showed they can really hang, right? And Level Max did not get that much of a showing, but they were against OG, so it was much of a chance to have a amazing showing there. But BTK doing a great job against AYLO Gaming, showing that they could go ahead and hang with the pros here. Very excited to see how the league goes ahead and plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. I'm very happy about here. I mean, man, the powerhouses of Twisted Minds and OGs right now, it's something to be seen, and it's something that all the rest of the teams probably need to take in. I'm very excited to see what we have in store.
Absolutely. As we see here, Private Dancer is red with excitement here as we go ahead and change into different attires here. But yeah, that's going to kind of wrap it up here for today. Tomorrow, we got some new matches coming up here. Let me go ahead and check them out. We have Boars Gaming starting us off. So we're going to see, we actually see BTK in 2 matches tomorrow, which is very exciting. There's also a game here today from 9Z Globant versus Level Max that we did not get to see here on stream. So we're going to see the results of that afterwards. Maybe, North America actually took a little bit more wins there, actually, depending on how that match went on.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what you're a fan of here, Honor of Kings, you saw some impressive play here tonight, and I'm excited to see what we have in store for these next few days. It's going to be exciting. I'm going to be watching, taking notes, and to hopefully improve my own gameplay.
Absolutely. I will be seeing you guys here again tomorrow. Very excited for those matches here. And then, hey, maybe BTA can go ahead and get a match win tomorrow. They're showing up twice tomorrow as well. And then we see Boars Gaming as well show up twice. They were not able to get a win today. So some of the underdogs are going to be in tomorrow's matches here as we go ahead and get through the rankings week.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm very happy to see where we're going to go from here. Like you said, there's a lot of improvement that a lot of these teams go through when it comes to following up these days to see where everybody ends up, how much that they can improve, what they can do to kind of change up some of those strategies, especially based on what they see here tonight. A lot of teams, I want to say, there was a few of those teams that kind of surprised about that early game aggression, but we saw them able to kind of turn it around, get to a point where they're like, all right, I see how things are going to be. I see what it's like up here with the pros, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and get some of that aggression. I'm going to go ahead and try to match that pace here. You can only go up from here, and I'm very excited to see where those teams end up.
Yeah, and day 2 I think is going to be very pivotal as well, because this is going to separate, the teams that, want to study and work hard and really grind for it, because now they have the material. They've seen every single team play, right? We've seen some of their strategies. Day 2 is still a best of 3. They can go ahead and do research on some of these compositions, some of these drafts, maybe emulate it, maybe take parts of how to go ahead and counter it. So day 2 could usually be a completely different beast here compared to day 1, which is kind of like everyone's getting their feet wet into the Major West League here.
Yeah, that's something you touched on a little bit earlier, that nobody's going home tonight. Nobody's going to be going home because of a loss. However, it does help to kind of put you in a more comfortable spot when it comes up to the brackets, to get you to a point where you're not sweating as much. And that's why some of these games can be so important. Not just because you get to see what the enemy is made of, you get to see where those challenges lie, but also because you kind of help see yourself for the future here. A lot of great teams here. I'm very impressed by all of, especially some of the gameplay here. I mean, there was no lie here about OG and Twisted Minds. I'm really setting the standard for what you're supposed to see, how you're supposed to rotate, how you're supposed to move, and the pace you're supposed to set for a lot of these matches.
Absolutely, and I think just as a whole, the Major West League, the skill level, the quality of the games has really elevated, right? Because we've seen no Tempest Dragons. Usually, when the game goes long, it's indicative of a lower quality game. Teams are not able to close out games. They're not able to really finish out games. And today, in day 1, we've seen no Tempest Dragons here. So teams are definitely leveled up their game compared to last Major West League, where, as I was mentioning, AYLO Gaming was almost Tempest Dragoning every single game, right? They didn't know how to really close out those games. It seems like they've shored up that weakness here today, and other teams as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be the exciting part about this as well. I mean, you talked a little bit about it too. We've got some exciting matches, even coming tomorrow. Tomorrow, for a lot of those fans who came here to see BTK, unfortunately a loss today, but they've got 2 chances to watch them tomorrow, which is going to be very exciting for them as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see where it goes from here. Unfortunately, I won't be casting here tomorrow, but I definitely will be watching. It's probably one of the sad things about being a caster is that when you cast, you can't just sit in the back and cheer and scream, especially with how big of a fan I am of a lot of these esports and teams, and to see how well they do and to see the different strategies that they go for. Here tomorrow, I'll be able to do that, so hopefully you guys can catch me with that as well. But man, any matches upcoming, Phil, that you might be excited for?
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these here, and we got very interesting matches here. As I mentioned, Boars Gaming not able to come in with a win today, but I think day 1, the range of skills in these teams were kind of at their height, right? We have kind of like the top seed teams versus, the lower seed teams. Day 2, it looks like we're gonna kind of get a little bit of closer matches here. Boars Gaming versus AYLO Gaming. That one could honestly go either way. We're not too sure how that match is gonna go here, right? And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, BTK, they're getting a little bit of a tougher match here, projected here, versus Twisted Minds, right? Some interesting games to watch for sure. There's gonna and then this is not one of the days I'm casting here. This might be a little bit too far into the future, I'm probably here. But on the final day of the rankings week, OG versus BTK, there's 2 more days of learning before they get to play the final bosses there. But so very exciting games coming up here. I like to see that these are a little bit closer matches coming up. Day 1 was a little bit jarring, so everyone's gonna have to go back home, kind of reset, do a little bit of research on their opponents. We saw all these teams go ahead and play other than, I think, 9Z Globant, but they played off of stream, so we're gonna have a result on that probably update tomorrow. But yeah, very interested to see how that goes and plays. And it looks like 9Z Globant is playing tomorrow, but only 1 game as well too. Okay, so they're like the unlockable characters, they get 1 game in there. We get a little bit of gameplay from them for now.
Yeah, it's honestly that you mentioned it. It was, I think, a match that happened off air, but I think tomorrow fans will be able to see 9Z Global. So it's kind of a nice little treat that it's going to be a team that we didn't see tonight that we will be able to see tomorrow play. That maybe they have the key to be able to kind of break through the top 2 here in KMW. So that's going to be very interesting to see how well that they perform, what they have in store for us, how their drafts work, and maybe they have that pace. Maybe they have that killer instinct that's going to be able to kind of take them to the top.
Absolutely. And I think it's really interesting is the top 3 teams make it to Group S, right? And while 1 and 2, everyone, kind of understands who the favorites are, right? We have Twisted Minds, the prior champions, OG Esports, another extremely strong team that performed very well. The 3rd place slot is kind of in the air, right? Not many people really know. Some people think it's this team, some people think it's that team here. So that's kind of in the air, and they're going to be fighting for that here, as once you get into Group S, your chances of making it through Survival Week jump up a lot higher.
Yeah, and it's been very interesting to me. I'm very happy that some of the last series that we had were able to showcase some heroes that I don't see too often. Nua was a big pick for me too as well. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we're gonna go ahead and take a look at yeah. So this is just a review of today's matches. OG 2-0 against AYLO Gaming, putting on a very dominant performance. Like you said, the final boss here, the KMW Twisted Minds, another sweep against a Boar as well. On the second half of the night, we watched LM take on OG Gaming. OG continuing that dominating form, and then the crowd of favorites to cap off our night was BTK, a series that finally actually went the distance against AYLO Gaming. Unfortunately, for their inaugural match here in the pro scene of Honor of Kings, they did take the L there, 1 and 2 against AYLO Gaming. As we take a look at the rankings.
Here we go. OG leading the pack here with the only 2-0 so far, mainly because I think they're the only team that played twice here, so they're the only team possible to do that. And we mentioned, OG being the final bosses, but Twisted Minds is honestly right up there too. It's just that everyone kind of guns towards OG because of how they kind of play, right? They know when they're the favorites and they play like it, right? They're right in your face, they're in your base, they play really aggressively. So it seems like they are that final boss here. Whereas Twisted Minds, while they probably could go toe-to-toe with OG and they're a little bit more 50-50, when they do play those matches against you, they feel a little bit more respectful of how they play. So they're not often as deemed as that final boss, but that's going to be the dynamic between the 2 Italian teams there. Definitely the favorites there for the Kings Major West League currently.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the matches for tomorrow, we went over it before, but Boar taking on AYLO Gaming to start off the night. Then it's going to be Twisted Minds taking on BTK, a big mountain in front of those guys, followed by the second half of the night, starting off with OG Gaming taking on Boar. Then final match of the night will be BTK taking on 9Z Gaming.
BTK kind of, playing towards how they are, right? They're the showmen, right? They're always going to be ending the show there as that final match as they're against 9Z Globen, another team we have not really seen yet, right? So that could honestly go either way too. We don't really know how that's going to go. So that's going to be very exciting for tomorrow here. And that's going to be it for today. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed and got some free stuff, enjoyed all the games here. I've been joined by my wonderful co-host here, Private Dancer. Any closing remarks, Private?
No, it's just been absolutely exciting, and I can't wait to see what more excitement comes in the next few days.
to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears.